10,000 meters below the ground, inside a training room of a nascent soul stage cultivator. 500 aggressive mice were wearing armor and holding flying swords, yelling and shouting angrily. The scene was both weird and funny. Liao did not know what to do for a moment. Of the hundreds of mice here, even the strongest were merely equal to the cultivators in the refinement stage cultivators. Liao would not have been scared even if the mice were sprinting forward and attacking him together. However, the mutation of the mice probably had a lot to do with Yan Xinjian's training room. Liao did not intend to execute all the mice without knowing what had happened here. Liao raised his alert and observed them. Seeing that the door behind Liao was closed again, the mice were all jumping up and down while they shouted angrily. The mice that were emitting orange colors, which made them appear to be burning, were the most outraged. They waved needles and made gestures to point the weapons forward, while they bellowed, "Open the door! Open the door! I am the best expert of the Flying Star sector. If you don't open the door, I will crush you into pieces instantly." The mice that were emitting green colors were gentler. They twisted and said with an alluring voice, "You came to this place because you saw my notes? Wonderful. Come on and inherit my knowledge and the unparalleled techniques. However, open the door first. It's too dark here. Too choking." The mice that were emitting crimson colors, which were twisting like weird flames, drooled while they stared at Liao maliciously. They squeaked, "What a healthy body. Offer it to me. Possession. I'm going to possess your body." The mice that were emitting blue colors, in the meantime, held their head in their hands and said lethargically, "It's hopeless. It's hopeless. He cannot open the door. He can't. We are going to be locked here for another 500 years. The mice that were emitting black colors were grasped by desperation. They craned their necks and burst into creepy laughter. "It's useless. We can't run out. Even if we get out of here, where can we run to? It's too large. It's too dark. There's nowhere to run to. Nowhere to run to." Another several mice that were emitting gentle white colors were leaning against the wall. They mumbled to themselves, Xiao Yu, I shouldn't have killed you. I miss you so much, Xiao Yu." The hundreds of mice in different appearances baffled Liao. He had a weird feeling that they were not mice but human beings with real emotions and feelings. Liao could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The mice fell silent for a moment. Then they started shouting at the same time, simmering on the tip of their feet, with their tails straightened. "I am Yan Xinjian, the best expert of the Flying Star sector. I am the supreme space pirate Yan Xinjian. I am Yan Xinjian, the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. I am Yan Xinjian. I am Yan Xinjian." All the mice were yelling. Liao noticed that the mice whose robes and armor were more glamorous had higher cultivation and clearer tones. In the meantime, the mice that had little clothing on their body were only shouting fuzzily. Their voices were little more than a normal mouse's cry, except it could rise and fall in pitch, and they tried to utter Yan Xinjian. However, were these mice all Yan Xinjian? Liao could not figure out what had happened. When he decided to risk entering Yan Xinjian's training room, he had been prepared to have a huge fight with Yan Xinjian's remaining soul. He would not have been surprised to see any abrupt changes, but he had never thought that he would be faced with so many mice. Liao tried to hold back his laughter and said, "There are so many of you here. Which of you is Yan Xinjian exactly?" His words raised a riot among the mice. All of them craned their necks and jumped crazily, while they shouted, "I am Yan Xinjian. I am the real Yan Xinjian. They are all frauds. They are all my clones." While they were arguing, they started to fight among themselves. The mice emitting orange colors were the largest in number. They waved their needles and triggered sword auras the size of one's finger, while they pierced and slashed the other mice. They shouted, "I am Yan Xinjian, the best expert of the Flying Star sector. You are all my clones. You are all fakes. Only I am true. I'm going to swallow all of you. All of you." The mice emitting green colors confronted the red mice. "Damn. You are just my clones and part of my desire. I am the real Yan Xinjian. I am not just the best expert of the Flying Star sector. I am also going to unite the entire flying star sector and become the king of it. Just behave and become one with me. The mice that were emitting white colors cried nearby and shouted, I am Xianxia. I am the original Xianxia. I am the real Xianxia. I don't want to be the best expert of the flying star sector. I don't want to be the king of the flying star sector. I just want Xiaoyu to be alive again. I just want Xiaoyu to be alive. It's all your fault. You killed Xiaoyu. The red mice and the green mice stopped fighting and stabbed their needles at the white mice. It's your fault. It's your fault. If you did not think of the bitch at the critical moment and disrupt my thoughts, would I have become mentally deranged? Would my breakthrough have failed? And would I have ended up like this? The mice that were emitting dense black colors and wreathed in desperation were sitting in the middle of the chaos. They gazed at the ceiling and smiled dumbly, while they murmured, It's hopeless. It's hopeless. It's too vast. It's too dark. There's no way to get out. There's no way to get out. The mice in different colors all claimed that they were the real Xianxia. The more they talked, the angrier they became. The more they argued, the higher their voices got. In the end, all of them were fighting against each other. Their needle-like flying swords were flying crazily everywhere. Spiritual energy the size of fingernails was bursting out like bombs. The mice were not horsing around at all but were fighting a life-and-death battle that was even crueler than the fight against the lustful rock spiders. Very soon, dead bodies of the mice were lying everywhere on the ground. However, before each mouse was stabbed through and killed on the spot, a tiny wave would spread of their brain and go to the depths of the training room. Liao could see now that the mice were holding flying swords and wearing armor not because they were trying to resist the intruders but because they had been in a constant internal strife for hundreds of years. The mice were so devoted to their fight that they completely ignored Liao. Liao's curiosity was aroused. He explored the training room and those brainwaves. Xianxia's secret training room was in a shape of a ball. It was surrounded by a shell of indestructible shell made of superalloys and divided into 3 levels. The top level was the living area, but it was now full of tiny buildings that looked both like a honeycomb and a palace. They were the bureaus of the mice. Countless mice were crawling in and out of the buildings. Liao felt that his head was dizzy just looking at them. The brainwaves returned to the buildings. Very soon, a new mouse crawled out of the buildings, with the brightness of wisdom in their eyes, while they waved and danced crazily as if they were drunk. Possession? The souls of the dead mice return to this place and occupies the body of another mouse. Liao thought of something and realized that the jibber-jabber of the mice might not have been complete nonsense. Behind the buildings were enormous iron cages in which more mice were locked. They were all normal mice, animals without the slightest wisdom. The entire living area has been modified into a kingdom of mice. Xianxia is probably already dead. Liao realized that, whether Xianxia was good or evil, he must have the aura and demeanor of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. If he were alive, there was no way that he would allow those mice to blemish his training room. But Liao did not relax and entered the middle level carefully. The second level took up the most area of the training room. It was the warehouse of materials. A nascent soul-stage cultivator need to consume astronomical crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures in order to break into the divinity transformation stage. The resources that Xianxia had collected and looted on Spider Den 500 years ago were all stored here for his usage during the breakthrough. Hiss! So many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were glittering right in front of Liao's face like a spectacular thicket of coral. Liao was fascinated by the brilliance and gasped, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Although he was a refiner, he had never seen such abundant treasures before. A third of the materials here were available neither in the Heaven's Origin sector or in the Flying Star sector. Even in Oyezi's memory pieces, they were only briefly mentioned but never really showed up. Xianxia indeed went through a lot of trouble to break into the divinity transformation stage. The entirety of Spider Den must have been exploited by him. No, Spider Den alone could not boast such a large quantity of exotic treasures. Right? They must be from the underground fortress. How could the underground fortress left by the Star Ocean Imperium really be empty? Even though the traps and the magical equipment were damaged during the 10,000 years, heavenly materials and earthly treasures would not decay so easily. 500 years ago, Xianxia was the first to enter the underground fortress. He must have moved all the valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the underground fortress to this place. That was why Bai Xinghe found no valuable items when he entered the underground fortress again 500 years later. But as it turned out, I am the one to take all the advantage now. Liao swallowed hard. Flames were almost spurting out of his nostrils. His training methods were different from normal. Forming the core for him was as difficult as breaking into the nascent soul stage for other cultivators. Before, he did not have enough resources and opportunities. He had been wandering around the core formation stage but could not find a way to get in. Although the superlative height of the building foundation stage granted him the combat ability above the peak of the core formation stage, he was not really in the peak of the core formation stage after all. With so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this place, he was definitely going to soar into sky. However, there were traces of gnawing on many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Liao pondered for a moment and realized that it must have been the mice. What is the relationship between the mice and Xianxia exactly? Liao considered carefully while he explored the warehouse of materials. When he reached the southwest corner of the warehouse, his heart, eyes, and brain froze almost simultaneously. A man was gazing at him in the darkness with his eyes wide open. Liao was so scared that he almost slashed the feathered dragon saber instinctively. He had just scanned the entire training room with his telepathic thoughts and sensed no hints of experts. But the man had been lurking in the darkness, gazing at him, for such a long time without being discovered by him. After releasing 9 layers of spiritual shields instantly, Liao felt safer. He calmed himself down and looked carefully, only to find that he was being paranoid. The man he saw was not alive, but a corpse soaked in a crystal flume. The crystal flume was like a translucent coffin that was filled with bright green preservative liquid. The corpse, covered in a mustard seed suit, was standing inside. In the darkness, the preservative liquid was emitting mysterious fluorescence, making the body seem to be alive. Creepy scents were spreading out of the dead body. Liao's pounding heart gradually calmed down. He discovered that the preservative liquid was quite dirty. There was damage over the entire body, and even the mustard seed suit was riddled with holes because of biting. All was likely the mice's doing. Even the eyelids of the corpse had been torn away by the mice, making the man literally dying with eyes open. That was why he was gazing at Liao in the darkness all the time. Liao thought of something. Although the body had been seriously damaged, he could tell from the facial structure of the body that it was similar to Xianxia's appearance in many pictures. Besides, there could not be a second man who showed up in the secret training room without a reason and whose body was carefully preserved other than Xianxia. The best expert of the Flying Star Sector 500 years ago, the unparalleled expert who had the chance to break into the divinity transformation stage, Xianxia, died just like that in a world of darkness 10,000 meters below the ground, and turned into a cold body that was gnawed at by mice. Even his eyelids have gone. Liao had complicated feelings. In order to break into the divine transformation stage, Xianxia had indeed made full preparations. He had even taken the resistance of apocalypses into consideration. However, he had still failed in the end. He perished, his cultivation gone, and mice even insulted his body after he died. Bai Xinghe said that everything Xianxia did, including killing his wife and the family of his leader, was perhaps a disguise to cover his real purpose, which was to explore the underground of Spider Den for treasures. If Xianxia had known that this would be his ending after he abandoned everything and went through all the trouble, I wonder, would he have given up his dignity and his career? Liao sighed. He could not help but recall the mice that were emitting white brightness. They were like men living in pain who kept reciting their late wife's name in regret. Liao was more and more eager to know what had happened inside the secret training room for 500 years. How did Xianxia die? Where were those mice that could spoke human language from? Liao looked at the back of the crystal flume and found that a lot of debris of magical equipment was piled up in the corner. After examining for a while, he decided that they were the scraps of several artificial bodies. Artificial bodies were different from the spiritual puppets. They were specially refined to serve as bodies for spectral cultivators. Therefore, the specifications of the crystal processor and the overall structure were slightly different. As a seasoned refiner, Liao recognized what the objects were quickly. Scraps of so many artificial bodies? Was there once a strong spectral cultivator in this place, right? Xianxia must have been smart enough to foresee that he might die during the breakthrough. But one's soul would not necessarily go immediately after they died. So, he prepared a lot of artificial bodies in case he perished unfortunately during the breakthrough. Thus, he still had the chance to be transformed into a spectral cultivator and continue his training. However, ghosts have their longevity too. 500 years is too long. Even the strongest spectral cultivators gradually disperse, and all their brainwaves quiet down in the end. When that happens, it marks the arrival of their real death. Liao held back his curiosity and kept exploring. At the bottom of the training room was the true training area, which was divided into two areas, training and meditation. Liao was faced with a whole lot of bizarre-shaped training facilities, as if he had been placed in the middle of an iron forest. He was so thrilled that he was about to cry. So many powerful training facilities. They are all invaluable treasures. Liao held his breath, his hands shaking. He touched the cold shell of the training facilities carefully, especially the red dragon swallowing the sun pattern, which was the battle emblem of the Star Ocean Imperium. They are the training facilities of the military. Judging from the patterns next to the battle emblems, they are prepared for high-level officers. Only real experts in the military were qualified to use them, right? The underground fortress above my head was the last stronghold of the Flying Star sector. In the plan, countless experts would have gathered and fought in this place. Therefore, it is only natural that advanced training facilities were constructed deep inside the fortress. Xianxia selected all the usable training facilities 500 years ago and moved them here. Also, the Fire Stealers 5,000 years ago, who were the predecessors of the Space Pirates, stole a lot of the most advanced training facilities when then carried out Plan Prometheus. They must have brought the stolen goods to Spider Den in the end. Eventually, Xianxia, as the supreme space pirate, took all of them and transferred them here. Therefore, the training room is the essence of the underground fortress, no, the essence of Spider Den. Liao was like a rat that had fallen into a tank of rice. He was flushed with excitement and did not even know where to put his hands. This training machine can release hundreds of tiny ball lightnings no larger than 1 millimeter in diameter instantly. When the ball lightnings are imported into the limbs and organs, the acupoints will be stimulated and the body will be built up. It must be hundreds of times more effective than the common electric arc training equipment. This training machine can simulate 150 times standard gravity. That's awesome. This training machine can stimulate the trainer's brain directly and simulate the battle scenes of 100 experts in the Star Ocean Imperium in their brain. The trainer will be fighting against the experts in the deep meditative state. This training machine is even more powerful than a furnace. It can create an environment of any temperature between absolute 0 and 5,000 degrees. The trainer will be able to train in the burning heat or the freezing cold. As a training maniac and a crazy fan of magical equipment, Liao felt his soul shivering and his blood boiling when he read the introductions that were as glamorous as flowers on the training machines. The meditation chamber at the bottom was an even bigger eye-opener for him. The meditation chamber was not very large. Liao could only cram himself in, and he could only sit cross-legged after he entered it. Dense runes the size of the heads of flies were carved on the smooth walls. When Liao sat at the center of the chamber, they immediately started humming. Every rune turned into a dancing, brilliant butterfly and flew into Liao's brain swiftly. Liao's consciousness was pumped away from his body. It left Spider Den and the Flying Star sector at a speed higher than that of light and returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, to his past. The teachings of so many seniors and masters during his growth popped up inside his brain again. The mechanisms of training, formulas, and techniques that had troubled him before were now as obvious and understandable as 1 + 1 = 2. The details of the bloody battles he experienced occurred to him again. It was like the review of a fierce chess game after the game was completed. Liao reflected on all the battles that he had participated in and thought of dozens of new ways of fighting instantly. During the Limit Challenge competition that I took part in on the Devil Flood Dragon Island, although I was on a killing spree with the backdoors I left on the contestants' magical equipment, such a way of fighting was not the most efficient. If I had adopted this strategy, and this strategy, I might have been able to achieve better results. I once encountered Wang Ji, a silverblood demon and the prince of the kingdom of lion butchers, in the thunderous Sound Mountain. At that time, I could do nothing except run away. But now that I think of it, if I had selected opposite tactics, there would have been a 1% likelihood that I could have reversed the situation and executed Wang Ji. In the battle versus Skeleton Dragon, during the fight against Feng Yuzhong, Liao only planned to have a try of Xianxia's training facilities briefly, but he found it hard to stop when he got started. When he was back to himself, he realized that 3 hours had passed. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I have sorted through most of my combat experience in 3 hours of meditation inside this chamber. My tactical choices are clearer now, and I have a deeper understanding about the utilization of spiritual energy. Although my strength is not improved, my wisdom as to how to use the strength has been significantly improved. Before Liao left the meditation chamber unwillingly, Liao carefully studied the surroundings and discovered that the entire chamber was made of an intact, flawless black jade. The jade was about 5 meters in diameter. A hollow around 2 meters in diameter had been made in the middle and was a natural space for meditation. Liao had never seen such weird jade before. He thought hard and compared it with all the jade materials in Oyezi's memory pieces. Still, he got nothing. It was possible that the jade was from the outer space and was unique in the world of cultivators. No wonder it was built into a meditation chamber by Xianxia. After 3 hours of fighting, the living area was already brimming with bodies. Even the most ferocious red mice were showing signs of exhaustion. When Liao showed up again, the mice all crowded toward him like a tide. The red mice roared, "I am Xianxia. I demand that you kill all the rebels right now, or I will blow you to smithereens together with them." The green mice responded, "I am the real Xianxia. They are all fakes. Just kill all of them right now. I will teach you all my techniques." Ha 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 ha. The purple mice negotiated. "I am Xianxia. Young man, I can see that your body is quite good. Why don't you lend it to me for a while? When I am out of the place, I will find a way return it to you. You can't get out of the place without me. You can't." The depressed blue mice were still leaning against wall while moaning, "It's useless. Nobody is going to get out. Never going out." The few white mice were crouching in a corner. They dragged their voice and cried loudly, "Xiao Yu, I shouldn't have killed you. I'm so regretful. I'm so regretful." The hundreds of mice creaked while they crawled on Liao's body along his legs. They were like the soldiers of Lilliput climbing on a giant that looked like a mountain. Liao frowned. His spiritual energy surged out and blew the mice off his body. Countless mice fell to the ground in an utter mess. The red mice were jumping angrily, the green mice were screaming, and the blue mice were laughing creepily. The room was like a boiling teapot, and Liao felt that his head was dizzy because of all the noise. Liao glared and bellowed, "Stop yelling!" His spiritual energy spread out like tide, mixed with sharp killing intent. The mice shivered and looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of the mice did not dare to move anymore, but the red mice were still shaking their heads and wagging their tails, bluffing. Right then, the training room shook violently again. An ear-splitting explosion took place outside. Liao stuck his ear to the door and listened carefully. Dull noises were echoing outside, as if countless rocks were collapsing. Half a minute later, there was nothing but dead silence. He could not even hear the 2 lustful rock spiders now. The 2 lustful rock spiders burst into fury because they could not crash into the training room. Therefore, they simply collapsed the cave above the training room and tried to bury me alive. Liao inferred such from the sounds. It was within Liao's expectations, so he was not very worried. Such forced collapses were not solid and gapless. With the drill of mystic rays, He could always dig through the obstacles slowly if he had 1 month. I've been here for more than 3 hours, and I don't feel short of air at all. It seems that the air recycling rune arrays are still functioning normally. Also, since so many mice are living in this place, there must be abundant air, water, and food. It was rather chaotic outside. Liao wondered whether or not Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisin had successfully made it to the Star Prior's house when the two lustful rock spiders were attracted to him. Even if they had fled, there were still thousands of space pirates and immortal cultivators on the ground who would not leave in another month or two. Therefore, it might not be a bad idea to lie low there for a while. But there was one question. How can I open the door of the secret training room? Liao frowned. The door he had entered through had blended into the wall after flashes of rune arrays. There was not the tiniest gap right now. The wall seemed to be made of a certain super alloy. Liao took off his gloves and groped with his fingers for a long time. He did not find any gaps or holes at all. He scratched the wall hard with the feathered dragon saber and only managed to scrape off some powder after working hard for a long time. Liao picked up the powder and put it below his nose before he sniffed and examined it. However, he could not discern the elements of the super alloy at all. Pondering for a moment, Liao stored the powder carefully and planned to investigate further with magical equipment later. Then, he took a few steps back and punched the wall hard with all his spiritual energy. Boom! As he expected, the surging spiritual energy was like a bull made of mud that was pushed into an ocean. It did not raise the slightest ripple and was devoured by the wall without leaving any traces. This is getting tricky. In order to avoid the apocalypses, Xianxia must have built the training room with the hardest super alloy with countless defense rune arrays embedded in between. How can I break the shell of the training room with my brute force when even an apocalypse might not be able to? In the notes that Xianxia left, there were only methods to enter the training room. He did not mention how to exit it. It seems that special passwords, gestures, or even cultivation arts are required if one wants to open the door from the inside. Liao quickly thought of what the blue mice had said. We can't get out. We can never get out. Liao raised his hands. His spiritual energy swept across the mice. The mice quickly dispersed, but a red mouse, a green mouse, and a blue mouse were snatched by him. Liao opened his hands and exerted his strength slightly. The 3 mice immediately started squeaking. How should the door be opened? Liao asked coldly. The red mouse was so outraged that the messy hair on the top of its head stood on end. It was trying to stab Liao's fingers with the needles. However, it was held 1 foot away from Liao, and due to the shortness of its limbs, it was not able to touch Liao's fingers. It was so angry, and its whiskers were shaking violently, while it declared, I am the best expert of the flying star sector. How dare you insult me like that? Put me down now, or I will chop off your head with just 1 move. The green mouse struggled hard, with the most cunning expression on its face. It shrieked, Put me down! The door can only be opened with the dream-breaking arts. You can't get out of the place without my help. Put me down. I'll teach you the dream-breaking arts, but you need to bring me out together. And you must help me to eliminate all the fakes. The blue mouse, on the other hand, only laughed miserably. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. I've forgotten the dream-breaking arts. We can't get out. We can't. Liao pulled the green mouse closer and asked, What are the dream-breaking arts? A secret technique of Xianxia's? Tell me everything that you know. The green mouse rolled its eyeballs crazily and scratched his cheeks, stammering, but it failed to come up with anything. Ha! Liao was angry. His telepathic thoughts struck the green mouse's brain like a lightning, which was so painful that the green mouse's limbs were all cramping. Its tail rigid, the green mouse held its head and screamed, I've forgotten the dream-breaking arts. Ah! Hee! The red mice laughed. Ha 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 ha! The blue mice chuckled. Hoo hoo hoo! The black mice giggled. Xiaoyu, where are you? Don't leave me. Xiaoyu. The mice that were emitting white colors were still crouching in the corner lethargically, as if they saw none of what was happening in front of them, while they called a woman's name non-stop. Liao spat in his heart and threw the green mouse away. He captured several more mice, but the results were the same. The red mice were arrogant and bad-tempered. They considered themselves to be the best expert of the flying star sector and would rather die before they surrendered. They would resist without caring about anything, even when they were completely suppressed by him, and were not willing to cooperate with him at all. The blue mice and the black mice acted like there was nothing in the world that they cherished. They kept reciting, "We can't get out." When Liao pushed further, they simply craned their necks and stared at Liao indifferently. The green mice were very willing to cooperate, but they seemed to have really forgotten the dream-breaking arts and could not provide anything of value at all, even though they were quite enthusiastic in negotiating with Liao. Liao was as busy as a bee for half an hour. The hair of those mice was all over his body, but he did not collect any useful information at all. In the beginning, Liao had thought that the mice had wisdom and could be spoken to sensibly. But after further communication, Liao discovered, to his disappointment, that their brain capacity was limited after all and that they could only repeat the several sentences. When the topic was outside that range, their nature would be immediately revealed, and they did not understand what he was talking at all. Realizing that he would not get anything from the mice, Liao could only turn back and continue his searching. Soon, he found the air-cleaning rune arrays and water-cleaning rune arrays. Other than the primary ones, there were also 2 sets of supply rune arrays and countless components for repairs. Their structure was very simple. Even outsiders could repair or replace them very easily. Xianxia planned to lurk below the ground for decades. If anything happened to him, he might even have needed to live on in the form of a spectral cultivator for hundreds of years. Therefore, he had everything set. Even a nascent soul-stage cultivator could not hold their breath for decades. They would be zombies if so. It was good news for Liao. He examined the 2 rune arrays carefully. Judging from the level of damage, they could function normally for at least another several decades and provide sufficient water and air. Then, Liao found the food storage room on the right side of the warehouse of materials. A huge number of high-nutrition drugs, edible and dehydrated heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the meat of eccentric beasts, and a lot of fresh food preserved by the refreshing rune arrays were placed in this room. Most of the food was sealed in cans, especially the high-nutrition drugs and the dehydrated ingredients. They could be stored for hundreds of years without decaying. The fresh meat, on the other hand, had holes all over them. It seemed that the mice had been living on the meat over the past 100 years. Xianxia was in the nascent soul stage. His appetite must be a lot higher than mine. He stored enough food for 100 years. Then, it was unfortunate of him to have perished and turned into a spectral cultivator. Spectral cultivators do not need food or water and can be sustained with crystals only. Therefore, a huge amount of food has been left in this place. Air, water, and food were all sufficient. Liao was greatly relieved. He began to search for a second exit. Xianxia prepared to live here for decades. The garbage and the defecations had to be dumped in a certain way. So, there must be a certain exit in this place. Liao examined the training room carefully and finally found the channel for garbage and defecations an hour later. However, the channel gave him a headache. It did not lead to the outside world but an incinerator nearby. The garbage and defecations would be burnt into ash in the incinerator, and the ash would be blown away by the rune arrays of the wind class later. There were 9 tubes to discharge the ash, all of which were the size of fingers. There was no way that a human being could crawl out through them. This is a dead end. I have to leave through the front door. There are only 2 ways to leave through the front door. Firstly, I can blow up the door with strength that is even higher than that of a minor apocalypse. Or secondly, I have to find out what exactly the dream-breaking arts is. Liao found almost 20 crystal processors in the training room. However, except for the mainframe crystal processors controlling the various rune arrays inside the training room, which boasted tight defense rune arrays that blocked them from the mice, the other crystal processors had been mostly deformed by the mice. But it was not a problem for Liao. He unplugged the storage chips of the broken crystal processors and studied the structure of rune arrays for half a day to determine the storage mechanism. Then, he assembled a small converter and connected the storage chips to the crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Let me see what Xianxia has left in his crystal processors. Liao rubbed his hands. His telepathic thoughts rushed into Xianxia's storage chips along the crystal processor. The storage chips did not have any passwords or barriers. Liao's trouble in cracking them was saved. Several storage chips had been left with a few holes by the mice. The information contained in them was incomplete. However, the remaining ocean of information was already a great eye-opener for Liao, who felt that he had climbed on a mountain of treasures. Most of the jade chips recorded Xianxia's training notes. They were the detailed explanations, suspicions, and reflections based on his own understanding after he studied thousands of techniques profoundly. Not only did he explain the cultivation arts in great detail, he had also recorded the changes in his body and soul. Besides words, there were also pictures, videos, and data detailing his training after he grasped the techniques. This is indeed invaluable treasure. A cultivator in the peak of the nascent soul stage had analyzed every detail in his training process and summarized his lifelong training, including his experience during the breakthrough toward the divinity transformation stage. Every event had been elaborated on. Liao browsed through it quickly. He felt that he had fallen into a giant kaleidoscope. He felt that every word in the notes was as precious as gold. His eyes glimmered, and his heart was racing while he read on. Since Xianxia lived below the ground for more than 100 years, he had left too many notes for Liao to finish reading so quickly. Therefore, Liao put the notes aside and checked other things. Soon, a document named Training Log caught his attention. He vaguely sensed that Xianxia's secret must have been kept inside. The training log was not a journal, but a work record like a logbook for sailors where the status of Xianxia's daily training was noted down. Xianxia seemed to be a taciturn, meticulous man. The training log in the first few years was very brief. The subjects were mainly his body status and the training arrangements for the day. The several years of records were all alike. They were boring, dull, and as precise as machines. However, several years later, short comments appeared in the log. His feelings and his remarks on the cultivation arts were involved. I haven't made any progress in the upper clear flame manipulation arts for 3 months. What a headache. Truth returning technique is purely garbage. It was really a waste of time for me to eliminate 2 pirate gangs in order to get it. Liao speculated that, to live in solitude 10,000 meters below the ground and be secluded in such a narrow space with only mice as companions, the mental pressure must have been very high. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator might suffer from mental illnesses when they lived alone for several years. As Liao expected, when he got to the later chapters of the log, Xianxia became more and more depressed and agitated when he could not find an approach to break into the divinity transformation stage more than 10 years later. Sometimes, there were 2 words in the log for months. Same old. Sometimes, he would be berating many cultivation arts and ancient classics for days, claiming that they were not worth practicing at all. Sometimes, he gnashed his teeth, cursing some people who must have been his enemies. Sometimes, he kept repeating the name of a woman, Xianxia. He swore that the woman was a haunting which that would not rest in peace even though she had died but kept showing up in the room every day. Based on the context, Liao inferred that Xianxia was his wife who was killed by him. She was also the Xiaoyu that the white mice repeated. After 20 years of mental crisis, the log was suddenly written in a different style. It became positive and even started bragging about Xianxia. Xianxia had finally found a way to enter the divinity transformation stage. The last step. I'm about to succeed. The entire flying star sector will kneel before me. It was the last chapter of the log that was in continuity with the previous ones. The next chapter jumped to a month later, which was written in an extremely crazy style. You sick bitch. Why? Why did you have to show up and stare at me at the crucial moment when I was about to break into the divinity transformation stage? Why were you smiling? What was so funny? How did you crawl into the place anyway? How? Speak. Speak. Don't smile. Don't smile. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You made my breakthrough into the divinity transformation stage fail. You made me mentally deranged and heavily wounded. I'm going to die in this wretched place. You made me end up like this. A ghost hiding in scrap iron and copper. I failed. I have failed. Although hundreds of years had passed and Liao was merely reading the log on the light beam, he could still read intense hatred and regret between the lines. It seems that, in order to find an excuse to get out of Heavenly Saint's city, Xianxia killed his wife before he left. Maybe his wife had not cheated on him at all. This is certainly a story with a lot of twists and turns. But the bottom line is, Xianxia felt sorry for his wife and was ashamed when he thought of her. When he finished the arrangements for everything after decades and finally escaped to the underground, preparing to break into the divinity transformation stage, the shame in the bottom of his heart gradually emerged because of the long solitude and let him see his wife's illusion occasionally. Moreover, at the crucial moment when he was about to break into the divinity transformation stage, the wife he killed long ago reappeared in his brain, which made him lose control over his mind and got him killed because of mental derangement. After he perished, his soul transformed into a spectral cultivator and hid in an artificial body. The vacant 1 month must be the period in which he turned from a normal cultivator into a spectral cultivator. Liao read on patiently. The log that followed proved his deduction. The focus of Xianxia's training suddenly shifted from regular techniques to methods to build up soul power for spectral cultivators. However, training in the form of a spectral cultivator was only Xianxia's backup plan after all. Most of the techniques he knew were for living persons, and he did not know much about the training of the spectral cultivators. Therefore, in the more than 100 years that followed, he could only stop his soul from retrograding but could not recreate his formidability in the old days. He could not even return to the peak of the nascent soul stage, not to mention breaking into the divinity transformation stage. 200 years passed. In the last 50 years, Xianxia's training log became more and more disordered and was barely readable. In the messy lines, about 5 different characters were narrating from their perspective at the same time. Are you serious? Xianxia, the old ghost, suffered from schizophrenia after living alone for 200 years below the ground? Judging from the tone and the style of writing, Liao distinguished 5 different characters that were composing the log, or rather, 5 facets of Xianxia's mind that turned into his clones and stated everything on their own. One of the clones were still dreaming about breaking into the divinity transformation stage and uniting the flying star sector. It kept repeating that it would cultivate to the ultimate level, rush out of the underground, unite Spider Den, and sweep the flying star sector with the strength of Spider Denver. Another clone was grasped by desperation. It chewed on Lu the Prior's dark forest theory all day and put forward a lot of assumptions and deductions. It also came up with several possible social structures of alien civilizations and the means of war that those civilizations would resort to against humankind. Many civilizations were as vivid as real things in the deductions. Their strange means of attack made Liao scared and soaked in sweat, too. One other clone was living in regret and completely abandoned training. It grieved over everything in the past and only hoped that the wheel of time could be reversed to the day when his wife was killed. It would extinguish all the ambitions and schemes and simply live a peaceful life with his wife. Only one of the clones remained absolutely calm and pondered brand new cultivation arts. One of the cultivation arts could compress the soul to the minimum into the shape of a needle before darting it into the brain of the prey, so that the control over the prey's head would be taken over. In short, it was a secret art of possession. The second cultivation art was a domineering cultivation art based on his experience in cultivation and more than 10 techniques that he had grasped. It was named Dream-Breaking Arts. However, there were backdoors in the dream-breaking arts. The cultivation art was authentic, but when the trainer practiced to between the 4th level and the 5th level, their brain would endure a fierce storm, and their soul power would be greatly weakened. From the general logic of the dream-breaking arts, it was not exactly a backdoor, because the brainstorm was necessary to purge and cleanse the brain so that further training could proceed. Xianxia was indeed up to something. Liao thought through Xianxia's scheme very quickly. He immediately felt creepy and applauded by Xinghe's wisdom. Xianxia's scheme was quite sordid. He knew that he could not live forever as a spectral cultivator and that he could not regain his previous cultivation no matter what. Besides, the electromagnetic environment of the outside world was complicated and far less stable than 10,000 meters below the ground. He could live hundreds of years in this place, but if he left and was exposed to sunlight, he might really kick the bucket 30 or 50 years later. That was if his hordes of enemies had not come looking for revenge first. Therefore, Xianxia decided to keep hiding below the ground and practiced the art of possession in secret. After all, he had left some bait outside. As long as somebody found the Star Prior's house and his message, they would certainly be tempted to explore the training room of the best expert of the Flying Star sector. Once somebody entered the secret training room, if they were not capable enough, Xianxia could possess them on the spot and reappear with a brand new body. If the newcomer was strong, Xianxia would trick the prey into practicing the dream-breaking arts. When the prey reached between the 4th level and the 4th level and suffered from a brainstorm, Xianxia would suddenly attack them while their soul power was at its weakest. Odds were quite high that he could occupy a new body. Thankfully, it was Bai Xinghe who discovered Xianxia's training room. Boss Bai is truly Boss Bai. He held back his desire for decades and ignored Xianxia's training room. If it were anybody else, they would have been possessed by Xianxia already. Liao wiped the sweat off his forehead and kept reading. Xianxia had unhurriedly implemented his great plan of possession step by step. As time went by, Xianxia's secret art of possession had become more and more sharp and brutal, and the dream-breaking arts were gradually perfected too. Except for the brainstorm that everybody had to experience when they were between the 4th level and the 5th level, it was indeed a powerful super technique. The data had reached around 100 years ago, but the training journal came to an abrupt halt. When new chapters appeared, it was already more than half a year later. The first new chapter had only 2 words. Mice! Mice! The second chapter did not appear until 3 months later. There was only one inexplicable paragraph in it. There are no other solutions. This is the last resort. Thankfully, I have many mice. Liao swallowed and read through all the remaining log patiently in the next hour. Although he had been prepared, he was still dumbfounded when he learned everything that happened later. He glanced at the squeaking mice around him. The mice had all learned of his toughness and did not dare get too close to him. The red mice were gritting their teeth in clattering noises. They glared at him with their tails straightened like spears. The green mice were rolling their eyes non-stop. There was no telling what kind of schemes they were concocting. The blue mice had deep eyes. They stared at him pitifully and told in silence the desperation that had echoed for 500 years. Liao sighed and suddenly felt truly sympathetic for Xianxia. No matter what crimes he had committed years ago, his ending seemed a bit too miserable. Liao imported Xianxia's training log into his mini crystal processor. Then, he brought the log to the meditation chamber at the bottom of the training room. Liao took a deep breath and entered the deep meditative state amid the prolonged humming sounds. The information that he had collected just now was all glittering inside his brain. The general picture of everything and the portrait of Xianxia's life gradually took shape. 500 years ago, Xianxia used to be most famous genius in training of the Flying Star sector. He was born in a middle-class family and revealed his talents when he was very young. He was carefully educated by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and advanced into the nascent soul stage when he was only 100 years old. During the battles to eliminate space pirates, he made a lot of contributions and was promoted to the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. He was responsible for the safety of Heavenly Saints City and the core area of the Flying Star sector. At that time, Xianxia's rise was an out-and-out miracle. Many civilians considered him to be their role model. However, his rise ended there because his supervisor was also a rarely seen genius in training. The two of them were of similar ages and cultivation, but their backgrounds were vastly different. His supervisor was born in a noble family with parents who were both celebrities of the Flying Star sector. If things went on like that, his supervisor could live another 200 years with his cultivation. The vice in Xianxia's title would never be taken away. It was not hard to guess how depressing it must have been for Xianxia, the super genius who had been used to leading the vanguard and making the call in everything, to work as the deputy of somebody else for hundreds of years. A long time later, Xianxia, who had lost his mind by then, left a lot of criticism about his supervisor in his training log. Jealousy, depression, hatred, fury, all the feelings were written between the lines. In Yan Xinjian's opinion, his cultivation, capability, and charisma were all better than his supervisor's, and the sole reason why his supervisor was commanding the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City was the man's background. Envy could tie up a person like a viper. Even the expert in the nascent soul stage could not free himself from it after decades. Then, one day, Yan Xinjian received a detailed map of the underground fortress of Spider Den, as well as part of the permissions that were known as Spider Key, by accident. It was the duty of the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City to deal with the space pirates. Naturally, Yan Xinjian knew everything about Spider Denver. He was aware that a lot of secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium were probably hidden inside the underground fortress. If I can get those treasures, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. I will be able to surpass the noble families and even dominate the entire flying star sector. Liao did not know if Yan Xinjian really thought that way. However, it was not a solo task to hunt for treasures on Spider Denver. He needed strong support. Besides, he was now the mortal enemy of the space pirates. Not to mention Spider Den. If he so much as drew close to the Spider Den space zone, countless space pirates would have blown him out of the sky without any hesitation. Moreover, how was he going to explain everything to the other cultivators? When the message was out, he would not be able to own all the treasures. Therefore, after a painful, prolonged hesitation, he killed his own wife, Yun Suoyu, and slew the entire family of his supervisor. Did his wife really cheat on him? From the context, Liao felt that she did not. Otherwise, Yan Xinjian would not have felt so guilty, to such a degree that he could not let it go after decades. Yan Xinjian was merely devoured by the constantly expanding greed in the bottom of his heart. He did such an insane, inhuman thing only because he needed a justifiable reason to desert Heavenly Saint City and sneak into Spider Den. He made it. After he defected to Spider Den because of the murders he committed, most of the space pirates did not doubt him. But at that time, he was still alone and did not have the power to conduct large-scale searches. Therefore, he managed to incite the cultivators to wage a war on the space pirates. Then, with his advantage as the previous vice-commander of the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, he was granted temporary leadership by many pirate gangs because he was familiar with the enemy. For an unparalleled expert such as Yan Xinjian, there was no way that he would relinquish the leadership after getting it temporarily. In the decades that followed, he defeated the cultivators, purged Spider Den, and seized absolute power. Finally, he achieved his purpose and excavated the underground fortress on a large scale. Yan Xinjian knew that the secret treasures would raise a storm of blood should they appear on the ground. Not only would all the space pirates be fighting for them, it was also very likely that the cultivators would come back again. Therefore, Yan Xinjian simply built a secret training room deep below the ground and shifted the training facilities and precious resources of the Star Ocean Imperium, as well as the treasures he looted in space, into the place. When all the arrangements were completed, he killed all the insiders and set up multiple traps. Then, he left some bait before he entered the secret training room, preparing to break into the divinity transformation stage. It was a perfect plan. Yan Xinjian calculated everything, including the possibility of an apocalypse. But he missed out one thing, which was his heart. He did not expect that his wife, whom he had killed decades ago, would show up again right in front of him when he was breaking into the divinity transformation stage from the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yan Xinjian's mind was disturbed. He was mentally deranged and heavily wounded. After a few days in a critical condition, he died. The only thing that remained was his soul. Thankfully, he had been prepared for such a scenario and could continue his training as a spectral cultivator in the artificial bodies. However, the speed of his training was much lower than when he was alive. Just like that, he continued training for 100 years below the ground, hoping to restore his capability. The high-intensity training was very damaging for the artificial bodies. He had to switch to a new artificial body every few days. Gradually, all the artificial bodies in storage were seriously worn. He had to repair and maintain them on his own and reused the old artificial bodies. Then, an accident happened. When Yan Xinjian entered the secret training room, in order to experiment on new techniques, he had brought a few mice. After hundreds of years, there were already hundreds of mice. With Xianxia's cultivation, even though he had become a spectral cultivator, it was not likely that he overlooked the beasts. Liao estimated that he was too lonely below the ground and simply kept the mice as pets, except that he controlled the total number of them. But it was not within Xianxia's expectation that some mice escaped his attention and broke the crucial components on an artificial body. The damage was very inconspicuous. Xianxia was not a refiner and did not notice it during the maintenance. When he did high-intensity training with said artificial body, a serious accident happened. The outcome was quite miserable. Xianxia's soul was split apart and could not sustain the basic form of a spectral cultivator. He had to possess something immediately, or he would be gone forever. The objects of possession had to be a living creature. Xianxia went through all the trouble and developed such a sordid skill named the dream-breaking arts. But there was no time for him to wait for a human being on the ground to arrive. Right now, the only living creatures inside the secret training room were the mice. It was not difficult to take over the mice's bodies. A mouse's brain was simple in structure and had barely any soul power. There would be barely any resistance. However, since the brains of the mice were too simple, they could not accommodate Xianxia's soul, which was tremendous in size. It was like stuffing an elephant into a rat hole. The mission was simply impossible. Xianxia was truly a genius of training. Before his soul entire dispersed, he came up with a solution. He dissected his enormous soul into hundreds of parts with a secret art, each of which took over the body of one mouse. From the ancient times to this day, possession had always been a dangerous endeavor. One moment of carelessness, and the host might devour the intruder's soul instead, just like Yezi, who tried to take over Liao's body before. Splitting one's soul into hundreds of parts, each possessing a mouse, was an insane attempt that nobody had ever even thought of before. Nobody knew what the consequences would be. But Xianxia had no other choice. Therefore, he said, "I have a lot of mice." How crazy, desperate, and ironic his final words were. The hundreds of mice I saw were indeed Xianxia. Inside every mouse's brain is part of Xianxia's remaining soul. Xianxia had made it. His life continued in hundreds of mice in such a weird way. But he had failed, too, because he did not know any techniques for the training of animals. Liao wiped the sweat off his forehead and kept reading. Xianxia had unhurriedly implemented his great plan of possession step by step. As time went by, Xianxia's secret art of possession had become more and more sharp and brutal, and the dream-breaking arts were gradually perfected, too. Except for the brainstorm that everybody had to experience when they were between the 4th level and the 5th level, it was indeed a powerful super technique. The data had reached around 100 years ago, but the training journal came to an abrupt halt. Mice! Mice! There are no other solutions. This is the last resort. Thankfully, I have many mice. Liao swallowed and read through all the remaining log patiently in the next hour. Although he had been prepared, he was still dumbfounded when he learned everything that happened later. He glanced at the squeaking mice around him. The mice had all learned of his toughness and did not dare get too close to him. The red mice were gritting their teeth in clattering noises. They glared at him with their tails straightened like spears. The green mice were rolling their eyes non-stop. There was no telling what kind of schemes they were concocting. The blue mice had deep eyes. They stared at him pitifully and told in silence the desperation that had echoed for 500 years. Liao sighed and suddenly felt truly sympathetic for Xianxia. No matter what crimes he had committed years ago, his ending seemed a bit too miserable. Liao imported Xianxia's training log into his mini crystal processor. Then, he brought the log to the meditation chamber at the bottom of the training room. Liao took a deep breath and entered the deep meditative state amid the prolonged humming sounds. The information that he had collected just now was all glittering inside his brain. The general picture of everything and the portrait of Xianxia's life gradually took shape. 500 years ago, Xianxia used to be most famous genius in training of the flying star sector. He was born in a middle-class family and revealed his talents when he was very young. He was carefully educated by the sixth sex of Heavenly Saints City and advanced into the nascent soul stage when he was only 100 years old. During the battles to eliminate space pirates, he made a lot of contributions and was promoted to the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the sixth sex of Heavenly Saints City. He was responsible for the safety of Heavenly Saints City and the core area of the Flying Star sector. At that time, Xianxia's rise was an out-and-out miracle. Many civilians considered him to be their role model. However, his rise ended there because his supervisor was also a rarely seen genius in training. The two of them were of similar ages and cultivation, but their backgrounds were vastly different. His supervisor was born in a noble family with parents who were both celebrities of the Flying Star sector. If things went on like that, his supervisor could live another 200 years with his cultivation. The vice in Xianxia's title would never be taken away. It was not hard to guess how depressing it must have been for Xianxia, the super genius who had been used to leading the vanguard and making the call in everything, to work as the deputy of somebody else for hundreds of years. A long time later, Xianxia, who had lost his mind by then, left a lot of criticism about his supervisor in his training log. Jealousy, depression, hatred, fury, all the feelings were written between the lines. In Xianxia's opinion, his cultivation, capability, and charisma were all better than his supervisor's, and the sole reason why his supervisor was commanding the coalition fleet of the sixth sex of Heavenly Saint City was the man's background. Envy could tie up a person like a viper. Even the expert in the nascent soul stage could not free himself from it after decades. Then, one day, Xianxia received a detailed map of the underground fortress of Spider Den, as well as part of the permissions that were known as Spider Key, by accident. It was the duty of the coalition fleet of the sixth sex of Heavenly Saints City to deal with the space pirates. Naturally, Xianxia knew everything about Spider Denver. He was aware that a lot of secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium were probably hidden inside the underground fortress. If I can get those treasures, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. I will be able to surpass the noble families and even dominate the entire Flying Star sector. Liao did not know if Xianxia really thought that way. However, it was not a solo task to hunt for treasures on Spider Denver. He needed strong support. Besides, he was now the mortal enemy of the space pirates. Not to mention Spider Den. If he so much as drew close to the Spider Den space zone, countless space pirates would have blown him out of the sky without any hesitation. Moreover, how was he going to explain everything to the other cultivators? When the message was out, he would not be able to own all the treasures. Therefore, after a painful, prolonged hesitation, he killed his own wife, Yun Suoyu, and slew the entire family of his supervisor. Did his wife really cheat on him? From the context, Liao felt that she did not. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have felt so guilty, to such a degree that he could not let it go after decades. Xianxia was merely devoured by the constantly expanding greed in the bottom of his heart. He did such an insane, inhuman thing only because he needed a justifiable reason to desert Heavenly Saints City and sneak into Spider Den. He made it. After he defected to Spider Den because of the murders he committed, most of the space pirates did not doubt him. But at that time, he was still alone and did not have the power to conduct large-scale searches. Therefore, he managed to incite the cultivators to wage a war on the space pirates. Then, with his advantage as the previous vice-commander of the coalition fleet of the sixth sex of Heavenly Saint City, he was granted temporary leadership by many pirate gangs because he was familiar with the enemy. For an unparalleled expert such as Xianxia, there was no way that he would relinquish the leadership after getting it temporarily. In the decades that followed, he defeated the cultivators, purged Spider Den, and seized absolute power. Finally, he achieved his purpose and excavated the underground fortress on a large scale. Xianxia knew that the secret treasures would raise a storm of blood should they appear on the ground. Not only would all the space pirates be fighting for them, it was also very likely that the cultivators would come back again. Therefore, Xianxia simply built a secret training room deep below the ground and shifted the training facilities and precious resources of the Star Ocean Imperium, as well as the treasures he looted in space, into the place. When all the arrangements were completed, he killed all the insiders and set up multiple traps. Then, He left some bait before he entered the secret training room, preparing to break into the divinity transformation stage. It was a perfect plan. Xianxia calculated everything, including the possibility of an apocalypse. But he missed out one thing, which was his heart. He did not expect that his wife, whom he had killed decades ago, would show up again right in front of him when he was breaking into the divinity transformation stage from the peak of the nascent soul stage. Xianxia's mind was disturbed. He was mentally deranged and heavily wounded. After a few days in a critical condition, he died. The only thing that remained was his soul. Thankfully, he had been prepared for such a scenario and could continue his training as a spectral cultivator in the artificial bodies. However, the speed of his training was much lower than when he was alive. Just like that, he continued training for 100 years below the ground, hoping to restore his capability. The high-intensity training was very damaging for the artificial bodies. He had to switch to a new artificial body every few days. Gradually, all the artificial bodies in storage were seriously worn. He had to repair and maintain them on his own and reused the old artificial bodies. Then, an accident happened. When Xianxia entered the secret training room, in order to experiment on new techniques, he had brought a few mice. After hundreds of years, there were already hundreds of mice. With Xianxia's cultivation, even though he had become a spectral cultivator, it was not likely that he overlooked the beasts. Liao estimated that he was too lonely below the ground and simply kept the mice as pets, except that he controlled the total number of them. But it was not within Xianxia's expectation that some mice escaped his attention and broke the crucial components on an artificial body. The damage was very inconspicuous. Xianxia was not a refiner and did not notice it during the maintenance. When he did high-intensity training with said artificial body, a serious accident happened. The outcome was quite miserable. Xianxia's soul was split apart and could not sustain the basic form of a spectral cultivator. He had to possess something immediately, or he would be gone forever. The objects of possession had to be a living creature. Xianxia went through all the trouble and developed such a sordid skill named the dream-breaking arts. But there was no time for him to wait for a human being on the ground to arrive. Right now, the only living creatures inside the secret training room were the mice. It was not difficult to take over the mice's bodies. A mouse's brain was simple in structure and had barely any soul power. There would be barely any resistance. However, since the brains of the mice were too simple, they could not accommodate Xianxia's soul, which was tremendous in size. It was like stuffing an elephant into a rat hole. The mission was simply impossible. Xianxia was truly a genius of training. Before his soul entire dispersed, he came up with a solution. He dissected his enormous soul into hundreds of parts with a secret art, each of which took over the body of one mouse. From the ancient times to this day, possession had always been a dangerous endeavor. One moment of carelessness, and the host might devour the intruder's soul instead, just like Yezi, who tried to take over Liao's body before. Splitting one's soul into hundreds of parts, each possessing a mouse, was an insane attempt that nobody had ever even thought of before. Nobody knew what the consequences would be. But Xianxia had no other choice. Therefore, he said, "I have a lot of mice." How crazy, desperate, and ironic his final words were. The hundreds of mice I saw were indeed Xianxia. Inside every mouse's brain is part of Xianxia's remaining soul. Xianxia had made it. His life continued in hundreds of mice in such a weird way. But he had failed, too, because he did not know any techniques for the training of animals. Although animals and plants could all turn into creatures of wisdom, there were many prerequisites. Some of them were manually made, such as demons. Their brain cells and bodies underwent world-shaking evolutions within several hundred years. After being filtered harshly, 1 in 10,000 might become powerful biological weapons. Some other creatures might have lived on rough foreign planets that boasted special radiations and mother loads. Against all the odds, the wisdom of the natives was triggered, and they became intelligent. Before Xianxia entered the secret training room, he had calculated everything. But he did not expect that he would be forced to enter the bodies of mice one day. Therefore, although he had prepared a lot of techniques for training as a spectral cultivator, he did not have any training methods for animals. As a result, although he successfully possessed the mice, he did not have any idea how he could carry out his training with the mice's bodies. The training log that followed clearly showed how tense, how crazy, and how desperate Xianxia was after he turned into the mice. The super genius thought of every method possible, trying to transform the training methods of humans so that mice could train with them, too. However, his brains were now no larger than peanuts. How many sparks of wisdom could he trigger even if he used his every single brain cell? Besides, there was something that Xianxia did not think of. When a person's self-awareness was divided into 500 parts, would every independent part of self-awareness equal to the person himself? In the world of cultivators, notions such as clone and real body were not new. However, were the clone and the real body the same person? What was more devastating was that, before Xianxia possessed the mice, he had already been showing signs of schizophrenia. There were almost 5 different personalities inside his brain at the same time. As his soul was divided into 500 parts, the different personalities flew into the bodies of different mice along with the scraps of his soul. The different personalities that used to cram in the same body finally appeared in the secret training room, controlling independent entities. Every group of mice represented one of Xianxia's personalities. They believed that they were the real Xianxia and the other mice were simply Xianxia's doggedness, irrelevant thoughts, and mental obstacles. Since the others were mental obstacles, it was best that they were removed. Therefore, a civil war broke out. The details of the war were not recorded in the training log, but Liao could infer the situation of the war with the chapters written in different tones. Those mice transformed scraps of magical equipment into armor and flying swords and built their own cities and houses with whatever techniques they remembered. They attacked each other every day. During the 100 years, the Xianxians were fighting incessantly inside the training room. The reason was that they could only kill the bodies of the other mice but not the remaining souls lurking inside the victim's brains. Whenever a mouse was killed, the remaining soul inside its brain would simply float away and look for a new mouse to possess. After all, mice were extremely fertile. Without control, they could flourish into thousands of members in several years from 2 to 3 in the beginning. There was abundant food and no predators inside the secret training room. The number of the mice had been growing exponentially. If they had not killed a lot of their companions in the Civil War, the place would have been overflowing with mice a long time ago. However, that was all decades ago. Since decades ago, the updates of the training log had become intermittent. Sometimes there were no new chapters for years. Even if something new was added, it was usually very simple. Even the word order was sometimes wrong. The training log seemed to be written by a 3-year-old who had only just learned the language. The mice were retrograding. Although Xianxia did not find an appropriate training method for the mice, he managed to maintain his techniques and consciousness for decades. But the passage of time was not something that he could resist. The longevity of the mice was short in the first place. Also, because of the gory battles, most of the mice could not live for 1.5 years. Sometimes, when part of Xianxia's remaining soul just took over the body of a mouse, it was immediately slain by others. The process of possession consumed soul power, too. After every possession, Xianxia's remaining soul decreased slightly. Countless feelings, memories, and thoughts were mottled and crumbling, eventually leaving him like black and white butterflies. After countless possessions, his memories and self-awareness were finally gone. What was left was the last big of his determination, like the struggling sparks in an amber. There had been no updates on the training log since 10 years ago. Not a single new word had been added. It seemed that the Xianxians had already forgotten how to control the crystal processor. No, they were not Xianxian. They were just a bunch of pathetic mice that carried Xianxian's different personalities. That was Xianxian's story, which had come to an end. Retrograding was like a snowslide. There was no way to stop it. If Liao had not come, maybe in another 3 to 5 years, the last bit of Xianxian's will inside the mice's brains would have totally vanished. By then, they would have become normal mice and continued living inside the secret training room for the next 100 or 1,000 years, until all the resources ran out and the air cleaning and water cleaning rune arrays broke. Or maybe, Before the last bit Xianxia's soul vanished. The mice would all have gone mad and killed each other brutally, until Xianxia's last self was killed by himself. Liao took a long breath with mixed feelings. He thought for a long time and yet did not know what to comment on what he had read. But an old saying popped up inside his head. If you had seen the day coming, would you have done what you did? Liao was silent. He imagined how sad and desperate Xianxia had been when he decided to tear his soul apart into 500 pieces and throw them into the bodies of mice. Liao also thought, when part of Xianxia's remaining soul invaded the body of a mouse and yet could not find a suitable training method, he had fought hard against other clones, while resisting the irresistible retrogradation of his brain. When his memories faded away like fallen flowers, had he remembered how ambitious he had been hundreds years earlier, when he was promoted to the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City, although he was born a poor boy. Had he remembered his life before he discovered the treasures below the surface of Spider Den, the time when he cuddled his wife and complained about his work while his wife combed his hair and comforted him? All right, let's not think that much yet. I'd better figure out how to get out of this place first. Otherwise, there is a good chance that I will become the second Xianxia. Liao shuddered and shook his head, throwing aside the miserable image of him ending up as the mice behind him. He then searched for the methods to open the door of the training room. Very soon, he found the answer in one chapter of the training log. The mice were not lying to him. The door of the training room had been installed with barriers both on the inside and on the outside. If one wished to open the door from inside, they had to practice the dream-breaking arts to the 6th level and condense their spiritual energy into a unique key with the special methods. Why can the door only be opened with the dream-breaking arts? What is the purpose of such a design? Liao pondered for a moment. Then he slapped his head and realized that it was a silly question. Of course, the dream-breaking arts was the only key to the door. It was all part of the possession plan. 100 years after Xianxia became a spectral cultivator, his soul power gradually diminished, and possession was his only choice. However, even if somebody on the ground found his message and entered the secret training room, they might not necessarily listen to his commands. Those on Spider Den were all cunning, brutal bandits. Would they behave nice and simply practice the dream-breaking arts when he asked them to? It was impossible. The newcomers would definitely be suspicious about him. Besides, even if they were interested in the skill, they did not have to practice it in this place. They could always empty the room out and find a safe place outside where they were protected by trusted people. They could always study the art later. At that time, Xianxia was in the form of a spectral cultivator. His capability was no higher than the peak of the core formation stage. The newcomers might even have been stronger then. He would not have any solution even they did not obey him. That was why Xianxia designed a door that could only be opened via the dream-breaking arts. As long as a newcomer entered the secret training room, the door would be automatically closed and would not be opened again until they practiced the dream-breaking arts. At that time, Xianxia would pretend that he was weak and feeble and say things like, "Young man, I can see that you are talented, and your body is very strong and surrounded by a halo of extraordinariness. I have been dead for years and cannot practice the dream-breaking arts. The hope for us to get out is all on you." Or other similar crap. The newcomer would not have any options. If they did not intend to die of old age inside the training room, they could only behave nicely and practice the dream-breaking arts. As for the dream-breaking arts, except for the minor flaws between the 4th level and the 5th level, it was indeed a powerful technique. The more the newcomer practiced, the less suspicious they would get and the more they would believe that Xianxia was passing the knowledge onto them sincerely. In order to open the gate sooner, the newcomer would definitely train hard. When the first 4 levels were grasped, their suspicions should already be entirely gone, and they would focus their attention on the destiny of the 6th level. Then, when they experienced a brainstorm in the middle of the 4th level and the 5th level, Xianxia would attack the newcomer all of a sudden and try to possess their body. What a marvelous scheme! Liao could not help but wonder what he would have done if the last accident had not happened to Xianxia and he were still alive as a spectral cultivator right now. He was afraid that he would have had to practice the dream-breaking arts anyways, even though he knew that there might be tricks in it. before he figured out a way to fight against Xianxia's wisdom. Thankfully, Xianxia has been dead for decades. There are only a bunch of mice left. There's no way that they can take over my body. I can practice the dream-breaking arts without worry now. Liao licked his lips and retrieved the dream-breaking arts. He browsed through the introduction part first. While he was reading, Liao's mouth grew wider and wider, and his eyes bulged out like two duck eggs. What? The dream-breaking arts can only be practiced when the subject's cultivation is higher than peak of the core formation stage? What the heck? Liao cried helplessly. His training methods were different from normal cultivators. Although his combat ability was close to that of the core formation stage, and he could even fight a nascent soul stage cultivator when he was in his best state, the way that his spiritual energy functioned was the way of the building foundation stage after all. There was a notion called overclocking in the field of crystal processors. By special designs, the low-level crystal processors could have the performance of high-level crystal processors. Liao's training methods were similar to the idea of overclocking. But the low-level crystal processors were essentially low-level crystal processors anyway, however much they were overlocked. Many large programs that required high specifications could not be run on them. What is Xianxia's problem? Why did he have to set such a high threshold for the dream-breaking arts? Liao cursed aloud. He thought carefully and sighed, realizing that it was only reasonable. Xianxia had taken everything into consideration. He must have foreseen that, if he offered a common cultivation art as the password to open the door, the newcomer would definitely be suspicious. Why would a nascent soul stage cultivator choose such a simple technique as the key to the door? There must be something wrong. It was only reasonable and less suspicious if his own ultimate art was set as the password to the door. Besides, a mediocre technique commonly seen everywhere might not interest the newcomer at all. But his own ultimate art would certainly be much more tempting. On the other hand, the dream-breaking arts was the summary of Xianxia's lifelong experience as a cultivator. The essence of his countless other techniques had been embedded into it. When other people picked it up, their body and soul would gradually morph toward Xianxia's original body, until they became ripe for possession. After Xianxia successfully took over the body, he would immediately be controlling the body free at will. There would not be much rejection at all. It was a perfect plan. But it was now a major headache for Liao. I cannot open the door until I reach the 6th level of the dream-breaking arts, and I cannot reach higher than the 4th level of the dream-breaking arts until I advance into the peak of the core formation stage, even though I can practice the first 3 levels. But I am not even in the core formation stage yet. Can I afford to stay here and train myself until I reach the peak of the core formation stage? This place is indeed the best natural paradise for training in the Flying Star sector. 1 day of training here equals to 10 days outside. But do I have that much time? The situation outside could escalate at any moment. Liao felt that his heart was burning. In the 10 days that followed, he seized every second and skimmed through the information and files inside the crystal processors. He also groped the wall inch by inch. He even tried to put on the mystic skeleton battlesuit and cut into the wall with the drill of mystic rays. As a result, the drill of mystic rays and the mystic skeleton battlesuit were both serious damaged, and only a shallow trace was left on the wall. Liao adopted almost 20 different examination methods and analyzed the metal powder off the wall. Yet, he could not tell their specific constituents. He only knew that the material was extremely hard, and its microstructure was similar to the super bendable steel. It could shift the energy on the point of impact evenly to the entire shell, before the energy was buffered, dissolved, and absorbed by the arc-shaped structure of the shell. The energy would then be transferred to the defense rune arrays. Liao calculated for a whole night and came to the conclusion that, if he refined all the high-purity crystals inside the training room into a super bomb, it was possible that he could blow the door open from the inside with a targeted explosion. However, the secret training room was fully enclosed, and the spiritual energy had nowhere to run to, which meant that the abundant spiritual energy would destroy everything inside the training room before it destroyed the door. It would have been difficult for him to survive the explosion even if he hid inside the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Liao was helpless. Right now, he had only one option. He had to advance into the peak of the core formation stage in the shortest amount of time possible and grasp the 6th level of the dream-breaking arts. Liao took a long breath after he made the decision. He threw away the crystal processor and sat on the ground in a daze. Countless mice, red, green, black, and white, surrounded him with their tiny eyes wide open and looked at him without blinking. Liao's training log. Day 1. I never expected that I would be writing a training log. Feels odd. I hope I don't end up like Xianxia. If the day really comes, I will certainly not choose to split my soul and live in the bodies of mice. Now that I think about it, the underground of Spider Den and the underground of Boneyard have a lot of amazing similarities. In the underground of Boneyard, Xianxia, the previous captain of Sparkle, also lived in solitude for hundreds of years in a sealed room. Eventually, his memories faded away and his soul vanished. However, Xianxia and Xianxia are different. Senior Xianxia gritted his teeth to live on for an honorable purpose. He was backed by the belief that he was protecting humanity. At the last moment of his life, even if he had wiped out all his memories, he never forgot his family, especially his wife and his children. His self-awareness dispersed in the beautiful memories where his wife and his children were in his company. I think that he died a peaceful and gratifying death. What about Xianxia? For the pursuit of power and strength, he lost his humanity and killed his own wife. His name was rotten, and in the end he was the victim of his own scheme. When his soul gradually faded away in the brains of the mice, who would he be thinking of? Right now, I'm going to strive for a higher level and more strength, too. If everything goes well, I will advance into the peak of the core formation stage one day. Someday in the future, I may even break into the nascent soul stage and boast the combat ability equal to that of a crystal warship. I hope that I can always remember why I pursued strength in the beginning and do not get lost as my strength increases. Who should I hope to become if I must choose between Xianxia and Xianxia? I don't know whether or not I have the guts to be a hero like Xianxia when the moment of decision comes. However, I will never become Xianxia. Never. Liao's training log. Day 11. I broke 6 ribs today and got my liver torn apart seriously. Thankfully, Xianxia left a lot of advanced medical facilities and healing drugs. After my maintenance, most of the facilities are still running normally. Today, I have finally determined the functions of all the training facilities here. A nascent soul stage cultivator is indeed a nascent soul stage cultivator. His training methods and the intensity of his training are just insane. I have lowered the intensity of most of the training facilities here by several levels, but several key training facilities are not adjustable. I can only train in the level that Xianxia had fixed earlier. It is the intensity that a nascent soul stage cultivator was used to. I feel scared just thinking about it. However, I don't have a choice. It will take about 20 years for a regular cultivator to advance from the peak of the building foundation stage to the high level of the core formation stage. But I don't have that much time. In 5 years or so, there will be enough grand illusionary soldiers to form an army. Whatever plans Xianxia has in mind, they will be fully implemented by then. If I can only get out of this place after 20 years of training, I'm afraid that the entire flying star sector will be filled with the grand illusionary soldiers and controlled completely by the immortal cultivators. Therefore, I have no better ways except to try my best. I have to break into the peak of the core formation stage in 5 years and grasp the 6th level of the dream-breaking arts. Liao's training log. Day 33. The training is harsh. It is depressing to live alone 10,000 meters below ground. 2. I've gradually come to feel the same as Xianxia must have years ago, and I understand why he allowed the mice to reproduce freely. Because observing the mice is now the only entertainment when I'm not training. Many scraps of Xianxia's soul still reside in the bodies of the mice. A different color represents a different personality. The mice of the same personality form a mini-tribe. After a month of observation, together with the reference of Xianxia's training log, I gradually discovered the difference between the mice. The red mice stand for Xianxia's ambitions. Although they are trapped in such a wretched environment, they are still making wild dreams of breaking into the divinity transformation stage and governing the flying star sector. The red mice always consider themselves to be kings of the flying star sector. Occasionally, one of the red mice would crawl to the top of their castle and wave a tiny cloth, shouting, "I'm an expert in the divinity transformation stage. I'm the king of the flying star sector." What is most hilarious is that, before the other tribes attacked the mouse, the other red mice would crowd forward, drag the mouse down, and rip it into pieces. Hee. It seems that, even if they represent the same personality, they are not the same person. Every one of them thinks that they are the real Xianxia and others are merely clones. The green mice stand for the cruelty and cunningness in Xianxia's mind. Their tribe is deadly silent most of the time. All the mice are crouching in dark corners, rolling their eyes, and formulating funny plots one after another. They often come and talk to me, claiming that they are willing to recruit me as their disciple and teach me unparalleled techniques, as long as I bring them out of the place. The most hysterical thing is that they have completely forgotten all the techniques other than their plots. Therefore, when I pretend that I agree to their proposal and ask them to provide their techniques, they will be dumbfounded and simply look at me without words, as if they are crystal processors that have crashed. The blue mice and the black mice probably stand for the desperation that Xianxia accumulated for 500 years below the ground. Other than staring at the ceiling dumbly and repeating things like, "We can't get out," they are always discussing the dark forest theory solemnly. Now and then, they grasp their whiskers and say things like, "It's too dark, and there's nowhere to run to." I've discovered that they have completely stopped reacting to light. Even when I flash them with the most dazzling lamps, they still simply bemoan that it's too dark as if nothing happened. However, I don't like the red mice, the green mice, the blue mice, and the black mice. I like the mice that are emitting mild white colors best. They stand for the greatest loss in Xianxia's heart, his wife, who was killed by himself. The pure white mice are the smallest in number. They do not like to participate in the competitions among mice. Their favorite thing is to mumble alone in the corners. Sometimes, I listen to them carefully and find that they are recalling their past with their wife hundreds of years ago. At that time, Xianxia was not the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the six sects of Heavenly Saints City yet. He was merely a talented, ambitious young man. Since he devoted most of resources to training, life was quite difficult for him. He only managed to climb higher and higher with the encouragement and support of his wife. Every time they get to the end of their story, the pure white mice always sob in grief. Occasionally, when they are too sad, they even run to the front of other mice and yell, "You killed her. It was you who killed my wife." Naturally, they end up being ripped apart by other mice, and their remaining soul turns into a streak of whiteness, looking for a new mouse to possess. Several times, I also saw the pure white mice drag out ignorant female mice from the cage, hug them and murmur, Xiao you," regarding them as their wife. Those female mice were not possessed by any soul. They were the most ordinary animals. They could not do anything despite their hard struggles. Other clones of Xianxia all burst into laughter when they saw this. I felt quite uncomfortable seeing what happened to them. Finally, one day, I drove away mice in other colors and built a small house for the pure white mice with the materials that I specially prepared. I then established defense rune arrays around the house, so that the mice that stood for the guilt and shame in Xianxia's heart could live in peace temporarily. Liao's training log. Day 356. Without me knowing it, it's been more than a year. There have been no sounds outside at all over the past year. I don't know whether or not Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen successfully ran away or if people of the Temple of Immortals were all annihilated. However, neither of the two parties should know that I'm in this place. Bai Xinghe was the only one who knew the secret of Xianxia's secret training room. Also, the two lustful rock spider went on a rampage and buried the entrance to the secret training room with abundant rocks in their fury. There are no magical equipment or techniques in the underground fortress. Even if some members of the Temple of Immortals escaped, there should be no reason for them to excavate the underground fortress on a large scale, given the tremendous manpower and resources required. Therefore, I can train myself without worry here. After 1 year of training, although my cultivation is still in the superlative height of the building foundation stage, my combat ability and my battle sense have undergone drastic changes. By my estimation, they are at least twice as good as 1 year ago. I've been absorbing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Xianxia left with the art of the swallowing whale every day, and my body of flesh and blood have both been upgraded in amazing ways. As for the techniques that Xianxia left, except for those that only people above the core formation stage can practice, I've studied almost all of them. When I compared them with the techniques that I knew before, I was greatly inspired by the similarities and differences between them. Maybe, on the same day next year, I'll be advancing into the core formation stage. Liao's training log. Day 577. Today, Xianxia's clones had an unprecedented war. In fact, there had been signs of war since days ago. The mice collected a lot of food and crystals, which was quite unusual for them. They then crafted countless, flying swords that looked like needles and strengthened their castles. Even the red mice that were often very bad-tempered went quiet. However, since my training came to the crucial moment, I didn't have time to pay attention to the mice. When I noticed it, the war between the mice had already begun. The red mice seemed to be planning to destroy all the other mice once and for all. At the end of the war, every party involved left almost 1,000 bodies. Hundreds of Xianxia's remaining souls were broken apart. The remaining souls that still existed were extremely lackluster and looked like shaking candles that were about to burn out. I even saw that one of Xianxia's remaining souls tried to possess a mouse, only to fly out in half a minute after crawling into the mouse's ear. It was even more pitiful after the endeavor. That remnant of Xianxia's soul had been weakened to such a point that it could not guarantee to possess a mouse now. I suddenly realized why the war had broken out. Xianxia's doom has come. His remaining soul was too weak to be weakened any further. It will perish completely within 1.5 years. Liao's training log. Day 701. Anxious. I'm very anxious. My capability is now so strong. I can punch 1,000 times in 1 minute under 50 times the standard gravity. The blast from my fists can trigger a force of thousands of kilograms up to 3 meters away. With a telepathic thought, the weight of thousands of kilograms can be condensed in an area the size of my fingertip. I can survive for dozens of seconds in an environment of almost 1,000 degrees. Naked. Even if the environment suddenly shifts to -200 degrees, I won't even bat an eye, and 30% of my combat ability will still remain. In the ancient classics of training, it was described that high-level cultivators were unwavering in front of flood or fire. That must be what I'm currently experiencing. But why can I never find an opportunity to form the core? Liao's training log. Day 733. The red mice have gone extinct today. The ambitions deep inside Xianxia's heart are finally gone. Barely any mice in other colors are alive now. As for the pure white mice, there is only the last of them. For some reason, as Xianxia's remaining soul perished bit by bit, I was gradually grasped by desperation, too, and I did not have the courage to imagine what my life would be like once all the remaining souls were gone. Maybe, deep in my mind, I considered his remaining soul as someone alive, no matter how evil and sordid he was. Once someone died, I would be the only person in this room. Can I really succeed in forming the core? Will I ever get out of this place? Today, I asked myself in the mirror such questions. A weird thing happened. The me in the mirror looked like a totally different person. His left eye was emitting demonic red brightness, and he nodded his head affirmatively with a mysterious smile on his face. I was greatly shocked and shook my head hard. When my mind was clear again, I looked at the mirror, only to discover that there was no mirror. I was merely talking to myself against a wall. Liao's training log. Day 809. I feel that I'm now mired in a weird swirl. My strength continues expanding, but my cultivation does not rise accordingly. Recently, I've been feeling that my brain is not enough to control every part of my body. I often make attacking movements subconsciously, like a tyrannosaur driven by the lust of killing whose brain is only the size of a peanut. Is this mental derangement? I've read a lot of books, including those left by Xianxia and the ancient classics in the heavenly refining tower deep inside my brain. I searched for the symptoms of mental derangement when a cultivator was about to break into a higher level. I discovered that the anomalies that happened to me were different from the normal symptoms of mental derangement. But anyway, I cannot continue training in such a way. Something serious is definitely going to happen to me if I go on. After a long period of consideration, I've decided today that I'll put my training on hold for now. After all, my combat ability is dozens of times higher than that of the peak of the building foundation stage in common sense. Since so many cultivators in the peak of the building foundation stage have formed their cores with a lesser combat ability, the obstacle that blocks me from forming the core should not be my body. Of course, I will not idle by 10,000 meters below the ground. Don't forget that I'm a hybrid-type cultivator. Other than talent in combats, I'm also gifted at creation. I've stopped worrying about the ways to form the core and brought out the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, the Dragon King Battlesuit, and the Unparalleled Extension. I plan to study how to combine the two super crystal suits and the most advanced Ares extension of the Flying Star sector. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Xianxia's training room are not absorbable. Leaving them below the ground will be the greatest waste ever. I'm planning to craft the best crystal suit of the Flying Star sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Blood Demon sector with those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the key components on the two super crystal suits. Then, based on the crystal suit, I will build a tailor-made unparalleled extension for myself. Mystic Skeleton plus Dragon King, unparalleled in the Sea of Stars. Just thinking about them is enough to make me thrilled. Liao's training log. Day 1000. What a nice surprise. Since I gave up the pursuit of absolute strength when I sensed the untamable desire for killing deep inside my heart half a year ago, I've been polishing my mind by refining crystal suits. The combination of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit and the Dragon King Battlesuit went very well. Also, during the arduous tasks of designing and forging day after day, I could clearly feel that my mind was cleansed and perfected. As a result, last night, when I completed the design of a critical valve of the strengthened crystal reactor, I suddenly felt that my spine was itching so hard that I could barely resist. My limbs and internal organs seemed to have turned into endless dragons flooding into my spine and then gathering at the end of my spine. I had the feeling that the end of my spine was expanding. I knew that the evolution had begun. My second brain is awakening, maturing, and taking shape. When the ancient cultivators strove for a higher level, they often valued opportunity or spur of the moment. In fact, such feelings were just the reactions between their brand new organs and the surrounding spiritual energy. This is my opportunity. Better late than never. I'm going to have everything prepared in 3 days and advance into the core formation stage officially. 3 days later, at the bottom of the secret training room, Liao was sitting in the middle of the meditation chamber, which was made of an intact meteorite, surrounded by the carefully selected heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The pills and the crystals were all glowing, making him seem to be made of translucent jade, too. Immense vitality was flowing below his skin like tides. After more than 3 years of high-intensity training in solitude, Liao was now more serene, solemn, and peaceful. His eyes looked like oceans before a great storm. Finally, I've reached the threshold. Liao sensed the tremendous energy inside his body that was about to burst. There was no emotion on his face, not even expectation, because everything was natural and a matter of course. My current capability is dozens of times higher than the peak of the building foundation stage. Stably compressing such tremendous spiritual energy from the liquid form into the solid form is going to be extremely difficult. If I'm careless for one moment during the compression, the spiritual energy in the solid form will become disordered and transform into the purest chaos, which will rip me apart directly. However, if I miraculously succeed, Liao exhaled slightly and dispelled the messy thoughts from his brain. He checked the items that might be of use for the last time and began the process of forming the core. I will not fail. On the other side of the sea of stars, in my home, somebody is waiting for me. I already have a way to calculate the coordinates of the heaven's origin sector. The path home is right before my eyes. Nothing in this world is going to stop me. Liao gritted his teeth and activated the core formation instrument. The core formation instrument was a piece of ancillary magical equipment to help the formation of the core that Liao had invented himself. It looked like a special crystal suit, except that countless bottles of drugs were connected to the shell of the magical equipment. When Liao released his spiritual energy unstoppably, the fully enclosed suit would cover all the spiritual energy inside. Together with the tightness of the meditation chamber, an environment similar to the supercompressed crystal reactor would be simulated. The strengthening drugs were condensed into lines of liquids thinner than his hair because of the high pressure, and they penetrated into Liao's body before being released among Liao's muscles, veins, and nerves. In a moment, as Liao fully released his spiritual energy and started compressing it, Liao shuddered violently and felt that his entire spine had woken up. It was expanding, expanding, and expanding into a raging gold dragon. In the meantime, all kinds of illusions were popping up inside his brain. The wheel of time was reversed, and his consciousness went backwards as if it were ebbing. It returned to the surface of Spider Den, Heavenly Saints City, the Iron Plateau Space Zone, Boneyard, and the Heaven's Origin Sector. In the end, it came back to the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City of the Star Glory Federation. He was a baby lying in a stinky gutter, staring at the dim, yellow sky quietly. Backwards, backwards. He continued going backwards on the path of his life. There was suddenly nothing but blackness in front of his eyes. Liao found himself in the middle of warm water and could not have felt more comfortable and safer. He had turned into a tiny fetus and returned to the original point of his life. At this point, his life had only just sprouted. There were endless possibilities in his evolution. His brain, spine, limbs, and internal organs did not exist yet. The only things that existed were episodes of causality that interweaved into helical forms and were dancing like butterflies. Liao's soul was as clear as moonlight. He knew exactly what he was going to do. He had already found the password of his body. He would optimize his body from the source and unseal the barrier of evolution so that the speed of evolution could be hundreds, thousands, millions of times higher. With a telepathic thought, part of Liao's spiritual energy flew toward his episodes of causality. The chains of genes were ripped apart. The evolution rushed forward toward a whole new direction. Boom! A thunderclap echoed inside Liao's spine. An organ that did not exist in the beginning, similar to the spiritual root, except that it was hundreds of times stronger, was sprouting, growing, developing, and expanding at the end of Liao's spine. If Liao's soul could have left his body at that moment and observed himself externally, he would have discovered that his every cell was spurting endless light and heat like a volcano. The brilliance had even pierced through the iron suit he was wearing and turned it as transparent as glass. Below the transparent suit, his veins, nerves, bones, and internal organs were so clear that they seemed to be soaked in certain white, fluorescing liquids. Liao finally could not hold it any longer and roared. Ah! He felt as if a small black hole that was about to devour his soul, flesh, and spiritual energy had appeared at the end of his spine. He had no choice except to summon the spiritual energy all over his body and throw it into the black hole incessantly. Liao had a vague feeling that, if he could fill the black hole before the spiritual energy inside his body ran out, he would not only be advancing into the core formation stage but also forming a unique supercore. But if he failed to fill up the black hole before his spiritual energy ran out, it would definitely continue devouring, eventually crushing Liao into the most fundamental particles. He would be gone from this world for all eternity. Time and space had lost their significance. Liao had no idea how long the process had lasted at all. He kept drifting in a vast universe like a lonely cell. His telepathic thoughts left him at the speed of light and turned into shining stars in the dark space very soon. Did I make it? Did I make? Did I? Did? Another year had passed. It had been 5 standard years of the Star Ocean Imperium since the great confrontation between the previous king of space pirates and the new one. The flying star sector had changed more during those 5 years than it did during the 500 years before the event. The fire of war had consumed many space zones. Countless cultivators had unfortunately perished. A lot of new organizations had risen to fame in the chaos, and the new generation's experts had gradually stepped onto the stage, drawing new paintings in the sea of stars with their hot blood and the blades in their hands. Capital Nest, the biggest city on Spider Den, had been totally reshaped by the continuous war. In the afternoon of that day, inside a forsaken tunnel of Capital Nest, the earth was shaking slightly, and feeble sounds were echoing deep below the ground. A moment later, the earth suddenly bulged high before it collapsed down and revealed a hole more than half a meter in diameter. The broken rocks fell silently, but there was no sound of them hitting anything for a long time, which indicated that the hole was very deep and perhaps led to the core of the planet. Half a minute later, an average-sized young man awkwardly crawled out of the hole. He looked quite plain. His messy hair covered his shoulder randomly. Since he had been out of the sunlight for a long time, his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. His eyes were quite weird. They seemed to be covered by a colorful membrane. Even in the depths of darkness, colorful brilliance was still shining in his eyes as he looked around. He seemed a bit thin and there was not much muscle on his body. However, when the sharp-edged rocks scratched his skin, not only did they fail to break his skin, their edges were also polished smooth, as if somebody had touched them thousands of times carefully. Almost 10 colorful rings were outside of the young man's pupils. In the darkness, all the rings were expanding and shrinking, as if the most precise crystal cameras were adjusting the focal length. When he finally sensed the brightness outside of the tunnel, the young man was dazed for a moment. His eyes were soon filled with tears. He lay on the ground, his limbs all stretched out and waving crazily. His belly was rising and falling, as if an ocean had been stuffed inside. Cries of joy and relief were echoing deep inside his throat. The young man was, of course, Liao. After 5 years, he had finally escaped from Xianxia's secret training room. "Old Yan, come here," Liao cried and laughed for a while. Then he took out from his pocket a metal cylinder, which had ventilation holes, and opened it carefully. Inside the cylinder were 2 mice. Over the past 5 years, Xianxia's soul fragments that were attached to the mice had gradually withered. When Liao broke out of the training room, all the other remaining souls had dispersed except for a mouse that had been emitting white colors in the beginning. However, the white colors on the mouse was fading away too, and its behavior was no different from common mice. Regret and longing similar to human beings occasionally appeared in the mouse's eyes, but they were soon eclipsed by the cruelty of animals. When Liao left Xianxia's secret training room, he brought the mouse and a female mouse that it would not let go of out together. "Go now, old Yan, and your Xiao Yu." Liao put the 2 mice on the ground. They hugged each other and crawled to the inside of the tunnel, staggering. Soon, they disappeared into the darkness. Watching the 2 mice gradually disappear, Liao felt both delighted and lost. He calmed himself down and thought of his plan again. When he was digging holes below the ground, he could vaguely sense the frequent intense explosions on the surface. It seemed that a fierce war was still on. It was a good sign that suggested that Xianxia's grand illusionary soldiers had not taken over Spider Den completely yet. There was still a chance to change everything. Xianxia, the crownless king of the flying star sector. "The war between you and me has finally begun." Liao smiled and walked out of the forsaken tunnel. He raised his right hand and retrieved a ragged, gray coat from his cosmos ring before he put the clothes on. After every step he made, the air around him would slightly change. The strange colors inside his eyes were gone, and his eyes appeared dirtier. His skin, which was as warm and smooth as jade before, turned thick and rough too. When he got out of the forsaken tunnel, he seemed to be a totally different person. A shrimp of the lowest class that could be seen everywhere on Spider Den Capital Nest was burning. The biggest city on Spider Den had never been affected by any war since the battle to protect Spider Den 500 years ago. But in Liao's 5-year absence, it had become battered and buried in debris. Liao walked upwards along the spiral stairs. Wherever his eyes reached, he could see that countless tunnels and caves had collapsed, and many of what used to be buildings were debris lying awry on the ground now. Traces of fire and battle could be found in a lot of places. In some places, even the mountains were half blown apart, revealing the bare, ugly rocks below. Liao was planning to capture a space pirate for interrogation when hasty alarms suddenly echoed above his head. He raised his head and found dozens of white pillars of smoke left in the sky, as if several shooting stars had just flown past the broken atmosphere. Brightness vaguely flowed out of Liao's eyes. He raised his hands and released Narration, which had been heavily modified by him. The magical equipment entered stealth mode instantly and observed the Earth from the sky hundreds of meters from the ground. The surface of Spider Den was enshrouded in smoke and dust. The ground near Capital Nest seemed to have been hit by hundreds of meteor showers. Steams and smoke were popping up non-stop from the pits. The colorful smoke did not vanish until a long time later, as if it had been frozen. On the top, the smoke dispersed into what seemed to be mushrooms, making them look like a weird forest. When the shooting stars passed the sky, hundreds of sword auras and pillars of light rose from the ground and darted toward the shooting stars. A certain defense rune array seemed to be functioning. However, the trajectories of the shooting stars were extremely unsteady, and they were as unpredictable as dry leaves in a blowing wind. Besides, there were defense rune arrays outside of the shooting stars, too. Even when they were hit by the sword auras on the ground occasionally, they would continue smashing at the ground without being damaged after ripples of light spread out over their surface. Boom! 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 Countless shooting stars hit the ground and raised a sandstorm hundreds of meters high. Soon, clattering noises echoed inside the sandstorm. A silver metal torrent flooded out of the sandstorm and blossomed like a flower into the various tunnels of Capital Nest. Grand illusionary soldiers. Liao pupils constricted violently. From the perspective of Narration, he could clearly see that the metal torrent was made of silver war puppets with limbs, a head, and everything. But they were all no higher than 2 meters. It was unlikely that they were crystal suits. The only possibility was that they were the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers that had been dispatched for the battle were completely different from the prototypes that Liao had seen in the meeting of the next millennium 5 years ago. They were apparently better made. The rune arrays carved on their bodies were more elegant and glamorous. Illuminated by the setting sun, brilliance was flowing on them, indicating that they were made of more advanced materials. 2. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers have been deployed to assault Spider Den, and the Temple of Immortals and the Space Pirates are actually the defenders now. It seems that the immortal cultivators are in a bad position. A lot of the cultivators' warships must have gathered near Spider Den. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers required the spiritual nexus to be connected to the enormous database of the Grand Illusionary Group in order to achieve their best performance. Based on Liao's knowledge 5 years ago, there was no spiritual nexus in the Spider Den space zone. Therefore, quite a few crystal warships of the cultivators must have gathered in space and established a temporary network as its nodes. The Immortal Army and the Space Pirates in various directions of Capital Nest, noticing that the Grand Illusionary Soldiers had invaded, lunged out and fought the intruders hard. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers are quite strong. Liao observed the situation calmly. Compared with the prototypes 5 years ago, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers today moved more agilely and had abundant tactical choices. Liao noticed that they frequently performed the classical moves of the best exos as if actual humans were controlling the metal puppets. Common Grand Illusionary Soldiers could resist the bombardment of crystal cannons head-on almost 5 times. For the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, which were more eye-catching in color and protected by multiple layers of spiritual shields, they could even be on par with the Space Pirates in the building foundation stage during the battle. It will indeed be terrifying if there are 1,000,000 such warriors. Liao continued climbing upwards, searching for a suitable target. Very soon, he found a burning building and a few dead bodies on the ground nearby. Liao opened his fingers. His spiritual energy surged out like a tide and forced the bodies to float in midair. He moved his fingers quickly. The crystal suits on the few bodies were dissected into the most basic components after a walla sound. Tens of thousands of components formed a tornado in the air and swirled rapidly. Liao curled his finger. The tornado of components moved toward him and wreathed him. After a period of clattering sounds, a brand new crystal suit was assembled, and the redundant components darted out automatically into the rocks like bullets in ear-splitting noises. His left hand behind him casually, Liao extended his right index finger. A brilliant sun was soon shining on his finger. Immense spiritual waves were spreading out of the light ball, which was soon perceived by the grand illusionary soldiers. They were like a group of sharks that had smelt a drop of blood. 7 grand illusionary soldiers immediately lunged at him. Liao shook his right hand. The light ball of spiritual energy vanished into thin air. The surface of his crystal suit was covered in a thin spiritual shield, and he simply allowed the grand illusionary soldiers to barrage him. He discovered that the grand illusionary soldiers were made of teams of 7. Every team had roles such as remote attackers, melee fighters, snipers, and tanks. The teamwork was neat and flawless, indicating that they had been well trained. The specifications of the temporarily assembled crystal suit plummeted like a thermometer that had been broken. Bathed in the sword auras and the bombardment of spiritual energy, Liao noted every perceivable change, deep in thought. In less than half a minute, the crystal suit on his body had been riddled with holes and was on the brink of destruction. Some of the crystal cannons hit the parts of his skin that were exposed to the air, but it seemed that they had missed their target since there was absolutely no damage at all. The combat data has mostly been collected. Liao extended his right hand again and snapped his index finger. A streak of whiteness darted out of his fingernails and blew up the head of a grand illusionary soldier instantly before it marched to the next one. It was not until the heads of 3 grand illusionary soldiers were blown up that a high-pitched noise was echoing above the battlefield. What is their internal structure? Liao opened his right hand and pressed down. The remaining 4 grand illusionary soldiers seemed to be suppressed by an invisible mountain. However many sparks were bursting out of their joints, they could not move forward even one step. Hundreds of spiritual threads emerged like vipers on Liao's right hand. They slithered toward one of the grand illusionary soldiers. They circled around the grand illusionary soldier 3 times before they found the first gap. Shwa! 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 Liao's spiritual threads flew up and down around the grand illusionary soldier. 5 minutes later, the grand illusionary soldier was dismantled into the most fundamental components. The structure is quite precise. The designs of 5 classical crystal suits have been borrowed from. The key components are all made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Quite a piece of magical equipment. It must have consumed a lot of resources, though. Liao's eyes were like 2 crystal cameras with extremely high resolutions. The loose components were transformed into microstructural designs and saved in his brain. In the same way, he dismantled the rest of the grand illusionary soldiers that were designed for different purposes. According to the different tactical purposes, the sniper, the melee fighter, and the heavy firepower grand illusionary soldiers boast different designs. The commander has a strengthened telepathic thought reception rune array attached to its crystal processor, which ensures that enough information can be received even if the spiritual nexus is unstable, and it can share the information with its subordinates. Pa! Liao held his right hand. All the components floating in midair were pressed together by the invisible spiritual energy as if they were plasticine. They were crumbled and crushed until they became a big, smooth iron ball. Watching the iron ball falling into the deepest part of a mining hole, Liao was deep in thought. It seems that the technology in the grand illusionary soldiers has significantly improved in the past 5 years. Such a team of grand illusionary soldiers may mean little for the cultivator above the core formation stage, but they can pose a huge threat for common cultivators. If there are enough of them, say 10,000, even a core formation stage cultivator would have a headache. Also, since those grand illusionary soldiers have been deployed for battles publicly, they are perhaps not the best weapons under Xianxia's control. Chances are that he is manufacturing even stronger grand illusionary soldiers in secret. Liao roamed the battlefield in the ragged crystal suit, looking for a suitable target to interrogate. He was desperate to know what had happened in the outside world exactly during his 5 years of training below the ground. He did not intend to capture an ordinary space pirate, because they were merely cannon fodder and had no access to inside information. He did not want to capture the soldiers of the immortal army, either. Those immortal cultivators might know much more information, but they were also the most fervent zealots and would not tell him the information he needed easily. Soon, he found a perfect target. It was a team of space pirates with a battle emblem of a bloody raindrop, which was a sign of the Storm Prison Pirate Gang, on their crystal suits. Since Feng Yuzhong was designated by the Temple of Immortals as the new ruler of space pirates, his subordinates must know more than other people do. The space pirate in the lead is in the peak of the building foundation stage. He must be one of the core members in the Storm Prison Pirate Gang. It shall be him. Liao moved forward and turned into a streak of brightness. When he accelerated, the whole world seemed to be frozen by a cluster of invisible glue. The immortal army, the space pirates, and the grand illusionary soldiers were suddenly slowed down, and he was the only one that retained the high speed. Shua! When Liao reached the center of the battlefield, the ragged crystal suit on his body had long been shattered, but his target was a muscular man more than 2 meters tall, more than 2.5 meters tall, including his heavy crystal suit. However, Liao snatched the neck of the space pirate with his right hand only and dragged him off the battlefield without any trouble. The space pirates, the immortal cultivators, and the grand illusionary soldiers only sensed something flash by. The next thing they knew, a man who had been jumping and yelling a moment ago vanished into thin air. Inside an abandoned warehouse far away from the battlefield, Liao shook his right hand, and cracking noises echoed inside the space pirate's body, which looked like a black, iron tower. Liao broke all his joints, and he was tossed to the ground like a spineless snake. Liao's spiritual energy entered the space pirate's body and mercilessly stimulated the nerve endings and acupoints like needles. Ah! The space pirates jerked up as if he had been hit by 10,000 lightning bolts simultaneously, only to be pressed down by Liao's spiritual energy. He seemed to have hit an invisible cap and fell back to the ground heavily. His eyes were so bloodshot that they might have burst out at any point. Right when his soul power was the weakest, redness blinked in Liao's eyes, and he threw a terror bomb into the space pirate's brain, where it was detonated. In a moment, the space pirate began seeing all kinds of illusions. He felt if he was placed in the middle of a magnificent furnace whose walls were as smooth as mirror. He could not get out of the cage however hard he tried. On the bottom of the furnace, the temperature was rising, and the air gradually turned more scorching than ever. On the top of the furnace was a horrendous devil that was staring at him emotionlessly. The space pirate completely broke down and stopped struggling. He breathed heavily and cramped uncontrollably. Liao observed for a moment and asked solemnly, "Did you enter the underground fortress 5 years ago? What became of Bai Xinghe in the end?" The space pirate shuddered in both fear and confusion. As if hypnotized, he murmured, "5 years ago, I followed Captain and went to the underground fortress. But we encountered flood, explosions, and collapses and got trapped for an entire month before we finally escaped. Bai Xinghe, Boss Bai, was strong. Too strong. Boss Bai fought hundreds of space pirates and immortal cultivators all by himself. He heavily wounded Captain and the Black King of the Temple of Immortals. Although the blood on his body was almost running dry, he killed 2 of the 8 blades of Black Spider unhurriedly before he finally fell into the flood. We searched for his body in the water for a long time but found nothing. It was perhaps swept to a deeper part of the underground fortress by the flood." Oh! Liao was immediately interested. It was unlikely that Bai Xinghe survived the battle against 2 experts in the nascent soul stage and hundreds of other high-level cultivators. However, since the man's body was never found, he could make something out of that. After pondering for a moment, Liao spoke again. "Tell me any news on the Great Horn Exo Society in the past 5 years. The space pirate quickly replied, "The Great Horn Exo Society has been growing quickly over the past 5 years. It is almost the biggest exo society of the Flying Star sector now. They established their headquarters on Iron Plateau, and a lot of elites among the Chi trainers have joined the Great Horn Exo Society. As for their equipment, the Glorious Sunlight Group has greatly supported them. The Glorious Sunlight Group is another organization that has been expanding quickly over the past 5 years. The Glorious Sunlight Magical Equipment Research Center is now almost on par with the 3 main Crystal Suit Centers and has provided a lot of advanced magical equipment. Supported by Iron Plateau and the Glorious Sunlight Group, although Lei Dalu, the captain, and by Kaisin, the advisor, are merely in the core formation stage, the Great Horn Exo Society has a lot of hands and a high comprehensive capability despite its lack of super warriors. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisin had both escaped. Liao was greatly relieved. It was a piece of good news that he had been looking forward to for 5 years. Has the Glorious Sunlight Group been developing fast recently? Liao asked calmly. In the Space Pirate's illusion, Liao's voice was as overwhelming and irresistible as thunder. He could only confess obediently. Very fast. The Glorious Sunlight Group is already one of the strongest organizations in the Flying Star sector, other than the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. There is a guy named Wu Mayan in the Glorious Sunlight Group. He is the best expert in the younger generation of the Flying Star sector now. He has killed many of our people in the past 5 years. The Black Spider Tower organized several assassinations against him, but none of the attempts succeeded. Liao could not help but smile in his mind. The young Wu Mayan was indeed not idling around. Having received satisfactory answers to the 3 most crucial questions, Liao was much more confident about the situation right now. He then asked the space pirate about the history of the Flying Star sector in the past 5 years unhurriedly. It was only after he asked carefully that he learned a great many events had taken place in the Flying Star sector over the past 5 years. 5 years ago, during the final battle between the old king of space pirates and the new, although Feng Yuzhong and the Black King had been heavily wounded and Bai Wulei had even been executed by Bai Xinghe, Bai Xinghe's great escape plan did not work out in the end because of Bai Kaisen's abrupt appearance. The Temple of Immortals still controlled Spider Den. Then, the survivors of the Temple of Immortals got out of the underground fortress in the next month and successfully subdued all the forces that were still loyal to Bai Xinghe. Since Bai Xinghe and Bai Wulei were both dead, there was a power vacuum in the Abyss Pirate Gang. It was incorporated into the Immortal Army and the Storm Prison Pirate Gang. After taking over the whole of Spider Den, the Temple of Immortals soared in capability. It began carrying out operations everywhere and harassing all the remote space zones. In the first 2 years, they made a lot of progress. During their prime days, they even occupied 2 space zones and established governments according to their ideology. But their good days did not last long. The assaults of the immortal cultivators triggered the deepest sense of crisis for the cultivators. All the sects dedicated their available resources to the production of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers without caring about the cost. As more and more Grand Illusionary Soldiers rushed out of the assembly lines, those war machines that were tireless and fearless were deployed to the remote space zones and the dangerous sailing routes. They were like nooses that gradually tightened the necks of the immortal cultivators and the space pirates. In the beginning, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers could do nothing except increase the cost and duration of the space pirates' jobs. Even so, the space pirates already felt very uncomfortable because they had to pay more, and their gains were fewer. Gradually, with the technology of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers growing more and more mature and better materials being adopted, the combat ability of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers significantly increased. They were able to fight the space pirates in high-intensity combat. The remote space zones that used to be flat plateaus turned into marshes and swamps when the tremendous Grand Illusionary Soldiers guarded them. When they were careless and got trapped by the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, they would not be able to get away unless they paid a high price. After several large pirate gang got trapped by the Grand Illusionary Soldiers when they were plundering and were annihilated by the reinforcing cultivators later, all the space pirates began hesitating. They often did not dare do anything until they had lurked for months and made thorough plans. Even so, the success rate of their missions was dropping fast. Faced with such a dilemma, the immortal cultivators offered no good solutions. Over the years, they attempted to lure the extraterrestrial devils in several space zones. But the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were like the insecticide for the extraterrestrial devils. The hasty operations did not achieve the desired results at all. Instead, the hatred and the resolution of the entire Flying Star sector were triggered by their boldness. Let's go to Spider Den and destroy the Temple of Immortals once and for all. It became the unanimously agreed slogan in the Flying Star sector for all the cultivators and ordinary people. The Flying Star sector was on the move. Every magical equipment center was crafting the components of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers day and night. Every light beam was displaying the scenes where the Grand Illusionary Soldiers fought the extraterrestrial devils. Every kid's favorite toy for their birthday was a model of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Just like that, starting from the third year, the attackers and the defenders swapped their roles. The Temple of Immortals and the space pirates experienced unprecedented failures in all space zones. Not only were the Immortal Army and the pirate gangs defeated brutally many times, many immortal cultivators who had been lurking in the world of cultivators were also dug out and executed with their names rotten. By the fourth year, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers covered 70% of the space zones of the Flying Star sector. Many sects and space towns had handed over the guardian work of the sailing routes to them. The impregnable dragnet had wreathed all the sailing routes and the important space towns. The space pirates and the extraterrestrial devils that had savaged the Flying Star sector in the old days were rushing toward their doom. In the fifth year, the fully blown counterattack of the cultivators began. Not only were the two space zones occupied by the immortal cultivator recovered, the vanguards made of the Heaven's Origin sector had even marched into the Spider Den space zone. The Temple of Immortals was no longer as impressive as it had been 5 years ago. It was like a stray dog whose legs were all broken and could only manage to hold out on Spider Denver. As their doom drew closer and closer, some of them thought of surrendering. However, the cultivators had made announcements stating that the space pirates and the immortal cultivators had the blood of the innocent all over their hands, and they were unpardonable by any criterion. Therefore, their surrender would not be accepted, and they would be completely annihilated. Right now, the troops of the cultivators had established a defense line in space at the periphery of the Spider Den space zone. They had taken over a space gate left by the Star Ocean Imperium and were busy repairing it. The so-called Space Gate was not really a gate but a superspace lighthouse made of countless star beacons. Once repaired, the lighthouse would release immeasurable spiritual waves and broadcast its coordinates clearly in order to provide navigation for the crystal warships that were performing a space jump. The Flying Star sector was too large. The dozens of space zones were far away from each other. It was impossible for the troops to cruise to the Spider Den space zone slowly, because it would consume too much fuel and time. Chances were that it would take a fleet in the furthest space zone dozens of years to arrive in the Spider Den space zone. Once the space gate was repaired, the coordinates of the Spider Den space zone would be highlighted unmistakably on the space map. Through space jumps, all the fleets would be able to show up in the Spider Den space zone instantly. The cultivators, the immortal cultivators, and the space pirates all knew that it was the final war. Right now, the space pirates of the entire Flying Star sector and the soldiers of the Temple of Immortals were all hiding on Spider Den, waiting for their doom. It was also said that the leaders of the big sects of Flying Star sector had gathered in Heavenly Saints City. A morale-building rally was about to be held. Once the space gate was repaired, countless cultivators, crystal warships, and Grand Illusionary Soldiers would show up around Spider Den through space jumps. They would launch a thunderous attack and crush the planet into smithereens forever. The space pirates and the immortal cultivators were very clear that they would be doomed when the space gate was successfully repaired. Therefore, since the day they found the fleet of the cultivators at the periphery of the Spider Den space zone, brutal battles had never ceased, not for a single day. The space pirates and the immortal cultivators were sabotaging the repair work of the space gate so that they could postpone the date of their death day by day. As for the cultivators, not only did they establish defense lines near the space gate, they had also launched a lot of Grand Illusionary Soldiers to Spider Den on a regular basis. It was partly to stall the space pirates and the immortal cultivators and partly reconnaissance by firepower. Through the data collected in the battles, the final battle could be won easier. As more and more crystal warships fully loaded with Grand Illusionary Soldiers marched into the Spider Den space zone, the space pirates and the immortal cultivators began showing the signs of losing. Their multiple assaults had met failures. It was very likely that the space gate would finish construction within 1 month. That was all the information that the space pirate knew. Of course, Liao did not show any mercy to the member of the Storm Prison pirate gang. After hearing everything, he snapped a light ball with his right hand, which pierced through the captive's breastplate and into his chest. The spiritual energy immediately melted his heart like magma. The space pirates bulged. They were still filled with confusion and consternation, but they gradually lost their color. Liao fell into deep thought. If everything was part of Xianxia's plan, what was he up to exactly? Was he really going to destroy Spider Den? A moment later, Liao waved his fist and almost shouted out aloud. He understood it now. He understood everything. 5 years ago, he had been discussing the Grand Illusionary Soldier project with Professor Mo Xian. At that time, they had agreed that even if Xianxia set up backdoors in the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, it was impossible for him to take control over all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the dozens of space zones simultaneously. Due to the long distance between space zones, the transmission of telepathic thoughts had latency even if they were transmitted at the speed of light. The cultivators in a different space zone had many ways to cut off connection from the spiritual nexus with other space zones and turn the spiritual nexus of their space zone into a local area network. Any commands from the outside world would be blocked. However, in the final battle, the problem would be no more. This was the final war. In order to completely destroy Spider Den, the cultivators would definitely concentrate most of the available soldiers and crystal warships to this place. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers would also be shipped here through space jumps. The greatest hazard of the Flying Star sector would be dealt with once and for all. Since all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were focused in the same space zone, the latency of the spiritual nexus did not exist. Besides, in a battlefield, there could only be one commander and one voice. It was impossible for all the units to fight on their own. Therefore, after they gathered in the Spider Den space zone, all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers and Cultivators would definitely be commanded as a whole. Who else could the Supreme Commander be except for Xianxia, the crownless king of the Flying Star sector? It would be even easier for Xianxia to do his tricks. Spider Den is Xianxia's bait. The Temple of Immortals and the Immortal Cultivators are merely Xianxia's stepping stones. Everything he has been doing is to focus most of the strength of the Flying Star sector and the Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the Spider Den space zone. Xianxia is taking the Blood God's example. Liao mumbled and shuddered violently. 10,000 years ago, during the prime years of the Star Ocean Imperium, an expedition army was formed by all the elites of the nation and marched toward the last nest of the demon race. They had thought that they would be sure winners and that the demon race would be wiped out without much trouble. However, the Blood God, the supreme commander of the expedition army, was transformed into the Mad Armageddon and rebelled. He then made an alliance with the demon race, manipulated by the extraterrestrial devils. Struck by the rebellions and the demon race together, the expedition army, which represented the top combat ability of mankind, was obliterated. If there are really backdoors in the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, after all the people are gathered in the Spider Den space zone, Xianxia will activate his plan, and the Grand Illusionary Soldiers will attack the cultivators under his command together with the space pirates and the immortal cultivators. Caught off guard, the cultivators will definitely suffer heavy losses, if not leaving no survivors at all. This is going to be the last war. When the elites in the world of cultivators perish, the space zones without guardians will be like fat lambs that can only wait to be butchered. Yes. This is the only possible plan and the only hope for the immortal cultivators to win the war when they are terribly outnumbered. Liao had been suspicious for a long time. Compared to the cultivators, the immortal cultivators were too weak. Their schemes in the Skyhill Domain, Iron Plateau, Heavenly Saints City, and Spider Den, although neat and seamless, were all restricted to the tactical level. Even if all their schemes worked out, they were not likely to really shake the foundation of the cultivators' reign in the Flying Star sector. If anything, they would only expose themselves more and more during the operations. The immortal cultivators were never going to win a war of attrition. If Liao could think of that, the schemers among the immortal cultivators must have been able to think of that, too. But they had jumped out unhesitatingly anyway and implemented their cruel, sordid plans one after another. Why? Before, Liao had been baffled. But now he had fully understood. It did not matter how many times the immortal cultivators failed. Even if they had failed in the Skyhill domain, on Iron Plateau, in Heavenly Saint City, and on Spider Den alike, it was not important. As long as they acted like they were a threat and everyone supported the Grand Illusionary Soldier project, driven by their sense of crisis, it would be good enough. The space pirates, the immortal cultivators, the Black Spider Tower, the Temple of Immortals, all of them were mere insignificant chess pieces. Xianxia and his Grand Illusionary Soldiers were the real players here. Right now, the players had made their final move. The trap was already taking shape. No, I cannot allow the space gate to be repaired. Right now, the leaders of every space zone and the officials of the important sects are all on their way to Heavenly Saint City for the morale-building rally. When the morale-building rally is over, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers and the crystal warships in various space zones will perform space jumps and reach this place together. After they all arrive, Xianxia will be able to initiate his final scheme. If I destroy the space gate, I can at least buy myself enough time to leave for Heavenly Saint City and unveil Xianxia's true face in front of everyone. Liao did not have any evidence right now. Everything was just his speculation. However, he was 90% confident about his deduction. It was naturally very tricky to accuse the crownless king of the flying star sector without proof. However, the validness of an accusation had a lot to do with the person who made it. If Bai Xinghe went to accuse Xianxia, nobody would believe him even if he was speaking the truth. But Liao was different. He was a big hero of the flying star sector, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, and the real controller of the Glorious Sunlight Group. Liao was not worried that the Glorious Sunlight Group would betray him, because the foundation of the Glorious Sunlight Group was its research center. Even if everybody else in the world betrayed him, the research center, supervised by Professor Mo Xian, would stand by him. With my words, I can influence the decisions of the Glorious Sunlight Group, Iron Plateau, and the Great Horn Exo Society. When they take action together, a chain reaction in the world of cultivators will be triggered. I don't believe that Xianxia will stand by and watch. When he takes measures, his flaws will be revealed, and I will finish him quickly with a headshot. Liao thought of something and realized that such a plan was a bit too passive. He might not be able to reveal Xianxia's plot completely. Maybe I should dig a pit for Xianxia with something that only I know about, but right now, let me check the space gate first. Only a minority of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were sent to Spider Den after all. They were gradually extinguished by the space pirates and the immortal cultivators. The secret docks below Spider Den launched countless crystal warships, which marched into space with long exhaust flames behind. With Liao's cultivation right now, he easily snuck into a crystal warship and got a ride into space. After more than half a day's flight, they were already in the vast universe. The continuous flames of war dyed the darkness crimson. Boom! 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 Before they entered the battlefield, the surging spiritual waves were already crashing into the shell of the crystal warship like tireless tides. Then ear-splitting alarms echoed. The crystal warship shook suddenly and lost all its momentum. It circled and crumbled slowly. They had been hit by a dense bombardment and ripped apart. Hiu! Wearing the standard crystal suit of the immortal army, which he had taken from an unlucky man, Liao dived into space like a normal soldier. The spectacular view he saw, however, made him stop breathing briefly. More than 100 large star beacons, each of which was almost 100 meters long, formed what seemed to be a cube. Every ridge of the cube was dozens of kilometers long. Spiritual energy reverberated between the star beacons. Brilliant lines connected them, making them clear and eye-catching in the dark universe. They seemed to be a cube made of a deity that had been left in space. It was the space gate. Right now, countless refiners and mechanics were clinging to the star beacons like ants on a pebble. They were seizing every second to repair the devices. The 8 angles of the space gate each had an enormous star fortress. They looked like 8 giant honeycombs. Every honeycomb was almost 100 kilometers in diameter. Countless crystal suits, armed shuttles, and even crystal warships were entering and exiting the honeycombs. It was really incredible that 8-star fortresses of such enormous scale had been moved to the front line. Centered around the 8-star fortresses, dozens of defense lines spread out and covered the space gate tightly. The space pirates, the cultivators, the immortal cultivators, and the grand illusionary soldiers were involved in fierce combat in the cold universe. The scorching flowers of death were blossoming on the dead bodies and the remains of the starships. Tides of spiritual energy pushed away the corpses and the debris in various directions like dandelions in a blowing wind. The space gate is about to be recovered. Only one corner is still lackluster. Other than the grand illusionary soldiers, the elites of the cultivators are stationed here, too. Liao frowned. He saw that the battle emblems of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City were carved on many crystal warships. In the fierce battles, many exos showed excellent combat ability, too. Xianxia's scheme was top secret. Perhaps few immortal cultivators in the Temple of Immortals knew it. Naturally, the cultivators in this place were not likely to be his accomplices. They were probably cannon fodder that had been fooled to go there. Therefore, Liao could not simply kill them. Pondering for a moment, Liao thought of an approach. Shua! 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 Liao's 2 eyes seemed to have become 2 black holes. Endless stars in the universe, together with the 2 parties that were involved in the fierce battles, especially the experts, were devoured. Their coordinates, their movement patterns, and the trajectories of their attacks were all transformed into a series of complicated data. A bright golden storm of data was congregating inside Liao's brain as he calculated and sorted through every detail in the battlefield. For a moment, Liao considered whether or not he should reveal his identity immediately and announce Xianxia's scheme to public. But he abandoned the idea very quickly. When an arrow was put on the bow, it had to be shot out. For a war that everybody in the flying star sector was involved in, the daily consumption of resources was already astronomical. For the war to be halted or stopped because of several words from somebody was impossible. With Xianxia's position, power, and prestige, he was not likely to be crushed by groundless rumors, either. If Liao launched his attack prematurely, he could only raise Xianxia's wariness, defense, and readiness. Xianxia would cover any flaws in his facade, and he would also launch the fiercest counterattack in order to destroy Liao and even the glorious Sunlight Group, the Great Horn Exo Society, and Iron Plateau behind him. However, the space gate is about to be completed, and the final battle could happen at any moment. I don't have any time to collect evidence. Besides, Xianxia is a prudent, meticulous man. In order to achieve his purpose, he sacrificed his own son. For such a brutal man, how much evidence will he have left for me to find? The time is too urgent. I have to gamble. If Xianxia doesn't bite my bait, I can always reveal my identity and speak the truth to everybody. In that moment, Liao planned a trap for Xianxia. First, he was going to attack the defense lines of the space gate together with the space pirates. Boom! 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 The flowers of death were blossoming among the space pirates and the immortal army. Countless immortal cultivators were blown up by the immense blast. Without the protection of spiritual energy, their broken bodies were soon frozen into icy blocks by the cold universe, drifting randomly in the battlefield. Liao narrowed his eyes and calculated the trajectories of the bombardment quickly. It took him 5 seconds to find a satisfactory coordinate and angle. Without any hesitation, he charged at where the cultivator's defense was weakest, with an orange exhaust flame spurting out of his back. Half a minute later, Liao was hit precisely by a powerful crystal cannon in the front. The bombardment came from the main cannon of a crystal warship. The tremendous spiritual energy stored in the attack blew him away instantly. When the light of the crystal cannon died down, although Liao's body was still intact, his crystal suit had been battered, and blood was flowing out all over his body. The blood was soon frozen and turned into crimson frost. Liao drifted slowly toward a corner of the space gate as if he were a dead body. There were many dead bodies similar to him on the battlefield. Nobody paid him much attention. Sneaking into the defense line under the disguise of a corpse was a common strategy. However, the soldiers who carried out such a strategy had to wear a crystal suit when they pretended to be dead bodies too. In the airless, frigid space, without the protection of a crystal suit, even cultivators would not able to hold on for long. At the very least, their heads had to be protected by helmets, which would provide necessary oxygen and energy. On the other hand, Liao was only covered by twisted scraps of his crystal suit, which had been melted onto his body as if it were slag. His head was exposed to the vacuum. His eyes were wide open and dim. His facial expression was frozen in the bewilderment at the last moment of his life. Overall, he looked like a vivid rock statue. Shwa! 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 Mystic rays beamed out of the cultivators' crystal warships and scanned the battlefield carefully, especially the dead bodies whose limbs were intact and whose crystal suit was undamaged. If so much as the tiniest spiritual wave was perceived, the crystal warships would bombard the targets mercilessly until the dead bodies were blown into ashes together with their crystal suits. Corpses like Liao that did not have crystal suits and had twisted limbs were determined to be lifeless and simply ignored by the crystal warships. Liao gradually approached the space gate. The powerful crystal cannon gave him a high initial velocity. In the vacuum where there was barely any friction, he was like a shooting star. However, there were too many variants in a battlefield, and he could not take all the accidents into consideration. A crystal warship suddenly exploded near him, and its debris smashed at him like a hurricane. With Liao's cultivation right now, he could resist all the incoming scraps as long as he placed the weakest spiritual shield around him. But as a dead body, he could not do that. The distance is close enough, Liao thought as he calculated quickly. At this moment, there were the last 15 kilometers between him and a star beacon that had been repaired. Then, it's time to take action. In a moment, Liao's eyes turned from a dull gray to shining gems. Endless lightning was dancing around his pupils. The crimson frost on his skin was boiled into a bloody aura that surrounded him. Liao did not crash at the space gate. Instead, he darted toward a crystal warship that was closest to him. Rongjun was extremely excited in the simmering battlefield. Rongjun was a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage and also an experienced exo. It had been more than half a month since he came to the front line, and he had participated in more than 10 bloody battles where he had slain dozens space pirates and immortal cultivators. Naturally, his excitement was not because of a regular battle. He was so thrilled that he was barely able to control himself because another batch of cultivators had arrived in the Spider Den space zone. Long Feihu, his idol and the undefeated champion of the Heavenly Sword Arena, was among the newcomers. Long Feihu was a top expert who had been famous for almost 50 years. He was in the high level of the building foundation stage, and his skills in operating a crystal suit were fantastic. In the Heavenly Sword Arena, one of the top 5 arenas of Heavenly Saints City, he had once secured a miraculous 100-win streak. Many young men of the Flying Star sector actually embarked on the path of an exo after watching Long Feihu's combat videos. Rongjun was no exception. When he was little, Long Feihu had already distinguished himself. He kept Long Feihu's personal autograph to this day, which was the most valuable treasure for him. He did not expect that he would be fighting side by side with his greatest idol. Besides, the two of them were so close to each other. How could Rongjun not be excited? Long Feihu, the expert who secured 100 victories in a row. The legendary expert of the Heavenly Sword Arena. Strong. He is so strong. Just one slash, and a greedy wolf battlesuit has been chopped in half. The helmet and the breastplate of such a crystal suit adopted the great bright alloy, which is extremely hard. They are designed to resist the bombardment of a crystal cannon multiple times. But Long Feihu broke them apart with a casual attack. In the chaos of the battle, neither of the two parties were able to keep their battle formation. It had become an open hunting ground. Rongjun simply chose to stay closely behind Long Feihu. He accepted his idol's temporary command and teamed up with him, while he observed his idol's battle skills. Rongjun had thought that Long Feihu's fighting style was the glamour and sophistication he demonstrated in the Heavenly Sword Arena. But now that he was on the battlefield, he realized that Long Feihu had not been giving his best performance in the arena at all. His real fighting style was simple, straightforward, and cruel. The piercing and the slashing were clean and quick. Barely any space pirates or immortal cultivators could let him attack twice. In several minutes, countless dead bodies were already floating around Long Feihu. He was likely the most precise slaughtering machine in the world. Rong Jun was completely fascinated. He was about to cheer for his idol loudly in the communication channel. Suddenly, ear-splitting alarms echoed inside Rong Jun's crystal processor. An immense spiritual wave was darting at an unimaginable speed from behind him. Before he realized what was going on, Long Feihu had rushed upward. Then, Rong Jun felt as if a crystal warship was rushing at full speed crashed into him. "I'm screwed." Rong Jun was blown away before he had the chance to scream. With his abundant experience in fighting, he knew clearly that it was probably the last second of his life. However, in the next second, as he gradually freed himself from the tremendous blast, stabilized himself, Rong Jun discovered, to his surprise, that he was not dead. In fact, there were not the slightest injuries on his body. Even his crystal suit was undamaged. How is this possible? Rong Jun was immediately soaked in cold sweat. At first, he thought that he had been hit by a mental attack. But when he looked at his surroundings, he found out that he had truly been blown several kilometers away. This is impossible. A stream of spiritual energy blew me several kilometers away without hurting me at all? Who did it? His control over spiritual energy must be incredibly precise. Before Rong Jun recovered from his daze, he saw an even more dumbfounding scene. His crystal camera found that Long Feihu, his idol, was floating a kilometer away like a puppet that had lost all its strings. Flames were bursting out from all the key parts of his crystal suit, as if somebody had chopped off all the transmission tubes of his crystal suit. "Senior Long!" Countless exclamations echoed inside the communication channel. Clearly, Rong Jun was not the only person who had seen the shocking view. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. After 3 seconds of silence, Long Feihu's coughs came over in the communication channel. Along with the coughs was a furious roar. "Got away! He got away!" Long Feihu was totally crushed in just 1 second. Something deep down in Rong Jun's heart seemed to be collapsing. He held back his astonishment and looked at Long Feihu's back. He saw a streak of redness hundreds of meters long that looked like a shooting star with a long exhaust flame. It was zigzagging agilely in the impregnable web of fire. The crystal cannons hit him multiple times, but in the end, it was the blurred shadow of him that was shattered. Within a breath, after altering his direction hundreds of times, the red shooting star with an extremely long exhaust flame crashed into the front of a crystal warship heavily. If it were not for his helmet, Rong Jun's jaw would have hit the ground. When a crystal warship was sailing in the universe, sometimes it would have to pass through meteoroid showers. Therefore, the head of the crystal warships was always specially strengthened. Even if it were hit by the main cannon of the enemy, it might not necessarily take any damage. However, the streak of redness was like a burnt iron chopstick piercing through tofu. It was not in the least hindered and penetrated into the crystal warship easily. The only thing left was a pure round and red hole around which the steel was bulging and melting into an orange ring. The communication channel was immediately thrown into chaos. Somebody was calling for reinforcements, somebody was contacting the cultivators in the crystal warship, and somebody was shouting to determine the stranger's identity by comparing his features with the profiles in the database. However, after less than 20 seconds, the streak of redness penetrated through the other end of the crystal warship. Never in the cultivators' wildest dreams had they foreseen that an expert on the enemy side could pass through a crystal warship in less than 20 seconds. There were no cultivators behind the crystal warship. Then Rong Jun saw a devastating scene. In the blink of an eye, the streak of redness reached the front of a star beacon. Due to the long distance and the crimson aura around the enemy, Rong Jun could not tell what the enemy's crystal suit looked like exactly. He only saw that 6 limbs around 5 meters long extended out of the redness, as if a weird, giant spider had stretched out. Then, the 6 limbs pierced into the star beacon brutally. Every star beacon was almost 100 meters long, protected by powerful defense rune arrays. However, no matter how brilliantly the stripes on the defense rune arrays were shining and how forceful the electric arcs they released were, they could not stop the intruder from blowing 6 holes in the 100-meter-long star beacon with the 6 limbs. On the back of the star beacon, 6 volcanoes seemed to erupt at the same time. Countless components and scraps spurted out together with the flames and poured into the depths of the sea of stars. Then, the man held the star beacon with his 6 limbs and started spinning it. In just 1 second, he had spun the star beacon almost 1,000 times. Is he a human being? Rong Jun felt that his head was dizzy, and his heart was freezing. The endless data jumping out of the light beam made him wonder whether or not he was in the middle of a dream. In the end, the man threw the star beacon away brutally. The star beacon immediately turning into a roaring shooting star and crashed at the star beacons further ahead. Boom! There was no sound in the vacuum, but the spiritual waves raised by the huge collision of the 2 star beacons were like a tsunami. Rong Jun could not help but move backward, as if he had heard an ear-splitting explosion. The star beacons that were used to navigate the long-distance space jumps were very precise magical equipment. When the 2 star beacons crashed heavily, the violent shaking triggered a certain chain reaction in the components inside them. After a few weird flashes, the 2 star beacons collapsed toward the center and exploded within a breath. The fireballs expanded stubbornly in the vacuum like a deformed tumor. Dazzling, eccentric colors were beaming out. Although Rong Jun was not a refiner, he could tell that the 2 star beacons had been destroyed. The crimson shadow slowly rose up from the red lotuses of destruction and stared at the battlefield like an invincible god of war. Although Rong Jun was behind the enemy, he still shivered and had a feeling that a ferocious animal had got its eyes on him and would bite off his head as soon as he moved slightly. What was odd was that the mysterious intruder suddenly went rigid, and even bent his body, for a moment in the battlefield full of unexpected factors. Rong Jun did not know what it meant. Ever since the crimson shadow showed up, his movements had been clean and precise without the slightest hesitation. But right now he seemed to be catching his breath. The chaos and noise in the communication channel gradually cleared up and calmed down. Countless cultivators and grand illusionary soldiers were marching toward the mysterious expert. But the mysterious expert did not dawdle for too long. Before he was surrounded, he dashed out of the circle at an amazingly high speed. When Long Feihu came back to himself, he changed to a speed-type crystal suit and chased after the enemy. But after half a minute of rushing, the distance between them only continued to increase. He could only shake his head and abandon the pursuit. The enemy reached the most chaotic area of the battlefield and split off into dozens of blurred shadows that ran in different directions. The serial explosions of the 2 crystal warships were like a hurricane that blew away all the blurred shadows. The cultivators and the immortal cultivators alike lost track of the expert. He had gone. Rong Jun looked at where the enemy had disappeared, dumbfounded, unable to calm himself down for a long time. When he looked back, he found that the 2 star beacons had been completely melted into wasted iron and copper. They were now beyond repair. Rong Jun sighed. Those star beacons were mostly magical equipment left by the Star Ocean Imperium that were now put into use again after maintenance. With the technology of the flying star sector, it was possible to produce more of them, but it would require a huge amount of manpower and resources, and it would take at least a month to ship the new star beacons to the front line after they were manufactured. The Space Gate was a precise system. Without the broken and damaged star beacons, it would not be able to guide the space jumps of the large-scale fleets. Should there be an error, the whole fleet might end up in a foreign, desolate space zone outside of the flying star sector, or even directly twisted in the four-dimensional universe. The day of the final battle has to be put off for at least a month. Rong Jun felt that his head was aching. Right then, he heard Long Feihu's solemn voice in the communication channel. The stranger is in the nascent soul stage and has never appeared before. The appearance of a new expert in the nascent soul stage was not just a headache for the cultivators on the battlefield. Since the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils 5 years ago, the cultivators had decided to implement the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project and set up a command center in Heavenly Saint City that was responsible for the organization of the war against the Temple of Immortals. At this moment, it had been 3 hours since the 2-star beacons were destroyed. The command center was still in a mess because of the aftershock of the incident. The damage of a nascent soul stage cultivator was equal to that of a crystal warship. But their stealth ability and their agility were hundreds of times higher than those of a crystal warship. They were essentially strategic weapons that could move, attack, or hide themselves. If a nascent soul stage cultivator had made up their mind, it would not be a problem if they intended to destroy a city or suppress an asteroid. Therefore, for the two parties engaged in any war, they had to closely monitor the first-rate and the super-experts in the peak of the core formation stage and in the nascent soul stage on the enemy side. They would create secret files and collect all the data so that they would know exactly where those experts were at any given moment. On the other hand, the nascent soul stage cultivators were not carrots in a farmland. They could not just appear out of nowhere. It would consume astronomical resources to raise a cultivator into the nascent soul stage. Advanced facilities and wholehearted mentors were mandatory, too. The whole process might easily take 100 years. No nascent soul stage cultivators would show up without a reason. After 5 years of warfare, the few nascent soul stage experts on the Temple of Immortal side were all under the cultivator's watch. But the nascent soul stage cultivator who emerged beyond all expectations did not look like any of the immortal cultivators that had appeared before. Was he the last trump card of the immortal cultivators? Unlikely. If he was the last trump card, why did he join such a daily battle that mattered little to the war as a whole? Why did he have no backup and seem to be entirely fighting on his own? Because the hall of the meeting of the next millennium in Heavenly Saint City was spacious enough to land large crystal warships, and the conference rooms were advanced enough to accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators simultaneously. It had been serving as the command center for the war against the immortal cultivators since the Edge Sharpeners meeting ended 5 years ago. Inside the command center, the thousands of light beams were displaying the battle pictures captured 3 hours ago repetitively. Most of the videos had been captured by the Exos, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, and the Crystal Warships. Since the enemy had been too fast and the battlefield too complex, almost all the pictures were fuzzy and barely distinguishable. Countless experts of crystal processors were trying everything they could to retrieve the key information from the fuzzy videos and compare it with the files in the database. Xianxia, as well as the leadership of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, the Starfighters Alliance, and the Glorious Sunlight Group, had arrived in the place. They were all frowning, deep in thought. A new expert in the nascent soul stage had appeared. It was too important an issue to be handled by Xianxia alone. Besides, the cultivators from various sects had seen the enemy in person on the battlefield. It was impossible for Xianxia, who also had no reason, to cover the incident up now. When a worm is killed, its body might still be cramping. Since the army of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers was established, the war has been going very well, or too well, some might say. Right now, the Temple of Immortals has finally revealed their last strength. It appears that the final battle will not be as smooth as the previous ones. It was Cultivators, leader of the Starfighters Alliance, who was speaking coldly while crossing his arms next to Xianxia. The Starfighters Alliance was made of 28 important sects in the other space zones. It was safe to say that the organization was an alliance of the middle and small sects of the Flying Star sector. 5 years ago, he had been selfless enough to withdraw from the competition and support Xianxia. It was why the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project had been carried out without much trouble. Because of his high prestige in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the various smaller sects in the other space zones, Cultivators naturally became the second in command, only below Xianxia. With a gloomy face, Xianxia stared at the ever-changing picture, the senile plaques on his face getting even darker. He did not say anything for a long time, but his eyebrows became continually more furrowed. Soon, more than 10 light beams were enlarged, and the image was enhanced. More and more details were revealed. The results are in. One of the cultivators in charge of the crystal processors stood up and said, We have analyzed the pictures taken by hundreds of crystal cameras and overlapped them dynamically. Then we optimized the details with data association. A clear static image has been generated. We are still working on the dynamic image. Please take a look, everybody. This is the enemy's crystal suit. A fuzzy figure was displayed on the light beams from different angles. Although most parts of the figure were covered in red mist, 6 intimidating limbs were protruding out. What Rong Jun mistook for the limbs of a spider turned out to be 6 magnificent dragons, whose 6 bloody mouths were biting glittering balls respectively. All the cultivators gasped. The Dragon King Battlesuit. Bai Xinghe's Dragon King Battlesuit was one of the most distinctive crystal suits of the Flying Star sector. The dragon-like artificial limbs that could be dated back to the Star Ocean Imperium were unique and could not be found anywhere else. 100 supercrystal processors were overloading, trying to run computations in order to compare the image with the files of the Dragon King Battlesuit that had been collected earlier. 10 minutes, a conclusion was out. The artificial limbs were more than 95% similar to the components of the Dragon King Battlesuit. In the meantime, the preliminary computations on the speed, strength, and combatability had yielded results, too. Long Feihu is in the high level of the core formation stage and has dominated the Heavenly Sword arena for decades. His combatability is very high, but he was crushed by the mysterious expert after one attack. Powerful defense rune arrays have been established on every star beacon. They should be enough to resist a full-strength shot from the main gun of a crystal warship or the fiercest attack from the peak of the core formation stage. Yet, they were shattered by him within a breath. The combatability the man demonstrated in the minute is definitely in the nascent soul stage. Very soon, more and more videos, files, and data were manifested. The picture from Long Feihu's crystal camera caught everyone's attention. Long Feihu was very experienced. When he realized that he was no match for his enemy, he kept moving his head according to the trajectory of the enemy's movement. Therefore, his crystal camera captured a relatively stable video clip of 2.1 seconds. Other than the visible light, the crystal cameras could also capture and analyze invisible light. For some advanced crystal cameras, they had been installed with special rune arrays to record the various radiations released when spiritual energy was flowing. By analyzing the radiations, one would be able to tell the route of the enemy's spiritual energy. There was such a crystal camera on Long Feihu's crystal suit. The mode of the mysterious expert's spiritual energy is 75% similar to Bai Xinghe's tyrannical ocean arts. It is safe to say that they are the same cultivation art. The tyrannical ocean arts is Bai Xinghe's personal skill. It is said that he inherited the knowledge from Xianxia, the supreme space pirate 500 years ago. Bai Xinghe never taught the technique to anybody. Even Bai Wulei, his first true disciple, never had the privilege to learn it. The weird conclusions cast the command center in a weird silence. The cultivators had collected a lot of intelligence about the great strife on Spider Den 5 years ago. They knew that Bai Xinghe had ended on bad terms with the immortal cultivators because of the competition of power and had been killed. But now, Bai Xinghe, who had disappeared for 5 years, reappeared in front of everyone? I suggest. Noticing that Xianxia did not say anything for a long time, Culli spoke seriously. Bai Xinghe or not, the man has a combat ability at least in the nascent soul stage. He must not be let go of easily. We should establish a rapid response squad targeting the mysterious expert to collect his data, search for his location, run pertinent rehearsals, and draft several plans to capture or kill him. The man must have certain plans on his mind now that he has suddenly shown up. We must prepare ourselves early in case we are caught off guard. Xianxia frowned but quickly stabilized his facial expression. His eyes, which were wavering just now, suddenly became resolute again. He nodded and said, "Leader C is right. A man in the nascent soul stage whose identity and purpose are unknown is indeed troublesome. We should make plans and strategies in advance so that he does not become an unexpected factor in our final battle." As for the members of the Rapid Response Squad, before Xianxia opened his mouth, Culli interrupted him. The enemy is in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, all the experts in the nascent soul stage on our side must be involved. Other than them, All the elites in other fields should be included, especially the experts adept at tracking and monitoring. See, Kuli's propose was reasonable. Xianxia found no reason to object. Therefore, he agreed quickly. All right. 3 hours later, in the headquarters of the Storm Prison Pirate Gang in Capital Nest on Spider Den, Feng Yuzhong was pacing back and forth with great anxiety. He coughed every now and then, making his hunched back even more hunched. Ever since killing Bai Xinghe and becoming the de facto ruler of Spider Den 5 years ago, the new king of space pirates had never been more restless. In front of Feng Yuzhong, the air above a light beam projector suddenly twisted. Blue smoke seemed to be popping up. A moment later, the smoke condensed into an empty shadow. Feng Yuzhong was refreshed. He stepped forward and bowed. Lotus King. The Lotus King was emotionless, as if he were wearing a badly made mask. He asked straightforwardly, "Was Bai Xinghe really killed by you 5 years ago?" The appearance of the mysterious expert in the nascent soul stage baffled the space pirates, too. Feng Yuzhong had watched the battle videos more than half a day ago many times. He knew that the Lotus King would ask the question and therefore answered quickly. He should be dead. After we escaped from the underground fortress, we studied the videos together repetitively. Bai Xinghe was hit by me and the Black King at the same time. More than half of his heart was blown up, and his internal organs were mostly burnt into ashes. It is impossible that he survived. The Lotus King said coldly. But you never found the body. It could not be helped, Feng Yuzhong said. The entire underground fortress was filled with water and blocked by rocks and mud. It was like fishing up a needle in an ocean. Besides, there were terrifying beasts below ground, which were likely to have already devoured Bai Xinghe's body. If so, we would not have found the body even if we turned the fortress upside down. The Lotus King nodded and approved of the reply. He suddenly changed the topic and asked, "There's something that is quite odd." The mysterious expert halted for 2.7 seconds after destroying 2-star beacons, as if he was catching his breath. Too many things could happen in a battlefield quickly. The standstill of almost 3 seconds was enough for many experts to lock onto him. Why did he do that? Feng Yuzhong was dazed, not sure what the Lotus King meant. The Lotus King continued. Regarding the anomaly, I've come up with 3 possibilities. Now, I want to discuss with you and see if there's a 4th one. Firstly, the man was Bai Xinghe. He was heavily wounded by you and the Black King 5 years ago but not killed. He snuck underground and treated his wounds in his nest. Now, his wounds have recovered, and he's out for revenge. Feng Yuzhong shook his head and said, "Unlikely." His heart exploded. His internal organs were burnt. His spine was shattered into smithereens, and even his nascent soul was blown into pieces. Such fatal wounds cannot be recovered within 5 years. His expression unchanged. The Lotus King continued. Secondly, the man was not Bai Xinghe but Bai Xinghe's secret disciple, or somebody who accidentally inherited Bai Xinghe's knowledge. Feng Yuzhong thought for a moment and replied, "It's a more plausible possibility, but there are many suspicious points. Bai Xinghe had a disciple in the nascent soul stage whom he kept a secret for decades. Why didn't he summon his disciple in the Great Strife 5 years ago? As to the possibility that somebody found Bai Xinghe's legacy after he died and cultivated to the nascent soul stage in only 5 years, that's simply absurd." The Lotus King continued. Then there's only the last possibility. Under the collective attack of you and the Black King, Bai Xinghe was killed, but then he reincarnated in a different body. Feng Yuzhong's eyes beamed with interest. Possession. He smashed the desk hard and exclaimed, Right. Everything makes sense now if it was possession. At that time, the Black King and I failed to exterminate him, and he fled with the last bit of his vitality. Then, he found an appropriate body and performed the secret arts of possession, reincarnating himself in the body of someone else. The Lotus King asked, "Is there a 4th possibility?" Feng Yuzhong pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, absolutely not." "All right." The Lotus King quickly made the decision. "Then, with the 3 possibilities in mind, we will make a set of plans to deal with the man. But first, we must make one thing clear. Whether he is Bai Xinghe who hasn't recovered from his wounds, or he is Bai Xinghe's disciple, or he is Bai Xinghe's reincarnation in someone's body, the real problem is, how high is his cultivation? Feng Yuzhong's brows furrowed as he said, I see what you are getting at, Lotus King. If Bai Xinghe hasn't recovered from his wounds, it is unlikely that he is at his peak state even if he has been treating himself for 5 years. If he is Bai Xinghe's disciple, it is unlikely that he has advanced into the nascent soul stage after only 5 years. The same goes for reincarnation. Since he has possessed the body for only 5 years, even if his soul is in the nascent soul stage, his body won't be half as strong as it used to be. Therefore, the man is probably not really in the nascent soul stage. He simply stimulated himself to the nascent soul stage with a certain secret art. Exactly, the Lotus King said. It was why he was stiffened for 2.7 seconds after a fierce battle. He was exhausted and ran out of strength. Maybe it was because his soul has not adapted to his body yet. Maybe it was because of the recoil of his secret art. However, we have to verify our deductions with further investigation. Let's not jump to conclusions. All in all, the man is an unexpected factor. His threat to us is greater than anybody else's. We have to concentrate most of our attention on him. Find out his real capability first and draft an effective plan of annihilation. Also, lock on to him as soon as possible, whatever the cost. I need to know where he is hiding. Lotus King. Feng Yuzhong hesitated for a moment but still spoke the truth. Half an hour ago, I received a message that a swift sparrow-level crystal warship of the Purple Fire Pirate Gang is gone. Lightning was flashing in the Lotus King's eyes as he demanded, What do you mean by gone? The crystal warship had undergone tremendous modifications and joined the battlefield as a medical starship. Its mission was to aid the recovery of the exhausted immortal cultivators, Feng Yuzhong explained. If somebody important was heavily wounded, they could board on the starship and return to Spider Den quickly. Therefore, the starship had a high speed. Also, in case it was harassed by the cultivators, the space jump system of the starship remained on all the time. As soon as it was surrounded by the enemy, it could jump out quickly. The medical starship has been gone for 2.5 hours. At first, we thought that it had been blown up by the cultivators. But after we scoured the battlefield, we found no debris from it. Judging from the video captured by the crystal warships nearby, the missing starship was not bombarded heavily. It is unlikely that the starship was completely wiped out. It just vanished mysteriously, as if it escaped from the Spider Den space zone through space jumps without a good reason. Ever since the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were promoted on a large scale and the immortal cultivators experienced continuous failures, the cultivators had locked almost all the space zones. A lot of secret sailing routes and nests had been discovered. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the space pirates would not jump out of the Spider Den space zone, because other space zones were even more dangerous. It was easy to jump out, but to return to Spider Den would be quite difficult. What's your opinion about the whole event? The Lotus King asked. What's the purpose of the man who seems to be Bai Xinghe? My speculation is that he was trying to hijack a crystal warship in the chaos and escape from the Spider Den space zone, Feng Yuzhong said. He destroyed 2 star beacons and tore a giant hole in the defense line of the cultivators. Our morale was boosted, too. At that time, many people did not know who he was and thought that he was an expert from the Temple of Immortals. Therefore, they all charged forward in order to cover him. I think that he entered the medical starship openly with the excuse that he was in dire need of treatment because of the heavy wounds he suffered when he destroyed the star beacons. After he boarded the medical starship, he invaded the bridge, captured the captain and the sailors, and initiated a space jump. If he was really Bai Xinghe's reincarnation and had a capability close to the nascent soul stage, it would not have been hard for him to control a medical starship. The Lotus King gave no comment and simply said, I need the files of the medical starship, including its number, features, personnel, and all the information about its mainframe crystal processor. Understood. I'll send over every detail of the medical starship within half a day. Feng Yuzhong hesitated for a moment. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the tip of his nose, but he summoned his courage and said, "Lotus King, we've been grasped by desperation. Today, we suffered heavy losses and are running out of food and ammunition. Right now, the morale on Spider Den has hit rock bottom. Many people are fighting like caged beasts, and many more are simply waiting to be killed. With everything coming this far, do we really need to care about a mysterious expert? Even if he is really by Xinghe, can the situation get any worse?" The Lotus King's eyes suddenly turned sharp. 2 lotuses seemed to be blossoming in them. He said, "Captain Fengyu, firm your belief. Do not lose your hope in our victory. Moreover, do not fall in the last darkness before the dawn." Fengyu Zhong was dazed. He had hesitated for a long time before he raised his doubts. He had thought that the Lotus King would burst into fury and did not expect such a reassuring reply. When he looked again, the Lotus King had already vanished in the smoke. Between the central area of Heavenly Saints City and the first space ring, almost 100 elegantly shaped new starships that looked like silver flying swords were docked in the vast universe. The starship in the middle was more than 10 kilometers long and looked like a long spear surrounded by 9 flying swords, wreathed in a layer of mysterious silver brightness. One could feel both the air of grace and cruelty from it. It was Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group, as well as the command starship of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. It was one of the strongest crystal warships of the Flying Star sector. The performance of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers was highly dependent on the Star Brain, which had been developed by the Grand Illusionary Group. Considering the latency and losses in the transmission of telepathic thoughts across space zones, the Grand Illusionary Group had specially built Heavenly Phantom and transferred Star Brain, the supercrystal processor, to the starship. When the space gate was fully repaired, before the final battle, Heavenly Phantom would jump to the periphery of the Spider Den space zone together with the fleets of dozens of space zones. It would serve at the pivot of the spiritual nexus and constantly transmit the enormous data of fighting stored inside the Star Brain to the reception rune arrays of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Since the Star Brain was the core of the crystal warship, the bridge of Heavenly Phantom was different from that of other starships. In the middle and rear part of the bridge was a yard more than 300 meters high, which was surrounded by countless crystal chips, disks, and rune arrays that constituted computation matrices. They were glittering like fireflies. The yard was like a palace, with a translucent phantom floating in the middle. The bright golden rays of light outlined the complicated circuits of a brain, which was fluctuating in a fixed rhythm. It was both like a brain made of billions of stars and the heart of a devil. Xiao Tianbao, creator of the Star Brain, a super genius in crystal processors, and Xiao Xuance's adopted son, was sitting right below the Star Brain, which was almost 100 meters in diameter, drooling, gurgling, and murmuring to himself. Now and then, golden telepathic thoughts would spread out of the Star Brain and zigzagged into Xiao Tianbao's nostrils, mouth, and ears like little snakes. Xiao Tianbao moaned in great satisfaction. He waved his arms and legs, enjoying everything around him. Tens of thousands of light beams were floating around the Star Brain. Every light beam showed the picture from the main perspective of a Grand Illusionary Soldier. They were fighting, patrolling, guarding, or undergoing maintenance. They were the Grand Illusionary Soldiers controlled by the Grand Illusionary Group. Most of them were deployed in Heavenly Saints City. Standing in a secret chamber at the back of the bridge, Xiao Xuanci stared at the unpredictable sparks as billions of data streams were colliding inside the crystal processor through the one-way glass, expressionless and deep in thought. A young man wearing the green uniform of the Grand Illusionary Group, whose hair was as dense as that of a majestic lion, walked in. He bowed behind Xiao Xuanci and said, "CEO." The door closed silently behind them. A mystic ray scanned the room. It was determining whether or not there were detectophones in the room. Without turning around, Xiao Xuanci asked, "How are the forces of the other space zones?" 60% of all the space zones have finished gathering," the young man replied. "It is estimated that more than 80% of the elites of the Flying Star sector will be gathered in the Spider Den space zone, as well as the majority of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, for the final battle. However, we have just lost 2 star beacons in the Spider Den space zone. Although a batch of backup star beacons have been produced, It will take at least a month to ship them to the front line. All right, Xianxia said. I want you to focus on something else. The man who showed up a day ago and is believed to be by Xinghe has attracted the attention of all the cultivators. The important sects are now establishing a rapid response squad with the man as the sole target. I am a member of the rapid response squad. I'll put you inside the squad later, too. But we must establish our own secret squad to eliminate the person. By our estimation, the man has escaped from the Spider Den space zone after hijacking a medical starship. Right now, we have all the information about the medical starship, including the 12 most likely destinations of the space jumps. The cultivators haven't grasped this lead yet. We must locate the man before the cultivators do. The young man nodded and said, Understood. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia patted the young man's shoulder and explained, It is very possible that your mission concerns the outcome of our cause. You must raise your alert and consider it your top priority. Finish the mission with all the resources and manpower available. I don't believe in coincidences. Not at all. Right now, our cause has come to the most crucial moment, and the final victory will be ours if we make another step forward. But a person who seems to be by Xinghe jumped out of nowhere for no good reason. Why? An unexpected factor. The man is a great unexpected factor. Right now, victory is within our grasp. No unexpected factor is advantageous for us. Therefore, no matter what the unexpected factor is leading to, we must rule it out in advance. Later, I'll talk to Tianbao and ask him to spare part of the computational ability of the star brain to help your operation. As long as the man uses his crystal processor, boards a starship, or has any connection with the spiritual nexus, he will be locked on to bias. The young man's pupils constricted suddenly, but he nodded quickly and said, Understood. Moreover, Xianxia sighed and said, After so many years of preparation, we are finally seeing the final battle on the horizon now. Maybe I was a bit too nervous. There might have been loopholes in my reactions when the unexpected factor appeared today. Cully might have felt that something was wrong and become suspicious about me. Therefore, we cannot loosen the monitoring of Cully. Rather, we need to tighten it. Whatever the old man says, whoever he meets, especially those he talks to via the spiritual nexus, I need to know everything. Also, we must ensure that we can cut in and block his signal at any time. Understood? The young man replied, his face unchanged. We have never stopped monitoring Cully, the leadership of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the leadership of the Glorious Sunlight Group, and those from Iron Plateau. Should anything go wrong, we can react immediately. Although Cully is in the nascent soul stage, he is just a refiner and has no talent in fighting. If the situation demands, it will not be a problem to take him down. Xianxia frowned and said, Don't do it unless we absolutely have to. He is the second in command of the war after all. If he is killed, there will be too many consequences. The assassination might get us exposed in the end. Right now, the most important task for us is to find out the motive and the purpose of the man who seems to be by Xinghe. What is he up to exactly? Staring at the star brain on the other side of the glass, Xianxia fell into deep thought again. It was not until 5 minutes had passed that he found that the young man was still standing behind him. Xianxia waved his hands, somewhat exhaustedly. Leave now. The young man was silent for a moment. Then, like a spear that suddenly pierced into the floor, he raised his right arm and clenched his fists, while he bellowed with the utmost determination. Long live the civilization of mankind! Xianxia was dazed for a moment, knowing that his subordinate had sensed the anxiety in the deepest part of his heart. He was not infuriated. Instead, he felt slightly moved. Pa! Xianxia turned around and closed his legs. His face suddenly turned resolute, and it was glowing. In high spirits, he even appeared slightly younger than before. He straightened his right arm with all his strength like the young man and clenched his fists. Xianxia gazed at the young man. The young man fearlessly stared back at him with a pair of clear eyes. The air was about to be detonated by their enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said unwaveringly, Our cause will succeed. Our cause must succeed. Long live the evolution. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the civilization of mankind. At the same time, the news that the Dragon King battlesuit had reappeared in the Sea of Stars raised unceasing ripples like a giant rock that was tossed into a frozen pond. Inside the station of the Great Horn Exo Society in the Crosswind Space Zone, after 5 years of development, with the support of the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau, the Great Horn Exo Society had changed from a small exo-society with only one ragged starship into a super-large group that boasted dozens of crystal warships and hundreds of carriers. Except for the lack of top experts, the scale of the Exo Society was definitely the largest in the Flying Star sector. It had an assault team that was purely made of the Chi trainers from Iron Plateau. The assault team had been fighting in all kinds of harsh environments such as the remains of starships, asteroids, and stones belts. The Chi trainers had made great contributions over the past 5 years and often made the space pirates and the immortal cultivators lose confidence. At this moment, on Gold Horn, the flagship of the Great Horn Exo Society, Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen watched a fuzzy video in a trance, then in excitement, and then in confusion. Anyways, he has escaped. Lei Dalu took a long breath in relief, with a sincere smile on his face. But why did he destroy 2-star beacons instead of fighting against the immortal cultivators? Bai Kaisen's white eyebrows were shivering like 2 long fishing lines. Lei Dalu scratched his beard and said, Liao is definitely not an immortal cultivator. There must be a deeper meaning to his actions. We should be prepared to fight in advance. He will certainly reach out to us one way or another. Asks with Xiaohu, Lu Dian, and the rest of them to cheer up. I have a vague feeling that the most important battle of my life is coming. 5 days later, an enormous fleet was sailing slowly between the Cross-Wind Space Zone and the Heavenly Saints Space Zone, with the battle emblem of the Glorious Sunlight Group painted in mystic rays at the front. In the rear part of the fleet, on a round starship for the test of new magical equipment, 5 spectral cultivators residing in artificial bodies were faced with hundreds of light beams on which streams of information were pouring down like waterfalls. There was not much difference on the metal skull, but the shining spots of light in their eyes indicated the untamable shock and excitement deep inside their souls. At 3:52, on the 3rd child board of the War Observation Forum, a reply with a special character has been found in the 5th latest post. At 4:09, on the website of Secret Garden, the username Ultimate Thunder 0011 has been registered, as agreed upon in our secret code. At 4:41, at 5:35, at 7:18. For the last 5 years, Professor Emotion and the other spectral cultivators had been browsing through dozens of special websites on the spiritual nexus every day, to no avail. But today, the special reply and the special username that they had agreed a deal on 5 years ago had finally shown up. Li Yao is back. In one of the threads, he recommended other people to listen to a song named Homecoming. Does it mean that he has found a way to go home? Are we able to go home now? There were exclamations in the bridge. In another thread, there was the tourism commercial of the Dawn Moon Space Zone. Just as we talked about before, Liao does not want to communicate with us via the spiritual nexus, which is too unsafe. He wants one of us to go to the Dawn Moon Space Zone and talk to him in person, right? He also asked us about the development of the brain concussion plan with the secret code. Low chuckles echoed in the metal speaker in Professor Emotion's throat. According to the means of contact that they had agreed upon 5 years ago, he logged into a website that featured jokes and funny stories and left a reply on the 5th thread of the 3rd child board. The brain is open. It had been 20 days since the appearance of the Dragon King battlesuit. During those 20 days, the Flying Star sector had seemed undisrupted, and everything had gone on normally. The minor battles at the periphery of the Spider Den Space Zone were continuing. For new star beacons that had just been refined were moved to the front line slowly through short-distance space jumps. In the world of cultivators, the leadership of the important sects were all on their way to Heavenly Saints City, ready to take part in the strategical meeting and the morale-boosting rally for the second war against Spider Den after 500 years. However, in the darkness of the universe beyond the senses of the ordinary people, undercurrents were swirling and colliding heavily, raising shocking black sparks. Cultivators, immortal cultivators, space pirates, spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector. Multiple forces were trying to locate the mysterious man wearing the Dragon King battlesuit with any methods possible. However, after the grand appearance 20 days ago, the man was like a piece of ice that had been melted in the water or a dry leaf that was rotting in a swamp. There were no traces of him at all. But 3 days ago, interesting changes finally took place. A group of grand illusionary soldiers that were patrolling near the swooping Eagle space zone found debris of starships that was still relatively intact in a stone belt. It appeared that a great explosion of starship must have happened. Judging from the remaining radiation, the explosion had taken place quite recently. Chances were that it had happened only days ago. The Sea of Stars had an unstable mood. It was not unusual for a starship to get into an accident. After a rescue team was sent out as per tradition, the incident turned into part of the patrol log, and the patrol log was saved in the database as part of the information stream. It did not catch the attention of the cultivators. However, the immortal cultivators noticed the incident keenly. Judging from the structure of the remains and the scraps that were still complete, they all belonged to a medical starship. Also, the swooping Eagle space zone and the Spider Den space zone were not far away from each other. One space jump was enough to reach it. In the places where the cultivators were not looking, a giant black web covered the swooping Eagle space zone and the 3 space zones nearby quietly. In Heavenly Saint City on Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group, when Kong examined the transmission tube of the starship slowly. Occasionally, when other crew members passed by, the white-bearded old man would smile and greet them with his beer belly. When Kong was 212 years old. For a cultivator in the beginning level of the core formation stage, he had passed his prime years and was in the middle of the dusk of depression. He was not a talented, awe-inspiring cultivator. The accomplishments he had made were all based on his hard work. He had learned things bit by bit and trained himself dutifully. In his old age, he seemed to have accepted his fate, and his ambitions had gone entirely. He was ready to enjoy his retired life in a place with splendid natural views when the war was over. On his chest, the emblem of the Starfighters Alliance was obscured by the oil. Yet, he was not bothered by it and had not wiped the emblem for a long time. To ensure the publicity of the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project, the Grand Illusionary Group and the Starfighters Alliance had co-produced Heavenly Phantom. When Kong was the chief technician that the Starfighters Alliance had sent to Heavenly Phantom. He had just finished the day's work. He put everything back to where it belonged slowly. Then, with his hands behind his back, he whispered a song and entered a lift through the channel below the maintenance room. The lift then moved down slowly and brought him to a common room in the end. In the middle of the common room was an oily king-sized bed. When Kong did not lie on it. Instead, he raised the mattress, revealing a secret teleportation array below. 5 minutes later, when Kong appeared in a secret chamber in the center of Heavenly Phantom. Heavenly Phantom had a total length of 37 kilometers. It was essentially a large town. Building several secret chambers inside the starship was more than easy. When the gate of the secret chamber was slowly closed after a chi sound, when Kong's slightly hunched back gradually straightened, the laziness and dumbness on his face entirely disappeared. 2 ferocious tigers that represented determination and dedications woke up in his eyes. He had personally built the secret chamber. It was a secret command center with a high computational ability and confidentiality. Light beams were flashing everywhere. No seats around the 6 long desks were empty. As far as one's eyes could reach, the participants were mostly middle-level or high-level officials and the core disciples of the Grand Illusionary Group. Others were the core members of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the Starfighters Alliance. But most of them were young people and the radicals in their respective sections. Everybody was wearing the same expression as when Kong's. Determination, fanaticism, and slight anxiety because of the upcoming Great War. When Kong nodded at Xianxia, who was sitting at the end of the long desk, indicating that he had examined the room and there were no detectophones or other surveillance magical equipment. Xianxia stood up and tapped the desk softly. When everybody quieted down, he said calmly, Yesterday, fellow cultivator Chui Zomping of the Silver Moon clan unfortunately perished. Fellow cultivator Chui was an expert in data mining. In order to dig out the information of our target from the data of the swooping eagle space zone, which was as tremendous as ocean, he performed the 9th level of the wind-catching algorithm for 9 hours, even though he was merely in the high level of the building foundation stage. He became mentally deranged in the end. He could have been saved, but in order to keep the secret of our organization, he held back the excruciating pain, sent the valuable information to us, and deleted all traces inside his crystal processor before he cried out for help in the end. When help came, it was already too late. Fellow cultivator Chui had perished. Fellow cultivator Chui sacrificed himself for the renaissance of mankind, the greatest cause in the entire universe. Now, let's have 1 minute of silence for fellow cultivator Chui. Shua! Everybody, including Wen Kong, stood up. They extended their right arms and clenched their fists, before they folded their arms and stuck their fists to their chests. They all mourned in silence and solemnity. After a minute, Xianxia looked around and said seriously, "We are different from the counterfeits of the Temple of Immortals. We are the real immortal cultivators. The real immortal cultivators are not scared of death. To sacrifice for the civilization of mankind is our greatest happiness and glory. For decades, countless predecessors have sacrificed themselves unhesitatingly and unwaveringly in order to build our cause to what it is today. The flying star sector, which has been divided by 5,000 years, will be reunited by our hands. One civilization, one leader, and one true path. However, the moment before our final victory, our cause has met a fatal threat." Xianxia paused for a moment and observed the reactions of the real immortal cultivators. Everybody was as strong-minded as he expected. They did not even blink. Satisfied, Xianxia continued, "I know that it was quite risky for everybody to come here without alarming your own sect. Let's cut to the chase and invite Captain Xiao Yushan, leader of the dragon-slaying operation, to explain the latest developments." Xiao Yushan was the young man with dense hair whom Xianxia had summoned 20 days ago. He was a member of the Xiao family and had been under the tutelage of Xianxia when he was growing up. Naturally, he had accepted Xianxia's ideology and become a staunch immortal cultivator. The dragon-slaying operation was a set of plans to deal with the unexpected reappearance of the Dragon King battlesuit. Search, localization, defense, siege, assassination, and manipulation, every procedure had dozens of backup plans. Xiao Yushan stood up quickly without any ado and bowed to everyone. Dozens of light beams were hovering behind him. He was wearing a jade ring on his right index finger, which shot out a scarlet ray as he pointed at the light beam and said, "3 days ago, we discovered part of the debris of White Horse, the medical starship that went missing more than half a month ago, at the periphery of the swooping eagle space zone. By analyzing the spiritual energy residue and the remaining materials, we estimated that White Horse collapsed due to a very serious explosion. The explosion was too fierce to have been an accident. Besides, there had not been serious cosmic storms around the swooping eagle space zone recently. Therefore, we came to the conclusion that the explosion was man-made. We set the swooping eagle space zone as an important area of investigation and devoted a lot of resources for the search, only to come up with nothing. There are 3 space zones near the swooping eagle space zone that are all within reach of one space jump. If one boarded a quick carrier, they could travel between them within 1 to 2 days. We found a lot of valuable clues in the Mystic Cloud space zone, which is next to the swooping eagle space zone. First, let's do some calculations. Jumping from the Spider Den space zone into the swooping eagle space zone before blowing up the starship would take 1 to 2 days. Putting on a faked appearance in the swooping eagle space zone, sneaking into a high-speed carrier, and leaving for the Mystic Cloud space zone would take another 1 to 2 days. All things considered, that would have been 3 to 5 days in total. Exactly 6 days after the Dragon King battlesuit reappeared, 7 hospitals of the Mystic Cloud space zone were broken into. Medication worth of millions was taken. The local sects investigated the case for days but found no leads at all. They were only sure that it must have been done by an expert. After our thorough investigation, we found that the 7 cases had something in common. In the inventory of the stolen items, there were a lot of medications that were designed to pacify the soul. Fellow cultivator In Pingzi of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood is a spectral cultivator who passed away more than 130 years ago. He has done profound research on the arts of reincarnation and possession. According to fellow cultivator In Pingzi, such dark arts are extremely perilous. Even if it works out, the body will experience strong rejection reactions in the first couple of years. If the user is not careful, their soul will still be expelled out of the body. The weaker the possessor's soul is and the stronger the body of the victim is, the more intense the rejection reactions will be. They will have to take a lot of medicines to pacify their soul and maintain the stability of their body. When Xiao Yushan got to this part, one of the immortal cultivators tapped the table and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, if I may interrupt, we get what you are trying to say. Your team believe that Bai Xinghe has reincarnated and fled to the Mystic Cloud space zone. He broke into the 7 hospitals for the soul-pacifying medicine only. Other items he took away were just distractions." Exactly. Xiao Yushan nodded and said, "The members of the dragon-slaying operation and part of the Starbrain's computational ability analyzed for an entire day. This is the most likely possibility. If so..." The immortal cultivator narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as swords. The medicine in general hospitals are mediocre after all. If the man was really Bai Xinghe's reincarnation, he would definitely have the capability to sneak into the local sects of the Mystic Cloud space zone and steal better drugs. Wouldn't he? Xiao Yushan shook his head and said, "This is exactly why Bai Xinghe was smart. Stealing medicines from cultivation sects would have been too obvious and exposed him. In comparison, stealing the normal medicines from general hospitals was much more low profile. Nobody would overthink it. In fact, if we had not known which starship he ran away on, we wouldn't have locked onto the swooping Eagle space zone so quickly, and if we hadn't concentrated tremendous resources and computational ability in this place, such minor cases definitely would have been neglected by us, considering the vastness of the flying star sector. It's true that the medicine is poor in quality. That is why he went to 7 hospitals altogether. Retrieving the essence from abundant mediocre medicines should be enough for his use temporarily." The immortal cultivator who suspected him pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you've convinced me, fellow cultivator Xiao. Please continue." Xiao Yushan nodded. The light beams behind him changed. He said, "For the sake of confidentiality, the scale of our organization has been kept small. It is nowhere near as large as the Temple of Immortals, which serves as our disguise. We don't have many spare hands in the swooping Eagle space zone. Most of the time, we can only collect and analyze the public information. However, the Black Spider Tower has been developing in the flying star sector for hundreds of years and is more or less associated with the underground worlds of the major space zones. Over the past years, Spider Den has been on the decline. The smugglers, drug dealers, and gamblers have been restraining themselves, seeing that things were not going well. However, the Black Spider Tower has enough evidence of their crimes to force them to cooperate. Still, we found nothing through the public information or underground methods. Our target was extremely prudent. Other than stealing the soul-pacifying medicines, which was probably a must for him, he did not leave any traces. However, 7 days later, a weird burglary took place in the 3 Brightness space zone. This time, the victim was not a hospital but a store of mining magical equipment. A lot of devices for prospecting, mining, and purifying were stolen. The case was quite odd. We all know that mining magical equipment, such as drills, excavators, pumps, and ventilation rune arrays, is large, heavy, and not very valuable. More importantly, it is difficult to sell them because normal people won't need such rigs at all. What was the purpose of stealing so much niche, hefty mining magical equipment? In addition, the crime scene was too clean. Judging from all the evidence, the thief absorbed the mining magical equipment with a few Cosmos rings. Cosmos rings are highly valuable. One advanced Cosmos ring might be more expensive than a high-level crystal suit. Besides, every Cosmos ring has a limited longevity. The thief had at least 5 Cosmos rings with him. He was definitely a magnate, and yet he was stealing worthless mining magical equipment with the precious cosmos rings. It's like hijacking a bus with a gun made of diamonds. The whole thing did not make any sense. We looked into the case carefully and finally found something interesting in the inventory of the lost goods. Behind Xianxia, a mystic ray was divided into 6 beams, each of which projected a translucent shadow on one of the long desks. It was a piece of magical equipment more than 2 meters in both length and width, which was square and looked like an iron block. Enshrouded in a vague black air, it emitted the solidness and clumsiness that solely belonged to the mining magical equipment. There was also a curved metal web unfolding on top of the magical equipment. Great Pagoda 7, a special communication device for mines. It boasts a high penetrability and interference immunity, designed for the remote areas that are not covered in the spiritual nexus and in the mines where there is tremendous interference. The range of communication can cover the normal asteroids. Even if it is placed 1,000 meters below the ground, the telepathic thoughts can still be transmitted through the thick rocks. More importantly, such a communicator is based on the point-to-point link of telepathic thoughts and does not require the spiritual nexus. Essentially speaking, it is just a super large interphone. Another immortal cultivator raised his hand. So, if somebody talks via the Great Pagoda 7 communicator, we will not know the content of their conversation, right? If we don't know the time and location of the conversation, no, Xianxia replied. The command center was caught in dead silence. All the immortal cultivators were frowning. Clearly, none of them liked the feeling of losing control. After a moment, Xianxia continued. If we assume that the stolen cases of the 7 hospitals and the burglary of the store of mining magical equipment were done by the same person, it will be much easier to determine his traces. After a day and a night's hard work, during which time a fellow cultivator unfortunately sacrificed himself, we finally found the traces of the target in the Dawn Moon Space Zone, which is in the middle of the 3 Brightness Space Zone and the Mystic Cloud Space Zone, and proved that the target stayed in the Dawn Moon Space Zone for a while. Then, everything becomes clear. The target suffered heavy wounds below the ground of Spider Den 5 years ago. It took him 5 years to recover by means of either healing or possession. Then, he joined the chaotic battle and hijacked a medical starship, jumping to the Swooping Eagle Space Zone. He knew that the Swooping Eagle Space Zone was very dangerous. So, he didn't leave any traces and simply snuck into the Mystic Cloud Space Zone. In the Mystic Cloud Space Zone, perhaps due to the strong rejection between his body and his soul, he was forced to steal a batch of soul-pacifying medicines. Then, he left the Mystic Cloud Space Zone and snuck into the neighboring Dawn Moon Space Zone. The Dawn Moon Space Zone was just a transfer station. Besides, there was not much magical equipment there since it was most famous for its scenic spots. He did not find anything he needed. Therefore, he jumped to the 3 Brightness Space Zone where he finally found 2 Great Pagoda 7 communicators, which could allow him to talk to someone else without accessing the spiritual nexus. He would be able to send or receive commands. Please take a look. Spider Den, Swooping Eagle, Mystic Cloud, Dawn Moon, and 3 Brightness. He roamed in 5 space zones in less than half a month. It was indeed an incredible speed. If we did not have the key leads, and without the support of the Star Brain, we would not have been able to lock onto him. As expected of the pirate potentate, but it's a shame that he can't get away from us. The immortal cultivator who raised a question in the beginning asked again. I'm sorry, fellow cultivator Xiao. I have to return to the Furious Bears Union to avoid suspicion. Can you tell me your conclusion? Where is he running to and what is his purpose? Running. Xianxia smiled. Dozens of mystic rays interweaved into a map of the universe in front of him, where dozens of space zones were like translucent glass balls, swirling in the vast cosmos. 5 of the balls were connected by a golden line. This is the target's route. The golden line extended toward the center of the map, reaching another glass ball that was neat and layered. This is Heavenly Saints City. Do you see it, everybody? He has not been running from the beginning but marching unstoppably toward Heavenly Saints City. He is coming to us. The conclusion raised a minor riot among the immortal cultivators. However, the The real immortal cultivator's nerves and will had been quenched and were as tough as steel after dozens of years of underground fights. Even a situation 100 times more dangerous would not even slightly shake their firm belief. Everybody's expression remained unchanged. They held their breath and waited for more information. Expressionlessly, Xiao Yushan continued. The range of the Great Pagoda 7 communicator is not very large. It can only cover an asteroid at best and cannot support long-distance communication across space zones. However, as large as Heavenly Saint City may be, it is still smaller than an asteroid. The Great Pagoda 7 can cover every corner of this place. Therefore, the mysterious expert believed to be by Xinghe is very likely to start a secret conversation with somebody, or a certain organization in Heavenly Saint City. The conversation will be of paramount importance. Right now, he is faced with another problem, which is to give one of the Great Pagoda 7 communicators to the target he wants to talk to. The problem is not hard to solve. Although the Great Pagoda 7 is large and heavy, since he has quite a few cosmos rings with him, he can store one of the Great Pagoda 7 communicators in his cosmos ring and hide the cosmos ring in ordinary goods. Then, he can ship the goods to Heavenly Saint City by express delivery. Every day, the number of the packages going in and out of Heavenly Saint City is astronomical. Neither us nor the cultivators have the capability to scrutinize every package. Moreover, the target might have sent hundreds of similar packages to confuse us. Therefore, the Great Pagoda 7 communicator will probably reach the person he wants to speak to. We cannot stop him. This is the most likely identity, the route of his escape from the Spider Den space zone, the approaches he adopted, and part of the purposes of the mysterious expert wearing the Dragon King battlesuit. After a comprehensive analysis on the information we've gathered so far, we have determined that the man is extremely dangerous. There is an 88% likelihood that the man is targeting us. But it remains unclear whether he is targeting the Temple of Immortals, our disguise, or the Second Imperium, the organization of the real immortal cultivators. With all that in mind, the command center of the dragon-slaying operation has come up with the following countermeasures. Firstly, by tomorrow morning we will get 2 Great Pagoda 7 communicators. The refiners in our organization will run the most thorough research on the magical equipment and learn its mode of transmission and the features of its signals. They will also produce magical equipment that can search for and lock onto other Great Pagoda 7 communicators as quickly as possible. The Great Pagoda 7 is a piece of civil magical equipment. It is not very complicated. The experts in our organization have read the designs. By preliminary analysis, all the work can be done within 5 days. By then, as long as the target activates the Great Pagoda 7 communicator in range of Heavenly Saint City, we will sense and lock onto it within several seconds. We will also be able to interject and analyze the content of the conversation so that we know what they are up to. Secondly, all things considered, there is a 90% likelihood, or even higher, that the mysterious expert is Bai Xinghe's reincarnation. Although Bai Xinghe was in the nascent soul stage, his soul was heavily wounded 5 years ago. There is no way that he could have regained the capability of the nascent soul stage after possessing a body for only 5 years. With that in mind, the organization is hurrying to refine a batch of magical equipment for soul attacks and summoning experts who are adept at soul attack into the dragon-slaying operation. We are hoping that we can kill the target and relieve all our worries in one attempt when the moment comes. Thirdly, the space zones that Bai Xinghe set foot in have been ascertained. Assuming that he is marching toward Heavenly Saint City without rest, the date of his arrival and the mostly likely route are both estimative. Millions of tourists enter Heavenly Saint City every day. Over the past few months, because of the upcoming final battle, the leadership and the high officials of the major sects of the entire Flying Star sector have been coming to Heavenly Saint City for the rally. The population is 10 times greater than usual. We cannot keep everybody on our grid. However, if we are sure about the time of the target's arrival and the likely route, the range of our surveillance can be greatly reduced. Chances are that we can lock onto him as soon as he shows up. Fourthly, Bai Xinghe is coming to Heavenly Saint City after such a long journey. There is no way that he is going to speak to a Mr. Nobody. The person he means to talk to must have high prestige and be very influential in the world of cultivators. In the Flying Star sector nowadays, only the leaders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the officials of the Starfighters Alliance, the heads of the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the representatives of Iron Plateau meet such requirements. There are not too many of them. Therefore, while we are searching for Bai Xinghe, we cannot stop monitoring them. Fifthly, and most importantly, all the analysis and speculations we made are possibly incorrect. Everything may be a trap. All the immortal cultivators were listening attentively, only to be baffled by his statement. Xianxia patted Xiao Yushan's shoulder and gestured for the young immortal cultivator to sit down. Everything we have discussed is 80% likely to be solidly grounded. There is another 20% likelihood that everything is incorrect. The target might not be Bai Xinghe. There might not be a Dragon King battlesuit at all. The worst-case scenario is that the Second Imperium has been exposed. Or at least, the cultivators have grown suspicious about the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. They are testing us in such a way to make us reveal our own loopholes in the haste. Therefore, I must repeat myself. Everybody must obey the orders. Nobody is to act on their own. Do not overreact until the last moment. Of course, Xianxia paused for a moment. A dangerous, palpable aura flowed out of his every pore and formed a solid armor around his body. Right now, the likelihood that we will have to carry out Plan B has significantly increased. Everybody must be prepared. The battle might not go as well as we imagined. It is very likely to be a bitter one where many people will die, their souls perishing forever. However, eventually, on the land dyed red by the blood of the martyrs, a new great nation, one that can lead the civilization of mankind to its prime again, will rise. Nobody can stop the rise of the Second Imperium. Not the cultivators, nor the Bai Xinghe, or whoever he is. This is the brief on the progress of the dragon-slaying operation so far. In a moment, everybody's task will be sent to your crystal processor. For the renaissance of our civilization, let's work hard together, fellow cultivators. Any questions? A slender, immortal cultivator, who had a resolute face, stood up and asked, according to the calculation of the organization, when will Bai Xinghe reach Heavenly Saint City? In 10 days. The 4 backup star beacons will be shipped to the periphery of the Spider Den space zone. Xianxia replied. After another 3 to 5 days of debugging, the space gate will be totally repaired. When the 100-star beacons are gathered, the dazzling spiritual waves released will be like a lighthouse in a dark night. Every space zone in the Flying Star sector will be illuminated. By then, the cultivators, crystal warships, and grand illusionary soldiers in every space zone will jump to the Spider Den space zone for the final battle. The morale-boosting rally will be held in 15 days' time in Heavenly Saints City. After the rally, the strongest forces of every space zone will jump to the Spider Den space zone at the same time. That will be the dawn of the Imperium. As for Bai Xinghe, he is likely to sneak into Heavenly Saints City 3 days before the rally. In other words, 12 days from today. 13 days later, in the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City, a middle-aged man, who was wearing a black wind coat and carrying an old suitcase, was walking slowly on the streets of the central business district, which was packed with people. Fatigue of a long journey still lingered on his face, but his beard had been shaved clean. The fragrant jade bracelet on his wrist was emanating refreshing smell. He looked like a commonly seen merchant who had come to Heavenly Saints City from another space zone for business. However, when teams of grand illusionary soldiers strode past him in neat formations, there was a hint of worry and anxiety in the deepest part of the plain-looking eyes. After 5 years, Liao had finally returned to Heavenly Saints City. Heavenly Saints City was the economical, administrational, cultural, and military center of the Flying Star sector. The second battle of Spider Den to be fought very soon would be the biggest war of the Flying Star sector in the past 500 years. As the center of the Flying Star sector, it was naturally the biggest rally point of the armed forces. All the available soldiers and crystal warships of Heavenly Saints City and the few space zones nearby would congregate here and jump to the Spider Den space zone together. The first impression when Liao returned to Heavenly Saints City was that it had become an out-and-out military camp. Soldiers and trucks could be seen everywhere, and killing intent was rising non-stop. Before he entered the spaceport, he had already seen thousands of crystal warships gathering in the periphery of Heavenly Saints City through the window of his carrier. The fleet was in such an enormous scale that even the sky and the sun were eclipsed. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator showed up in front of the fleet, they would inevitably panic and feel dwarfed. When he entered the 10th space ring, he saw countless cultivators and grand illusionary soldiers striding toward the spaceports boarding on the crystal warships, cheered and applauded by the crowds, all set to go. During the arrival of extraterrestrial devils 5 years ago, the 10th space ring had ended up being a kingdom of devils. Residents here hated the space pirates and the immortal cultivators' guts. They were the most enthusiastic supporters of the war. March to Spider Den. Blood for blood. On the streets and valleys of the 10th space ring, colorful light beams were flashing above the heads of the hot-blooded young men, indicating their excitement and the passion of the entire city. It had been 7 years since the Temple of Immortals revealed itself. The attitude of the ordinary people in the Flying Star sector and the cultivators had undergone drastic changes. In the beginning, they were stunned, confused, and hesitant. Now, they were determined and confident to the point that they were almost arrogant. As victories were secured one after another, especially after the Grand Illusionary soldiers were deployed to various space zones, the Temple of Immortals had began showing signs of failure. Even the space pirates, which had been quite a hazard before, were gone. Both the ordinary people and the cultivators had a much higher sense of safety and pride now. The second battle of Spider Den will be the last war of the Flying Star sector. After the battle, Spider Den, the source of darkness of the Flying Star sector, will be demolished. Also, protected by the Grand Illusionary soldiers, none of the space towns are likely to be invaded by the extraterrestrial devils anymore. An eternal peace is arriving soon. No more killing, plundering, or sabotaging. After Liao traveled through almost 10 space zones, he had picked up on the optimistic, and sometimes naive, thoughts from countless people. As to the outcome of the battle, there was no suspense at all. Experts and professors were unnecessary. Any random shop assistant, taxi driver, or middle school student could elaborate on the subject. In the first battle of Spider Den 500 years ago, the fuse was Xianxia's defection and murders. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City were pissed off. But other than them, the cultivators of the other space zones were not affected. The fleet of the cultivators was formed in a hurry. Many sects were not trying their best. They were technically loose sand. On the space pirates' side, they had Xianxia, who was familiar with the cultivators, as the supreme commander. Besides, the connection between Spider Den and the outside world was not cut off. Other than the main battlefield, countless space pirates were still roving in the other space zones and continued bleeding the cultivators while the defense of their homes was weak. That was one of the reasons the coalition army of the cultivators retreated in the end. The second battle of Spider Den is entirely different. The connection between Spider Den and the outside world has basically been cut off. All the space pirates are restrained to Spider Denver. They are in lack of medication, ammunition, and supplies. They are simply waiting to be killed. But for the cultivators, we are more united than ever. Every cultivator in every sect is making the greatest contributions they can. More importantly, during the past 5 years, almost every sect has produced countless grand illusionary soldiers with abundant resources. When the final battle begins, all the grand illusionary soldiers will be gathered in the Spider Den space zone as the first echelon. The cultivators will not march forward and crush the enemy until Spider Den has already been burnt to the ground. The cultivators are sure winners of the fight. The humiliation of the brutal failure 500 years ago will be cleaned soon. It was the prevailing opinion nowadays. From the experts of war on the TV to the clerks at a grocery market, everybody believed that the cultivators would win the war easily. Among the crowds in the 10th space ring who were seeing the cultivators off to the front line, there was not the slightest solemnness, as if the cultivators were joining not a battle but a parade. In many places, festival decorations were already being prepared for the great victory soon to come. A delighted smile was on every citizen's face. Liao realized that his heavy mind was out of place compared to the elation of the city. he managed to curl his lips into a rigid smile. In front of him was the biggest square of the 10th space ring as well as the most populated place. For a spy who had snuck into Heavenly Saint's city in secret, it was a perfectly reasonable decision to wander in the square, which was packed with people, to get rid of the potential followers. Liao moved through the crowd with difficulty, while he looked around at the skyscrapers around him. The walls of the skyscrapers had been covered by a few enormous light beams, which were displaying the news about the final battle. This morning, the delegation made of the leaders and the elders of the Pill Cauldron sect, the Silver Ring Guild, the Ice Cocoon Fortress, and the other 4 cultivation sects in the Red Pinewood Space Zone arrived in Heavenly Saint City for the morale-boosting rally. Up until now, of the top 500 cultivation sects of the Flying Star sector, 401 have sent their leadership to Heavenly Saint City. It is an unprecedented amalgamation in the 5,000 years of history of the Flying Star sector. Ahead of the final battle, the Grand Illusionary Group has publicized the latest models of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, namely an underground type that is designed to fight in the tunnels of Spider Den, an assault type that can break into the hostile starships and detonate themselves, and a medical type that carries a lot of medical drugs and can serve as an emergency med bay on the battlefield. So far, the Grand Illusionary Group has introduced 43 models of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. The application of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers will reduce the casualties of the Cultivators to the largest extent. 10,000 elites of the Chi Trainers will arrive in Heavenly Saint City on the carriers of the Great Horn Exo Society at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is well known that the Chi Trainers and the Cultivators have developed on their own with different paths of the cultivation. But in the final battle soon to come, the Chi Trainers and the Cultivators will fight side by side. Our blood will be shed together and prove that we are all citizens of the Flying Star sector. Liao gazed at the light beams attentively. Without him knowing, he was jostled into a noisy, excited crowd. It was a bunch of middle school students with flowers and flags. They seemed to have just finished the pageant. Many young men had not regained their calmness from their excitement yet. Every pimple on their faces was glittering. They were yelling and waving their hands crazily, their saliva flying everywhere, as they discussed the final battle to come. Nobody had any doubts about the outcome, but they were concerned whether or not all the leaders of the Temple of Immortals would be captured. It was well known that the Temple of Immortals had 4 leaders, namely the Mountain King, the Sea King, the Black King, and the Lotus King. However, after 7 years of bloody battles, although the Mountain King had been confirmed to be Yen Shibei and the Black King Dark Empyrean, the real identities of the Sea King and the Lotus King remained unclear. Over the past years, the real identities of the Sea King and the Lotus King had been a heated topic on the street and the spiritual nexus. From the leaders and elders of the major sects, to the old and the weak ordinary people, they all had their opinions. When Liao passed by the students, he happened to see a chubby boy waving his hands, shouting excitedly. In fact, it is not hard to guess who the Lotus King and the Sea King are. The answer is crystal clear as long as we think about it reversely. During the 7 years of bloody battles after the Temple of Immortals showed up, who has benefited the most? The glorious Sunlight Group, without a doubt. It was an unknown corporation in the beginning, but it has miraculously risen after only 7 years to become the most important force except for the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Starfighters Alliance. The glorious Sunlight Group is definitely the greatest beneficiary of the war. Therefore, in my opinion, Sand Scorpion, the real controller of the glorious Sunlight Group, is the Lotus King or the Sea King. He faked his own death during the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils 5 years ago in order to ease everyone's alert. In fact, he has been hiding behind the curtain and manipulating everything. Liao was rendered speechless. Shut up. Many of his classmates made a gesture of despise to the little fatty. This was the 10th space ring. Sand Scorpion had died fighting for the residents here and was quite respected by the locals. That's pure nonsense. A girl who had freckles all over her face shouted, her hands on her hips. Sand Scorpion was the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and slayed Yen Shibei, the Mountain King, in person. He perished together with Hellsword Xianxia, a space pirate in the nascent soul stage. How could he be the Sea King or the Lotus King of the Temple of Immortals? In my opinion, since the cultivators have not found out who the Lotus King and the Sea King really are after 7 years, they must be the last people in the world to be suspected. What kind of person is the least suspected in the world? There's a certain someone that you must have never doubted before. Liao, who discovered the Temple of Immortals first. Haha, you are all dumbfounded and did not see it coming. Did you? That's right. That is exactly what the Temple of Immortals want. Just think about it. Wasn't the appearance of Liao, the big hero, quite odd? He was so young, and yet his hands could break into sonic speed. He was excellent at refining, but he was also an experienced exo. That's too incredible. Therefore, instead of waiting for the girl to finish her theory, Liao curled his lips and left them. He was not very surprised. This was not the first time he had heard similar assumptions. The middle school students were merely repeating the rumors on the spiritual nexus. After Liao returned, he had spent quite a lot of time gathering information regarding the Temple of Immortals on the spiritual nexus. He did not abandon the idea that he should post Xianxia's scheme on the spiritual nexus so that everybody could read it. However, Liao discovered that somebody had already posted threads declaring that the Grand Illusionary Soldier project was a big trap and that Xianxia was the Lotus King of the Temple of Immortals as early as 5 years ago. Along with such a thread where Sikuli is the Lotus King, and the Temple of Immortals is just an organization where the smaller sects gather trying to overturn the 6 major sects of Heavenly Saints City. Scorpion is the Lotus King. The Temple of Immortals and Iron Plateau are actually the same gang, and Yan Shibei's death was purely a distraction. Liao is the Lotus King. Otherwise, it is impossible for a young man who appeared out of nowhere to boast such capability. There were other conspiracy theories. All theories seemed logical and convincing. They were even supported by plenty of valid but circumstantial evidence. Xianxia, Sikuli, Scorpion, and Liao were not the only suspects who had been accused of being the Lotus King or the Sea King. There were also the leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the heads of the Starfighters Alliance, the masters of several famous families of cultivators, and so on. In short, almost every famous cultivator had been suspected of being an immortal cultivator. If the leader or the elder of a certain sect was not suspected of being an immortal cultivator, they were sometimes too embarrassed to greet their fellow cultivators, because it meant that they were too insignificant to be mentioned. At first, all the sects paid great attention to the accusations and investigated them thoroughly. Xianxia and his Grand Illusionary Soldier project was the one with the most valid proofs. The Grand Illusionary Soldier project was postponed for half a year. As a result, even Xianxia himself was almost sent to a special court for trial. However, after thorough investigation, it was ascertained that the so-called proof was actually groundless or made up. The investigators even traced it back to a special squad of the immortal cultivators who were in charge of cyber warfare inside the Temple of Immortals. According to their confession, most of the false accusations were made up by them for the purpose of disrupting people's minds, wasting the cultivators' resources, smearing the leaders such as Xianxia or Sikuli, and even alienating the world of cultivators from Iron Plateau by vilifying Scorpion. When the truth was out, the investigation into Xianxia was immediately suspended. Later, the cultivators discovered, while Xianxia had been wronged, he had still been working day and night to perfect the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. Moreover, he had no complaints about the investigation at all. Instead, he comforted the frustrated and guilty investigators. All the cultivators were moved by Xianxia's demeanor during the incident. On the other hand, during the half-year when the Grand Illusionary Soldier project was postponed, more space towns suffered heavy losses. By then, investigations targeting Sikuli, Scorpion, Liao, and the leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City had been conducted many times too, but in a much lower profile. The results proved that the plots were purely imaginary and not supported by any solid evidence at all. From then on, the leadership of the cultivators was extremely wary of those various kinds of conspiracy theories. When a new accusation popped up, the cultivators would often suspect the guy who proposed it instead of the person who was accused of being an immortal cultivator. Right now, only the gossipers on the street and the middle school students who had nothing except their hot blood still talked about such accusations as if they were a real thing. The move that the immortal cultivators played made Liao raise his thumbs. Xianxia must have foreseen that the grand illusionary soldier project would be suspected and scrutinized. Therefore, he asked his own son to be killed at first to win the trust of the other cultivators. Then, he put forward the accusations on himself to force the cultivators to investigate them. Misguided by the proof that he provided himself, naturally, no truths could ever be found. After his own son had been sacrificed, and he had personally been wronged, nobody would doubt Xianxia's loyalty anymore. Seeing through the scheme, Liao had to give up the idea of telling everything to public on the spiritual nexus. Other people had proposed stories 100 times more interesting than his version. Nobody would be interested in his theory at all even if he published it on the web. Tomorrow is the morale-boosting rally. I can only turn to my last resort now. Let's hope that Xianxia will take the bait. Liao sped up through the square to took 3 subways to kill the afternoon. Then, at dusk, he returned to a hotel at the suburb of the 10th space ring. It seemed inappropriate for a man with his appearance to stay in such a hotel. However, Heavenly Saints City was ultra-lively before the final battle. From the central area to the 10th space ring, all the hotels that were even remotely luxurious had been reserved by the big sects of the Flying Star sector. It was not very strange that a businessman was forced to live in the suburbs of the 10th space ring. Liao returned to his room. The experts of the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Great Horn Exo Society, and Iron Plateau are all in position. Liao browsed through a heated website. The secret code that Professor Emotion and he had made a deal on half a month ago in the Dawn Moon space zone was hidden in the seemingly plain posts and replies. The preparations are all complete. Now I have to wait and see if the slippery fish will be hooked. Liao took a long breath and rubbed his rigid face hard, before he glanced at the time on the bottom right corner of the light beam. It was 18:37 and 22 seconds p.m. Night had fallen. It was destined to be the longest night of the Flying Star sector. Liao retrieved a great Pagoda 7 communicator from his Cosmos ring and unfolded the signal transmission web on the top of it. He then sent a tiny bit of spiritual energy into the magical equipment. The magical equipment hummed as the rune arrays on it activated and glittered. Let's do this. The final battle is on. Crimson flames were burning inside Liao's eyes. He bit his lips so hard that his teeth pierced in them. A bloody, palpable aura was flowing around him. The special waves of the Great Pagoda 7 communicator have showed up. On Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group, inside the command center of the Second Imperium, the organization of the real immortal cultivators, an analysis shouted, almost failing to tame his excitement. His 2 hands turned into 2 clusters of mist and jumped among hundreds of spiritual stripes. With his rapid movements, the maps on the light beams were zoomed in and magnified. They changed from 2D to 3D and became more and more precise. Inside the command center, countless immortal cultivators were refreshed and roaring with thrill. Xianxia was wearing a pure white robe, with an emblem of the Grand Illusionary Group embroidered in golden threads on his chest. His expression remained absolutely unchanged, except for the bright golden flames that quickly flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He raised his voice and commanded, Group 1, hack into the communication and monitor the content of the conversation. Group 2, find out the target's coordinates and work out the environment he is in. Group 3, track the target's identity. Group 4, lock onto the person that the target is speaking to by tracing the waves. Operation Squad, examine your magical equipment for the soul attack and be ready to move out. As he issued the command, countless immortal cultivators hiding among the cultivators in the 5 groups took action. Over the past half-month, they had done a lot of monitoring, detecting, and filtering work and gathered a lot of data. They had also estimated the possible area where the source of signals would show up. Soon, hundreds of items of information were falling down on the light beams. The source of signals has been fixed. It is in a room on the 3rd floor of the 3 God Hotel, in the northeast area of the 10th space area, which is one of the places that we have been monitoring closely. The name of the guest of the room is Qian Kanghui in the registration book. Male, 51 years old, from the Mystic Cloud Space Zone. It remains unclear whether the identity is true or false. But since the target lingered in the Mystic Cloud space zone and stole medicine from 7 hospitals, it is natural that he took the identification information of an ordinary person. We have captured the signals of the Great Pagoda 7 communicator, analyzing and cracking them. Over the past half-month, we have completely grasped the forms of the telepathic thoughts sent to and from the Great Pagoda 7 communicator. It is estimated that we can hack into their conversation in 3 minutes. Found it. The signals were directly sent to the first space ring. Searching for the specific coordinates. Got it. On the 19th floor of the Starfighters Plaza in the first ring, there is another Great Pagoda 7 communicator of the same model. The 2 communicators are now connecting. They must belong to the same set. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a few crow's feet that looked like the edges of a sword suddenly appeared. The situation was on the verge of losing control. The Starfighters Plaza was a bureau that the Starfighters Alliance had established in Heavenly Saints City. The dozen smaller sects that constituted the Starfighters Alliance were all among the top 100 of the Flying Star sector in terms of comprehensive capability. The Starfighters Alliance was very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been able to put forward the Ice God project and go at loggerheads against the Grand Illusionary Group. An organization that had the capability to craft a piece of planetary-level magical equipment was never to be underestimated. The 19th floor of the Starfighters Plaza was where the office of Cultivators, the leader of the Starfighters Alliance as well as a refiner in the nascent soul stage, was at. Hurry up! Xianxia shouted loudly. I want Cultivators' all movements over the past few days. Who has he seen? Are there any anomalies? Cultivators was second in terms of authority in the world of cultivators, only lesser than Xianxia. Naturally, the immortal cultivators had been paying close attention to him. In less than 2 seconds, Cultivators' agenda over the past 3 days was displayed on the light beam. Over the past 3 days, Cultivators has been busy taking part in the strategical meetings for the battle to come. There is nothing abnormal. Yesterday, Cultivators met Mechs, the supervisor of the refining center of the Glorious Sunlight Group and a spectral refiner who rose to fame in recent years. The 2 of them talked in secret for a long time. The meeting was arranged a long time ago. Since too many Chi trainers are going to participate in the Battle of Spider Den from Iron Plateau, the crystal warships of the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Great Horn Exo Society are not enough to transport all of them. The Starfighters Alliance is best known for their crystal warships. Therefore, the 2 parties were planning to ship part of the Chi trainers to the front line with the crystal warships of the Starfighters Alliance. This issue was probably what Cultivators and Mechs talked about. Their meeting was 1 hour longer than expected. However, they are both super refiners of the Flying Star sector. It is not unusual that they discussed the arts of refining for a while longer. When the meeting was over, Cultivators went to the hall of the meeting of the next millennium, the command center of the Battle of Spider Den. The leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City were all there. Cultivators went to meet the 6 leaders. According to our sources, some new changes happened to Iron Plateau. 10,000 more Chi trainers would be joining the battle than expected. They would also be carrying heavy and clumsy magical equipment that required more crystal warships to load. However, on their way to Heavenly Saints City, they were met with a cosmic storm. Many crystal warships were seriously damaged and will not move in the next half-month. Therefore, Cultivators went to discuss with the leaders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and transfer part of the Chi trainers to the crystal warships of other sects. It was not a serious issue, but since too many parties were involved, and the transportation plan of the crystal warships of many different sects had to be rectified, it was quite troublesome. They did not finish the new arrangement until late night. Other than that, Cultivators had no abnormal behavior, right? 2 days ago, Cultivators' great-granddaughter, who is a student of Flying Star University, went to the Starfighters Plaza and had dinner with him. Xianxia was startled. He pondered for a moment and asked, Cultivators' great-granddaughter? Does she visit her great-grandfather often? Not really. One of the analysts shook his head and said, the workload of Flying Star University is quite heavy. All the students have to work day and night. Besides, it was not a weekend 2 days ago either. Besides, Si Kuli is stern and rigid. To prepare for the Battle of Spider Den, he hardly spent any time on personal affairs. But that night, he put off an important meeting and had a 2-hour dinner with his great-granddaughter in private. The incident was recorded because of its unusualness. Frowning, Xianxia was sweating all over. His computational ability soared to the maximum. A moment later, Xianxia blinked and said, "Over the past half-month, we've been focusing on the packages that Si Kuli and the leadership of the Starfighters Alliance received and found nothing strange. However, is it possible that the target did not send the Great Pagoda 7 communicator to Si Kuli directly, but stuffed it into a cosmos ring, disguised the good, and sent it to Si Kuli's great-granddaughter?" Immediately, more than 10 data analysts started searching for the packages that Si Kuli's great-granddaughter had received during the last half-month on the spiritual nexus. However, the result was not important now. What was important was that a Great Pagoda 7 communicator had breached the immortal cultivator's surveillance and ended up in Si Kuli's hands without anybody knowing. The dangerous person suspected to be by Xianxia had started a conversation with Si Kuli. Their dialogue might sabotage all the endeavors that the immortal cultivators had worked hard on for decades. Jamming the Great Pagoda 7 communicator and cutting off the communication was doable. But that would be admitting that they were guilty and also strongly raise Si Kuli's suspicion. Therefore, Xianxia could only ask the operation squad to reach the 10th space ring as quickly as possible and let the assassination group that targeted Si Kuli be prepared. Then he simply waited and watched. 2.5 minutes later, the immortal cultivators cut into the conversation between the target and Si Kuli. The two parties were both using faked voices, but it was not hard to distinguish them from their tones and the content. All the immortal cultivators held their breath as they listened to the conversation between the dangerous person who was suspected to be by Xianxia and Si Kuli. When they hacked in, the conversation had already been on for more than half a minute. Neither party was interested in small talk, and they went directly to the topic. Although his faked voice was rigid and unemotional, it could not hide Si Kuli's intense scorn. "You went through all this trouble and even used my great-granddaughter to pass on the Great Pagoda 7 communicator to me, just because you wanted to convince me that you could help me push down Xianxia?" The man suspected to be by Xianxia had an equally cold and rigid voice. Every word seemed to be coming from a running gear. He said, "Don't tell me that you don't want to push down Xianxia. In the Flying Star sector, the Starfighters Alliance is the strongest, other than the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. In the past, you have been suppressed by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, and you do not stand any chance. But over the past years, the Glorious Sunlight Group has risen, which is supported by a behemoth named Iron Plateau. If the Starfighters Alliance and the Glorious Sunlight Group join hands, the capability combined is no lower than that of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. By then, if a great scandal about Xianxia, the crownless king of the Flying Star sector, is suddenly out, Si Kuli, you will be the well-deserved top figure of the Flying Star sector." Si Kuli burst into laughter. "You think I'm a 3-year-old who can be so easily misguided? Are you going to insinuate that Xianxia is the Lotus King or the Sea King of the Temple of Immortals? Save yourself the trouble." Xianxia was indeed suspected of being an immortal cultivator before, but I was suspected of being the Lotus King or the Sea King, too. Is there any famous person in the world of cultivators who has not been suspected before? Your tricks won't work here. The man he was talking to was silent for a moment, before he replied, "If you have absolute faith in Xianxia, why did you choose to waste your time talking to me? Did the proof that I sent with the communicator interest you?" There was a minor riot in the command center of the immortal cultivators when they heard proof. Many immortal cultivators were frowning. Emotionlessly, Xianxia pressed his hands and gestured for everyone to calm down and not to be troubled by such ruses. "We have calculated every detail carefully. No proof has ever been left. Don't be fooled, everybody," Xianxia assured them and kept listening. "Your so-called proof is purely groundless and not of any worth," Si Kuli said. "I agreed to talk to you only because I had guessed who you were. You are Bai Xianxia." The man suspected to be by Xianxia replied with silence. There was nothing except the blank noise in the communication channel. As expected of the pirate potentate, Sikoli said. You were bold enough to barge into Heavenly Saint's city all by yourself. I was very curious about your real purpose. That was why I decided to talk to you. But no worries. The conversation is just between us, because I know very clearly that you are monitoring it in a certain way and will run away quickly at the earliest ominous sign. By Xianxia, although you've been a major headache for the cultivators, it is also a fact that you waged a war against the Temple of Immortals 5 years ago. So, I'm willing to give you a chance and hear what you have to say. However, if what you are going to say is crap like that, then you might as well save your time. I will abort the communication immediately and order your capture. Right? I can offer you a piece of information for free. According to the deductions and calculations we made in the last 5 years, of the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals, at least one is fake. Either the Lotus King or the Sea King does not exist at all. The man suspected to be by Xianxia seemed to be surprised. He exclaimed, "What? Don't you see?" Sikoli sneered. The so-called 4 kings were the Temple of Immortals' own claim. It is just their own words, not just 4 kings. If they want, they can declare that they have 108 kings. A non-existent Lotus King or Sea King has forced us to waste a huge amount of manpower and resources on investigations over the past years, to the point that every cultivator lived in fear. Many cultivators were suspected or accused and had to suspend their work. As a result, our counterattack plan was postponed for years, and intense mistrust among the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, the Star Fighters Alliance, and Iron Plateau was brewing. From that perspective, a non-existent Lotus King or Sea King is as damaging as the Mountain King or the Black King, isn't he? Even if we destroy the Temple of Immortals someday, we cannot eliminate a non-existent person. The so-called Lotus King or Sea King will haunt us and live on as a symbol and an idol when the immortal cultivators rise again. Now, are you still insisting that Xianxia is the Lotus King or the Sea King? The man suspected to be by Xianxia replied coldly. Interesting news. However, I do not intend to accuse Xianxia of being the Lotus King or the Sea King. Not at all. Is that so? There was surprise in Sikoli's voice. He said, then, what kind of indictments are you going to make that can push Xianxia down right before the final battle? The man he spoke to said, how about intentional homicide? Who is the victim? Sikoli asked. Tomorrow, the man said. The morale-boosting rally for the Battle of Spider Den will be held. The leadership of more than 470 of the top 500 sects will attend. It is definitely the greatest event in the world of cultivators in the past 5,000 years. If you present unquestionable evidence to the tens of thousands of cultivators at the rally, proving that Xianxia butchered a whole starship of cultivators and ordinary people 120 years ago just in order to steal their food, fuel, and supplies, do you think your arraignment can push down Xianxia, the leader of all cultivators and the crownless king? His words struck Xianxia like a lightning. Xianxia's mask-like cold and determined face cracked and collapsed. 120 years ago, Xianxia's eyelids were twitching violently beyond his control. The immortal cultivators were all discussing heatedly. 2. They had thought that the dangerous person would provide certain evidence suggesting that Xianxia was the Lotus King of the Temple of Immortals and a hardcore immortal cultivator. They were all prepared for such a prosecution and had hundreds of countermeasures. But the man had tossed out such an unexpected bomb. Even Sikoli seemed to be caught unprepared. He asked, 120 years ago, he butchered a whole starship of cultivators and ordinary people? The man who was suspected to be by Xianxia replied, you heard me. The Star Fighters Alliance must have investigated Xianxia's background. 2. You should know that he was involved in a cosmic storm 120 years ago, and luckily escaped after going missing for a long time. Yes, Sikoli mumbled. It is true that he was unfortunately consumed by a cosmic storm during an operation to hunt space pirates. He did not appear with the seriously damaged crystal warship again until after almost half a year. Are you suggesting that, for his own survival, he looted other starships and killed innocent people during the half-year? If such an accusation is true, Xianxia will definitely be crucified. But tell me one thing first. How do you know about it? The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe laughed in grief and misery. It's simple. I was an eyewitness of the event. I saw with my own eyes that Xianxia killed my parents as well as everyone else on board. Cully gasped, utterly shocked by the breaking news. Xianxia's body shook slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and get all of Bai Xinghe's photos and videos in our database. Scan and rebuild Bai Xinghe's appearance. Try to show his face between the age of 7 to 10. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" The conversation went on in the communication channel. Cully calmed himself down and said, "If everything you said is part of the Temple of Immortals scheme, then I have to admit that this is much more refreshing than the previous accusations I have heard." The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe said calmly, "Although I've told countless lies in my life, I am speaking the truth this time. In the cosmic storm, my parents' crystal warship was taking shelter in the same place as Xianxia's did. In the end, we all ran out of food and supplies and could not persist any longer. For survival, Xianxia butchered everyone on our starship. I luckily escaped because of my parents' protection, only to end up on Spider Den and become a space pirate later. From then on, to destroy Xianxia and avenge my parents has been the sole purpose in my life. After I became the pirate potentate, I began gathering proof about the crime years ago in secret, but it was a long time ago and Xianxia had covered up most of the evidence. I spent my whole life collecting enough evidence to prove that Xianxia was guilty, but I never had the opportunity to send it out before I was involved in the final battle against the Temple of Immortals. Thankfully, the heavens watched over me. I was not killed below the ground. It's been 5 years, and I finally crawled back out." Cully finished his story for him. "Then you snuck into Heavenly Saint's City, found me, and hoped that I could help you crucify Xianxia with the evidence you provided? A very marvelous story, but there is one issue. If you really have solid proof, why did you not store it in the Cosmos Ring and send it to me along with the Great Pagoda 7 communicator? Or is the so-called evidence non-existent, and everything part of your trick?" The other man chuckled. "The evidence is of paramount importance. It is my lifelong work. Of course, I would not send it in a package. Who knew whether or not it would be blocked halfway through? Moreover," he paused for a moment and said unhurriedly, "why would I give you all the evidence when we have not negotiated the conditions yet?" Cully laughed. "You need conditions to avenge your parents?" The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe replied, "There's no need to be sarcastic. A guy as smart as you must have realized that, if Xianxia was cold-blooded enough to butcher a starship of innocent people 120 years ago, his personality is no different from that of the immortal cultivators. The odds that he is also an immortal cultivator will significantly increase. If Xianxia is really an immortal cultivator, the Battle of Spider Den to come shortly is likely a great trap that could potentially overturn the world of cultivators. Even if you are selfless enough to not want to push down Xianxia for your own interests, you don't want the Flying Star sector to be mired in chaos and ruled by the immortal cultivators. Do you? For me, it doesn't matter. Even if the immortal cultivators assume power, I'm now all by myself with a different appearance, and I can live a comfortable life anywhere. But you are different. The Starfighters Alliance is too large an enterprise for you to run anywhere. Besides, your ideology is the opposite of the immortal cultivators. A brutal fight for the true path of the great Tao is inevitable. Therefore, the evidence is more important to you than it is to me. If you are unwilling to make a deal, we can always go our separate ways. I can leave now and wait to watch how cultivators like you are slaughtered in the Battle of Spider Den patiently." Cully was silent for a moment, before he opened his mouth again. "What are your conditions?" The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe said, "Firstly, abandon the investigation and the pursuit of Bai Xinghe forever. Bai Xinghe is really dead. All the crimes that he committed when he was alive should be pardoned. I am not Bai Xinghe. That explains a lot. You reincarnated yourself in a different body." The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe remarked, "That's what you say. I did not say, nor did I admit that I am Bai Xinghe. In another several years, when my soul and my body are better combined, there will be no proof that can associate me with Bai Xinghe. I can swear a blood oath to you that I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just tired of being a space pirate and want to live a tranquil life under a different identity. What else? Sikoli asked. Bai Xinghe smiled and said, secondly, I'm alone and cash-strapped right now, and I don't want to make a living with what I'm familiar with. Therefore, shouldn't the cultivators provide decent support for a big devil who has abandoned darkness for the light? You know, for the sake of the peace of our society. How much money do you want? Sikoli questioned. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe was angry. Money? What kind of person do you think I am? Isn't it too vulgar to talk about money for people in our level? I don't want any money. I merely want the ownership of certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures, resources, real estate, natural paradises, and mother lodes. Here's the inventory. He spoke an astronomical number of items. Both Sikoli in the Starfighters Plaza and the immortal cultivators on Heavenly Phantom were dumbfounded by his demand. Sikoli raised his voice. You are insane. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe snickered and said, Sikoli, you must bear in mind that the evidence that I'm about to offer you will possibly rescue the entire Flying Star sector. Is my reward too high for you? It seems that you don't value the Flying Star sector highly enough. Sikoli said solemnly, it's not about the worth. Tomorrow is the morale-boosting rally. I cannot prepare so many things overnight even if I agree to your conditions. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe said, it doesn't matter. I can trust your promise as long as you agree to my conditions. However, he finished the rest of his demand quickly. I want you to get to an uncompleted building named Complex Star Plaza in the northwest district of the 10th Space Ring in an hour and a half. I have established a spiritual horn soul poisoning array inside the building. As long as we make a blood oath in the array, the oaths will be 100 times more effective than normal blood oaths. The consequences when the oaths are broken are too much even for a nascent soul stage cultivator. I will swear that all the evidence I give you is true and that I will retire, cause no damage to the Flying Star sector, and kill no innocent people in the future. In return, you will swear that you will withdraw the accusations and bounties on Bai Xinghe and transfer everything I demanded legally to me bit by bit. There is no room for the space pirates in the Flying Star sector in the future. With so many resources at my disposal, there is no reason for me to restart my old job. If you break the vow, you will suffer the consequences yourself first. Then I will kill your entire family one by one. Hehe. Sikoli, I am much younger than you. You are old and weary. With the consequences of the strengthened blood oath, you will not live another 10 years. After you are dead, I will have plenty of time to send your offspring to the hell to accompany you. Therefore, with such assurances, I think neither of us will break our vows, will we? Sikoli did not burst into fury. He replied calmly, how do I know that it is not a trap? Chances are that you will assassinate me when I just set foot in the 10th Space Ring. We are all in the nascent soul stage, but you are a combat type 1. I'm no match for you. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe replied, what benefits can I get by killing you? If everything I said was a lie, or a scheme of the Temple of Immortals, killing you is still meaningless, because you are just the second in command of the world of cultivators. There's still Xianxia above you. Killing you will only infuriate the cultivators and cannot stop the final battle. Sikoli pondered for a long time and said, all right, I promise you, but I will not go there by myself. For bodyguards will come with me. Make no mistake, it's not because I don't trust you, but because there might be assassins of the Temple of Immortals in the 10th Space Ring. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe said, all right, you can bring 4 bodyguards, but not Su Changhe. He is an expert in mental attacks. I don't want any experts of mental attacks to be near me. Choose a different one. Also, you cannot tell your bodyguards your true purpose, nor can you reveal our conversation to anybody else. The more people who know it, the more danger I will be in. I trust nobody in this place, including you. If a third person learns of the matter, I will go away immediately and hide myself in a place that is totally safe. I will simply watch the army of cultivators doom on Spider Denver. There's no need for alarmism. Sikuli said. I will make a judgment myself as to if your story is true when I see the evidence. The man suspected to be Bai Xinghe sneered and cut off the communication. On Heavenly Phantom, there was nothing but dead silence in the command center of the immortal cultivators. On the light beam, a 3D image of Bai Xinghe's head appeared. With the efforts of the facial analysis specialists and the modeling experts, the wrinkles on the face were gradually removed, and the skin became smoother and younger. Eventually, it turned into a face of a boy around 8 years old. This is the most likely appearance of Bai Xinghe when he was 8. Xianxia gazed at the face, deep in thought. CEO. One of the immortal cultivators stood up and asked solemnly, Is what Bai Xinghe just said true? Xianxia nodded slowly and said with a heavy heart, It is. I know the face. There was such a boy on the starship. I thought that he was killed during the explosion. I did not know that he slipped through the accident and even became the pirate potentate. Humming whispers were immediately echoing among the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivator continued his questioning. Then, theoretically speaking, is it possible that Bai Xinghe gathered solid evidence about the event years ago? Xianxia lowered his head and considered carefully for 10 seconds, before he struggled to nod his head. If Bai Xinghe said that he grasped evidence that I was the Lotus King, it would have been absolutely impossible. The whole thing would definitely be a trap. However, when the incident occurred, I was not the leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood yet, nor the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group. The Second Imperium was far from being established, too. There were not many resources that were absolutely under my control. Theoretically speaking, it is indeed possible that Bai Xinghe has found some evidence. It may not be enough to prove that I am guilty, but it should be enough to raise the suspicion of Sikuli, the leadership of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, and all the other cultivators. The immortal cultivator raised the third question. So, if they complete their deal and Sikuli really throw out all the evidence on the morale-boosting rally in front of tens of thousands of cultivators, will our plan likely be disrupted? Yes, Xianxia confirmed. All the immortal cultivators were silent for 3 seconds. Then, shouting and yelling 100 times louder than before burst out. The command center seemed to have turned into a honeycomb. Every immortal cultivator was barking at the top of their voice. Kill them. Now that few people know of the event, everything will be taken care of as soon as the 2 of them are killed. In another few days, the army of the cultivators and the Grand Illusionary soldiers will jump to the Spider Den space zone. There will be absolutely nothing to fear then. Yes. But we must not take action until they meet in the 10th space ring and the decisive proof is presented. Right now, the central area of Heavenly Saint City is packed with cultivators of various sects. Every place is heavily guarded, and it is difficult for us to assassinate anybody. But the 10th space ring is at the periphery of Heavenly Saint City, where the defense is much sloppier. It will be much more convenient for us to kill somebody. A slim, indifferent-looking immortal cultivator spoke up. Calm down. Calm down. Has it ever occurred to you that everything might be a trap that is luring us to step in? The 5 or so bodyguards that Sikuli always brings with him are all in the core formation stage. 2 of them are even at the peak of it, although Sikuli is not a battle-type cultivator. He is in the nascent soul stage after all. If he really engages in a fight, I believe that it will not be difficult for him to wield the combat ability of the beginning level of the core formation stage. Together with Bai Xinghe, who is also in the nascent soul stage, it is going to be a great mess and require a lot of hands if we want to take all of them down without alarming anybody. If the assassination fails, the Second Imperium will likely be exposed. His words put his outraged companions deep in thought. A moment later, another immortal cultivator frowned and said, What if it is not a trap? What if the crucial evidence does exist and falls into the hands of Sikuli, and he sets the whole thing to public in the morale-boosting rally? By then, the attack on Spider Den might be postponed or even cancelled. The investigation into the CEO and the Grand Illusionary Group will be 100 times more rigorous than last time. At worst, the CEO might be stripped of his mandate, locked up and tried. We have prepared for this day for decades. Right now, the arrow is already on the bow. Many fellow cultivators are all set in various battlefields. We cannot afford a thorough investigation. Enough! Xianxia raised his hands. An invisible aura surged out of his body and blew away the messy discussion. All the immortal cultivators were dazed briefly, but their anxiety was more or less relieved. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes became as clear as a brook and as deep as an ocean again as he said calmly, "You've all got a point, fellow cultivators. We are now faced with two possibilities. The first possibility is that everything Xianxia said is true, and he does have evidence to prove that I'm guilty. If so, we must annihilate him and see Cully as well as the 4 bodyguards during their meeting. 2 assassination squads may not be enough for the task if we want everything to be done neatly. I will have to take action in person. However, there's a second possibility. Everything might just be a trap. See, Cully might have grown suspicious of me and tested me together with Xianxia on purpose. If I really take action in person, I will fall into their trap. If that is the case, then our best strategy is to stay calm and pretend that we know nothing about it. See, Cully will not have solid evidence in his hands if that's the case. Otherwise, he could have accused me in front of the leadership of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. Because of the lack of evidence, he cannot accuse me as it would lead to internal strife in the world of cultivators. Nor does he have any reason to stop the Battle of Spider Den. Only one of the 2 possibilities is right. If we make the right choice, the Second Imperium will thrive unstoppably. If we make the wrong one, our cause will suffer a heavy blow, and the civilization of mankind of the Flying Star Sector will continue sinking into the darkness of disunity for another 1,000 years. CEO! Several cultivators shouted excitedly, "Let us do the job! If we fail, we will sacrifice ourselves for our belief. We will not expose our origins or you." "It's useless," said Xianxia as he shook his head. "If an assassination takes place, it will be obvious that the conversation between Cully and Xianxia was overheard. The Battle of Spider Den will be put off indefinitely until the force is uprooted." Fellow cultivator Wuxia was right about one thing. Many of our fellow cultivators have initiated our plan in their posts. The bullets are out of the barrels, and the sharp blades have already been unsheathed. It is impossible to take them back without letting them taste blood. Fellow cultivators, stay calm for a moment. Let me think for 3 minutes. I will sort through the detail of the whole incident from the beginning to the end, and see if I can find a fatal loophole. Xianxia fell silent after finishing his last words. Even his skin turned gray, as if he were a dull statue. All the immortal cultivators held their breath and clenched their fists while they stared at their leader quietly. 2 minutes and 59 seconds later, Xianxia's frozen eyes suddenly flickered. 2 streams of brilliances beamed out, like the flames of spiritual energy spurting out when the main gun of a crystal warship was launched. CEO! All the immortal cultivators felt as if Xianxia was like a saber that had been unsheathed abruptly after being sealed for a long time. His aura dominated the entire room. Every cultivator felt their blood boiling, ready for a great fight. "I've made up my mind." Xianxia looked around and said, his every word sounded like a barrage of the main gun of Heavenly Phantom. "Immortal cultivators, for the sake of the civilization of mankind, let's take action." An hour and a half later, at 20:07:44, although the light beams on the artificial dome displayed a sky of stars, the neon lights, flashing rune arrays, and advertisement bulletin boards inside the 10th space ring still illuminated the forest of skyscrapers. It was truly a sleepless city. The streets were packed with people who were cheering on their parade. The enormous light beams on the skyscrapers were displaying the latest promotional videos for a movie. The movie had been produced by the Grand Illusionary Group at the cost of more than $3 billion, and it was predicted to be one of the best films of the year. It told the story of everything about the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project. The name of the movie was New Era. It was said that Xianxia, the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group, had personally come up with the name. The northwest part of the 10th space ring was an industrial zone. In the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils 5 years ago, it had been one of the most severely struck districts. A lot of debris and scrap still remained uncleared after 5 years. It was a rarely seen desolate area of the 10th space ring. At the center of the Northwest District stood a building of more than 30 floors. It was half-built, and there were spiritual energy transmission tubes and scaffolding on the outer walls everywhere. But all the floors had nothing except for the framework. Against the dark night sky, the whole building looked like a hollow skeleton. CEO, C. Cully's shuttle has flown into the skyscraper directly. Other than the 4 bodyguards in the core formation stage, he did not bring anybody else. Since they had received the intelligence in advance, the assassination squad of the immortal cultivators had hidden themselves in the high towers and debris around the complex Star Plaza earlier. Due to the urgency, they did not have enough time to deploy complicated rune arrays, but through secret channels they had shipped 3 super-heavy crystal cannons, whose bombardment equal to the full-strength strike of a nascent soul-stage cultivator, to this place. The 3 super-heavy crystal cannons were all aimed at the complex Star Plaza. The falsified evidence had been set up, too. If the cultivators investigated the evidence that had been left on purpose, they would find out that the assassination was another dying struggle of the Temple of Immortals. The people who volunteered to be sacrificed had been selected, too. They were indeed from Spider's Thorn, an assassin's organization on Spider Den. Xianxia monitored the situation inside the complex Star Plaza through a telescope that boasted penetrative and night viewing functions. He saw that C. Cully had left his 4 bodyguards on various floors of the plaza and ascended to the 10th floor by himself. As for the man suspected to be by Xianxia, the immortal cultivators had followed him closely ever since he left the hotel. His every movement, including the process in which he set up an array inside the complex Star Plaza, had been seen clearly. Our enemies consist of a nascent soul-stage cultivator whose soul is unstable, a non-battle-type nascent soul-stage cultivator, 2 in the peak of the core formation stage, and 2 in the middle level of the core formation stage. Our backups include 1 in the high level of the nascent soul stage, 4 in the peak of the core formation stage, 9 in the beginning and middle level of the core formation stage, all of whom are adept at assassination, and 3 super-heavy crystal cannons. For this operation, the 3 super-heavy crystal cannons will open fire first with the hope of seriously wounding by Xianxia, the most threatening nascent soul stage cultivator for us. Then, those in the nascent soul stage and the peak of the core formation stage who are adept at mental attacks will hunt by Xianxia together. Everybody else will harass C. Cully and his 4 bodyguards. More importantly, interferences of the highest level must be imposed. The connection between them and the outside world must be cut off. Their telepathic thoughts are not to be sent out. When the nascent soul stage expert on our side finishes by Xianxia, he will return and take care of everybody else. If everything goes well, the battle will be concluded in 30 seconds. Shwa, 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 shwa. The operation plan was sent to every immortal cultivator's crystal processor. All the immortal cultivators were emotionless, with the dim brightness of the light beams glimmering in their eyes. Synchronize the time on your light beams, Xianxia said softly in the communication channel. Right now, it is 20 hours 12 minutes and 35 seconds. The dragon slaying operation will be activated at 20:15 sharp. All the cultivators' breathing became lighter and lighter. Their hearts were beating along with the changing time on the light beams. 20:14:30, 20:14:40, 20:14:50. The 3 super-heavy crystal cannons lurking the darkness had all been filled with spiritual energy. Every rune array on the body of the cannons was flowing as if they were alive, giving a feeling that they were butterflies that had crawled out of their cocoons. Inside the complex Star Plaza, C. Cully was standing on the same level as by Xianxia. They were confronting each other in silence. 58, 59. It was 20:15 sharp. Xianxia's bellow came over in the communication channel. The dragon slaying operation begins now. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 3 torrents of flame spurted out of the barrels of the super-heavy cannons like a volcano eruption. Due to the disguise of special rune arrays, the 3 torrents were as lackluster as the bleeding sun at dusk. They did not raise any sound when they darted through the air. However, when they hit the middle part of the complex Star Plaza, The entire skyscraper was like an icy block that met magma or a tower of sand that collided into a tide. It melted and collapsed instantly. Immortal cultivators, attack! Xianxia was as quick as a lightning. He dashed into the building almost the moment the crystal cannons hit the plaza. The other assassins were not as fast as him, but they were closer to the building and had already started moving when the crystal cannons were still preparing. Therefore, the moment the building collapsed, dozens of streaks of brightness stabbed into the dissecting plaza like sharp sabers, as dozens of immortal cultivators dashed into the complex star plaza. 9 rune arrays in the 300 square meters nearby hummed together like wild butterflies. Rays of light soared into the sky like the fireworks for a festival. Although they were dazzling, many other places were igniting firecrackers for celebration in the night of joy. The flashing flames did not catch anyone's attention. However, when the colorful flames reached the highest point, they condensed together and formed a fully enclosing light beam that descended like an upside-down bowl and covered the entire complex star plaza. The real complex star plaza was collapsing fast. However, the illusion that the light beam presented was normal and peaceful. There were no quakes, noises, or dust at all. The complex star plaza was still standing on the ground solidly. It was a special array that could block all kinds of waves. Not only would the sounds and quakes be retained inside, the signals of the spiritual nexus and the telepathic thoughts of the cultivators could not be sent out, either. The complex star plaza had been severed from the outside world. When Xianxia charged into the building, the middle part of the building completely collapsed. The floors above that had remained intact buckled and blew away the foundations of the building like a giant bomb. Inside the area that was blocked, the earth was shaking, and smoke was rising everywhere. Searching for a target in such an environment was like fishing for a needle in an ocean. However, Xianxia and all the other immortal cultivators taking part in the operation were experts adept at assassination. Before the bombardment, they had calculated where the target might be after the building collapsed precisely. More than 10 streams of flames spurted out of Xianxia's crystal suit as he locked onto Bai Xinghe after a series of dazzling small-scale movements. However, before he launched his first mental attack, Bai Xinghe had vanished into the depths of the smoke at a speed much higher than he had expected, like an unpredictable cloud, giving the feeling that he had not been affected by the bombardment at all. Xianxia suddenly felt greatly alarmed. The bombardment of 3 super-heavy cannons should have at least dealt some damage to a nascent soul-stage cultivator, even if they could not kill him instantly. Besides, Xianxia had added a lot of rune arrays for mental attacks to the 3 super-heavy crystal cannons. For a man who had possessed a new body and did not have a stable soul, the bombardment should have been the heaviest shock. He should have been stunned for a second or two even if he was not wounded. How did Bai Xinghe run away so fast? Xianxia's nose twitched quickly. His pupils constricted, and his temples seemed hollow. He had sensed the scent of the residues of crystals and the remaining spiritual waves after a large-scale rune array functioned. But the large-scale rune array was not the gold horn soul poisoning array, which could boost the consequences of the blood oath, but a certain defense rune array, one of the highest level that would cost a great number of crystals. Bai Xinghe pretended that he was deploying the gold horn soul poisoning array, while in fact he set up a defense rune array that could protect 2 people at the center of the false array, which helped him to resist the bombardment of the super-heavy crystal cannons. The 2 rune arrays were of completely different qualities and could in no way overlap, which meant that the gold horn soul poisoning array did not exist at all. It was just a disguise. In that moment, Xianxia thought everything through. He did not curse, nor did he waste any second in regretting. Instead, he simply accelerated to his maximum speed, trying to run away from the other side of the collapsing skyscraper. But there was no time. Several screams echoed in the smoke below him, followed by the sounds of crystal suits being broken and bones being fractured. All of the sounds came from the immortal cultivators that Xianxia was most familiar with. Then, 5 intimidating auras soared up into the sky and locked onto Xianxia in less than 0.1 seconds. Xianxia could only come to an abrupt halt. 1 meter further, and the 5 aggressive auras would have launched a critical strike at him simultaneously. Even though he was in the high level of the nascent soul stage and was known as the best expert of the flying star sector, it was impossible for him to resist the full-strength strikes of 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. Very soon, 5 crystal suits that were in different shapes, but equally daunting slowly revealed themselves in the smoke and surrounded Xianxia from various directions. Outside of them, almost 20 immortal cultivators that were not dead yet were floating in midair, too. They stared at their prey in bewilderment, not having the first clue why the bodyguards who were supposed to be in the core formation stage were so strong. Crack, crack. The stone, rebar, and cement fell on the crystal suits like a meteor shower, only to be blown into pieces by the surging spiritual energy. The immortal cultivators and the cultivators stood in midair, confronting each other in silence in the undying smoke. Although the 5 people surrounded him were wearing crystal suits and he could not see their faces, Xianxia still distinguished who they were quickly, because the crystal suits of the super experts were often specially modified or even tailor-made. Also, the unique spiritual waves of a nascent soul stage cultivator helped him to determine who they were, too. Liao Huagu of the Furious Bears Union, Zhuge Ci of the Silver Moon Can, Master Empty Cicada of the Burning Sun Alliance, and you, too, Luo Xingzi of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. My good junior brother. In the circle of cultivators, the names of the 4 experts were among the most influential ones. They were the life goals for many cultivators. They were all the deputy leaders or elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, as well as battle-type cultivators in the nascent soul stage. However, Xianxia's eyes did not stop for long on the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators. Very soon, he gazed at the 5th person on the spot, as if the guy who was coughing slightly right now was his real opponent. A layer of ever-surging black smoke covered the 5th person's crystal suit and concealed most of the details. However, the 6 artificial limbs protruded out of his back that looked like dragons exposed who he was. Bai Xinghe, Xianxia said softly, one word after another. Liao chuckled in amusement as response. So, this is really a trap? Xianxia said casually. Bai Xinghe showed up on purpose to attract my attention. He let me discover that he stole 2 great Pagoda 7 communicators and lured me into eavesdropping on your conversation. But everything has been a scheme since the beginning. Kuli's 4 bodyguards swapped identities with the 4 experts of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City a long time ago. Let me see. Maybe it was last night, when you were discussing the rearrangement of the transportation plan in the hall of the meeting of next millennium. The 4 experts disguised themselves as the 4 bodyguards and left with Kuli. Then, you came to the complex Star Plaza together, didn't you? Hehe. What a pity. I should have attended the meeting yesterday. If I did, I would have seen through your disguise instantly. But I was too busy tracking Bai Xinghe and only asked my deputies to participate on my behalf. It seems that Bai Xinghe doesn't have any proof, does he? But me showing up here right now has offered you the best proof. There's just one thing that I don't understand. Bai Xinghe is an infamous bandit. How did he persuade you into setting up such a trap when he did not have any evidence? Junior brother, even you are part of the scheme. Why? Amidst the raging smoke, the 6th crystal suit slowly rose up. It was Kuli, the leader of the Starfighters Alliance, who was the bait in the trap. Hiding behind Luo Xingzi, a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood, he said coldly, "Give it up, Xianxia. We know what you are thinking about. You want to buy yourself more time so that your accomplices on Heavenly Phantom in the central area of Heavenly Saint City can take action. It's useless. You are not the only guys who know how to set up barriers." At exactly the moment of the assassination, an even larger array was unfolded and covered the 1 square kilometer around the plaza. All the telepathic thoughts and signals of the spiritual nexus in the area are being jammed indiscriminately. Whatever commands you have, you will not be able to send them out. In the meantime, at least 5 cultivators in the nascent soul stage and more than 10 in the peak of the core formation stage are now marching toward the 10th space ring with the elites of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Starfighters Alliance. As for the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group, your nest, and Heavenly Phantom, your flagship, they are now being taken over by a special squad of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. You must have thought that we could not respond to changes when all the messages were cut off, mustn't you? But it never occurred to you that the loss of messages was also a message. Before we set up the trap, we had made a deal with the experts of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the Starfighters Alliance, and the Glorious Sunlight Group. We would send a message to them every other second. If they did not receive any messages after 3 seconds, then something was wrong. They would enter the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group and board the Heavenly Phantom immediately. Therefore, it doesn't matter that you want to buy yourself more time because time is now on our side. Xianxia was silent for a long time. He exhaled for a long time and smiled bitterly. I have no words to say about my misjudgment. I only want to know this. Why did you believe in Bai Xinghe? Si Kuli shook his head and said, You're wrong. It was not Bai Xinghe that we trusted, but the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau. I don't know how Bai Xinghe convinced the Glorious Sunlight Group and the heads of Iron Plateau, but Professor Mo Xian of the Glorious Sunlight Group yesterday declared non-confidence in you, the Commander-in-Chief, and demanded a test for you before the final battle on behalf of the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Great Horn Exo Society, and the several chiefs of Iron Plateau. If the requirements were not met, the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Great Horn Exo Society, and Iron Plateau would withdraw from the final battle unilaterally. It was quite a big deal. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the Starfighters Alliance could not allow such a thing to happen. Also, the so-called test would be absolutely harmless as long as you were innocent. More importantly, whether you are an immortal cultivator or not, we will be able to capture Bai Xinghe, or rather, Bai Xinghe proposed to turn himself in as long as we ran the test. Turn yourself in? Xianxia was truly dazed. He turned to Li Yao again and said, I didn't know that you were willing to pay such a high price for your revenge. Li Yao burst into laughter and replied, You killed my parents. As long as you are crucified, I can die 10,000 times without complaint. Senior brother. Luo Xingzi was Xianxia's junior brother in the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. When Xianxia had been the leader of the sect, he had been one of the deacons. Therefore, he could hardly believe Xianxia's betrayal and had almost even passed out in fury. He yelled, So, you are really a member of the Temple of Immortals and a cowardly immortal cultivator? Why? Senior brother, you are the best expert and the crownless king of the Flying Star sector. You are already at the peak of the world of cultivators. Even if you are interested in the secret arts of longevity, there are endless resources at your disposal. Why did you create the Temple of Immortals and get so many innocent people killed? Xianxia smiled casually. It's true that I am an immortal cultivator, but the so-called Temple of Immortals is just a disguise. Don't mistake the selfish, spineless, false immortal cultivators of the Temple of Immortals for us, real immortal cultivators. You're right, junior brother. I am already at the top of the world. If it were for my own interest, even if I wanted to pursue an eternal life, it would not have been necessary for it to stir up so much trouble. However, although it is immortality that we the real immortal cultivators pursue, we are not talking about the eternal life of individuals, but the splendor and eternality of the civilization of mankind. Our dream is very simple. We will reunite the Flying Star sector, which is essentially loose sand, and build a powerful nation governed by the immortal cultivators. What? Everybody, including Li Yao, was greatly shocked. Ever since the arrival of the apocalypse and the collapse of the coalition government of the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago, we have been the lone dusts in the sea of stars without our own country. 5,000 years. It's been 5,000 years. We groped and struggled in the darkness. To this day, the dozens of space zones are still only minding their own business, completely disorganized. This is the source of all tragedies. If we weren't loose sand, how could the space pirates have been so wild and even defeated the attack of the cultivators with a single planet? If we weren't loose sand, how could we have hesitated to get in touch with the compatriots on Iron Plateau for 5,000 years? If we weren't loose sand, how could we never have the ambition to explore other sectors? For 5,000 years, we've been cowering in the Flying Star sector like turtles. We barely explored the world fragments near the Flying Star sector, not to mention sending out a large-scale expedition army to explore other sectors like we did 5,000 years ago. 5 years ago, faced with the threat of the Temple of Immortals, the world of Cultivators, which was in disunity, still refused to work together on the Ice God project. In the end, it was a non-obligatory grand illusionary soldier project that was carried out. Hehe. In the eyes of the immortal cultivators, if the Flying Star sector remains as divided as it is now, we will forever be as weak as today, our civilization will not make any progress, and we will never step out of the Flying Star sector and regain the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium. Yes, the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium. Back in the Star Ocean Imperium, the Flying Star sector was one of the most important districts. There are endless magical equipment, debris, and relics even to this day. We are the offspring of the greatest warriors of mankind from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. We should concentrate all our resources and realize the wish of the strongest human beings of the Star Ocean Imperium. We should rebuild the Imperium so that the civilization of mankind can rise again until it becomes the strongest species in the Sea of Stars. Xianxia was speaking faster and faster until he sounded insane in the end. Even Luo Xingzi was somewhat awed by his resolution. He was dazed for a long time before he opened his mouth again. Even so, there was no need to resort to such extreme methods. You know that the unification of the Flying Star sector and the foundation of a new coalition government is not a new idea. We are already on the road. Xianxia burst into laughter. 1,000 years of thinking, and what? It's useless, junior brother. The Flying Star sector has been divided for too long. The middle-sized and small-sized sects are the rulers of their respective space zones, which are essentially their independent kingdoms. Every sect has their own interests, and every space zone has their own plans. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a hen than to be the tail of a phoenix. How can those sects willingly establish a coalition government with us? Chances are that they will even suspect that the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City are merely taking the chance to swallow them. Leader C is right here. The Starfighters Alliance always represents the interest of the middle-sized and small-sized sections. Why don't you ask him if he is willing to? Hehe. In fact, there is no need to ask. Even if a new nation is established in hundreds of years, after countless negotiations and compromises, a weak parliamentary regime is most likely to be adopted. By then, in Parliament, all the representatives will still argue against each other and double deal for the interests of their own sects. Such a nation will be merely a glamorous-looking skin. How can it realize the last wish of the Star Ocean Imperium? All in all, in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, the sects in the Flying Star sector nowadays, be they the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City or the smaller sects in the other space zones, and I do mean each and every of them, are a cancer to our civilization. Our civilization can only progress after all the sects are destroyed. When the power and resources of every space zone is concentrated in the hands of one leader, and we are guided by one voice and one true path. Besides, hundreds of years of negotiations and compromises are just a waste of time. Can we really afford that? Luo Xingzi gnashed his teeth. So, you immortal cultivators made up an organization called the Temple of Immortals, and caused mayhem in the Flying Star sector, because you were paving the way for the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. But in fact, you have backdoors in the Star Brain, the main database for the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. In the end, the Temple of Immortals and the Grand Illusionary Soldiers will attack the cultivators collectively. When the main force of the cultivators is destroyed, you will reign over the Flying Star sector, right? After a long sigh, Xianxia answered, Exactly. We've been carrying out the plan for decades. Never did we expect that it would fail at the last moment. I took everything into consideration, but I never knew that a survivor was left in the slaughter 120 years ago, and that the survivor even became the pirate potentate. Senior brother. Luo Xingzi burst into fury. People of different such beliefs should distance themselves from each other. This is the last time that I will call you senior brother. In the future, I will call you Xianxia. Xianxia, the immortal cultivators like you claim that you are fighting for the civilization of mankind, But how many people has the Temple of Immortals that you made killed in the great explosion during the Skyhill Sword Seminar, in the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils in the 10th space ring, and all the other disasters over the past 5 years? So many innocent men and women. And you killed a starship full of people for your own survival 120 years ago, and yet you are brass enough to declare that you are not a coward? Of course, I'm not a coward, Xianxia replied calmly. My own life is as insignificant as dust, but a great responsibility was on my shoulders. My value to the civilization of mankind is 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times more than that of all the people on that starship combined. From the perspective of the civilization of mankind as a whole, I had more reason to survive than the people on that starship. So I killed them and saved myself. It was not for my own survival but for the rise of the civilization of mankind. How is that cowardly? As for the victims killed by the Temple of Immortals, the birth of any great nation requires the blood of countless sacrifices. The loss of so many people, including my own son, leads to the rise of a brand new imperium. Isn't that good enough? Luo Xingzi was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a long time. Even Liao was stunned, with a feeling that Xianxia was so shameless that he almost sounded reasonable. Xianxia continued speaking, his voice becoming ever louder. Don't you see, junior brother? This universe is a dark forest where the strong prey on the weak. Survival of the fittest is the only law of nature. Only the strongest, the most cold-blooded, and the cruelest civilization can live in the dark forest. Just look at what the civilization of mankind has become under the leadership of the cultivators. Slack, undetermined, hypocritical, and weak. You've lost the wariness of the entire universe. You are just asking for your own death. Your slogan that it is the responsibility of the cultivators to protect the weak is hilarious. There are only limited resources in the universe. Wasting the precious resources on people who are as weak as ants will only result in the decline of the entire civilization. Filter the weak, bring up the strong, and keep evolving. That is the path of immortality for a civilization. When the immortal cultivators take over the flying star sector and build our nation, all the resources will be controlled and distributed by the government. Everybody will go through the strictest screening when they are born. The sick and the disabled do not need to live one more day to waste food. The infants who are healthy and strong will receive the harshest training. For the talented geniuses, whatever their familial background is, they will get the most resources and the guidance of the most excellent teachers. For the weak without talents, no matter how noble their family is, they will be eliminated without any mercy. The strong will enjoy excessive resources and focus on their training. They do not need to waste any of their time on ordinary people. The weak will be sent to the resource plants, where the environment is harsh, for mining and make whatever contributions they can to mankind. Other than that, rigorous competitions will be held regularly. With their lives on the line, the strongest of the strong will be selected and enlisted into an expedition army to recover other sectors, collect more resources, and even explore the Empyrean Terminus sector, the center of the Old Star Ocean Imperium. This is the future of the civilization of mankind. This is the dream country that the immortal cultivators have been fighting for throughout the years. This is the second unified imperium in the history of mankind that will pass on the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium. Our imperium of true human beings. All 6 cultivators, including Liao, were shocked to speechlessness by Xianxia's craziness. Although Liao had known that the Temple of Immortals must have had great plans, he had never expected that it was purely a disguise to cover the horrifying imperium of true human beings. Luo Xingzi took a long breath and said, Xianxia, this is madness. Wake up. No matter how magnificent and glorious your imperium of true human beings may be, it has collapsed and vanished into thin air. Right now, the coalition squad of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the Starfighters Alliance should have taken over the Grand Illusionary Group and Heavenly Phantom. A hunting group made of almost 100 super experts has arrived in the 10th space ring, too. They will be here in several minutes. Surrender, Xianxia. We have 5 nascent soul stage cultivators right here. 5 versus 1. Even though you are in the high level of the nascent soul stage and the best expert of the flying star sector, you do not stand a chance. Let's say you can get away today, what then? Your schemes are known to the world, and your organization is now melting like ice. What can you do except kill several more innocent people? Allow me to beg you as a representative of the innocent people. If you remember that you once swore to protect the weak as a cultivator, just give up the meaningless resistance. Xianxia, you were the idol for countless cultivators. Righteous or evil, you are definitely one of the most influential men in the world. Now that you've failed, just admit your failure frankly. Xianxia was silent. Li Yao and the other cultivators' hearts were all pounding. This is the most crucial moment. Xianxia was the best expert of the flying star sector. If he was determined to run away, the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators present might not be enough to stop him. If he went on a rampage in the 10th space ring, it was very likely that he could drag hundreds of cultivators and tens of thousands of ordinary people to hell before he was killed. After a minute of silence, bitter laughter echoed inside Xianxia's crystal suit. He said, "All right, I took a gamble and I accept the result. Dragging those ants with me is quite boring, too. I surrender." While he was talking, the aura of the nascent soul stage gradually dispersed. His capability fell from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage, the building foundation stage, and the refinement state until in the end he became no different from an ordinary person. It was only with the support of his crystal suit that he managed to stay in midair. The 6 cultivators all took a long breath in relief, with cold sweat on their back. Strong as Xianxia might have been, it would still take him half a second to ignite the power of his soul and summon the combatability of the nascent soul stage from the status of an ordinary person. The 5 nascent soul stage cultivators had locked onto him and would not give him such a chance. It meant that he had really given up all resistance. Nobody had gotten hurt. It was the best result anybody could have imagined. Boss, bye, thank you. Inside the communication channel, Luoxing hesitated for a long time but still thanked the infamous bandit sincerely. Xianxia was the previous leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. His betrayal was a major strike for the prestige of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. A great purge was underway. Today, Luoxingzi had forced Xianxia to surrender as a representative of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. It was sort of a self-purging of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. However many crimes Bai Xinghe had committed in the past, he had done the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood a favor in this matter. Li Yao felt that a giant rock was finally off his heart. He almost burst into laughter on the spot. Over the past month, his computational ability had almost been kept at the highest in every second. He had calculated and devised traps incessantly. He walked in the shoes of Xianxia, Si Kuli, the leadership of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and countless other people. He had carefully considered what other people's reactions might have been and finally came up with such a neat trap. He had been anxious almost every second, and every day had been as long as a year for him. Right now, everything was settled. In the great gamble where the fate of the flying star sector was the prize, he was the winner. His bargaining chips were few, and his cards could not have been worse. But with the information that Xianxia was not aware of, he had fooled the best expert of the flying star sector. Li Yao really had the urge to roar and do 108 backflips in a row. Even the best expert of the flying star sector has been tricked brutally by me. Ha 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 ha. Li Yao wondered whether or not Xianxia would vomit blood and become mentally deranged if he revealed his true face of Li Yao in front of Xianxia right now. However, it might be a better idea to wait until the 4 experts had completely controlled Xianxia. Luoxingzi walked to Xianxia prudently, preparing to impose barriers on him. But Xianxia coughed hard. He coughed, shuddered, and bent down. His vitality quickly flowed away from him like translucent smoke. Drops of blood were leaking out of his crystal suit. Luoxingzi was greatly shocked. He hurried forward and held Xianxia. The best expert of the flying star sector was like a dying old man. He clung to his junior brother's arm and did not have the strength at all. Luoxingzi opened his hands and tore off Xianxia's helmet. Below the helmet was face that was as slim as a skeleton. Countless flies seemed to be crawling on the face. Even the skull below was twisting, scattering, and condensing, as if a giant hand was shaping it into a completely different appearance. Although Liao and the other cultivators did not come close, they saw the face clearly through Luo Xingzi's crystal camera. It was not Xianxia. Although he was too slender to be recognized, the shape of his bones was entirely different. The man was not Xianxia. Liao was dumbfounded. You are not Xianxia. Who are you exactly? Luo Xingzi clutched the man's hair hard. But hardly had he touched it when the hair mostly all fell out. There was not the slightest vigor in the man's body, but his big eyes, which were particularly bright, were full of derision. Weird sounds came from the mouth, where the teeth were all gone. I am the Lotus King. Luo Xingzi was greatly alarmed. No need to fret. The man cackled like a crow until everybody felt creepy. Then he continued. The Lotus King is neither a battle-type cultivator nor in the nascent soul stage. My only technique is to simulate the aura of the nascent soul stage with the cultivation of the core formation stage. Nothing else. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Usually, as the Lotus King, I suppress my emotions, feelings, and soul with my secret arts. The CEO's tremendous telepathic thoughts will enter my body, and I will be the speaker of the CEO's will. Even though I was unfortunately captured by you, the CEO can argue that I am merely a tool that the Temple of Immortals used to frame him and that I have nothing to do with him. But right now, it is no longer necessary. The CEO permitted me to tell you everything after I by 20 minutes for him, as a reward for my lifelong devotion. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The Lotus King vomited a mouthful of pure black blood and burst into laughter. Today, I've indeed dedicated the best performance of my life. Haha. With the cultivation of the core formation stage, I triggered a dominating aura higher than the middle level of the nascent soul stage, and did not give myself away even though 5 nascent soul stage cultivators had locked onto me. Totally worth it. After my life as an immortal cultivator, I've scared 5 nascent soul stage cultivators to pale faces. My life has totally been worth it. The faces of Liao and the rest of the cultivators blanched. It was the Lotus King who had fallen into the trap, and the Lotus King was just a stand-in for Xianxia. Then where was the real Xianxia? More importantly, since Xianxia had allowed the Lotus King to tell them everything, he must have made up his mind to stop pretending. They had wasted almost 30 minutes on the Lotus King. What had happened in the outside world in the meantime? The Lotus King had been burning his life and soul in order to exude the aura of the middle level of the nascent soul stage. Right now, he was already on the brink of death. At the last moment of his life, he was suddenly refreshed and stared at Liao with a weird smile while vomiting blood. By Xinghe, you truly deserve to be the pirate potentate. Your schemes are indeed lethal and sordid. Our cause was nearly jeopardized. It is a pity that the CEO sensed danger at the last moment and guessed your intentions, but he pretended that he didn't and arranged the assassination anyway. Hehe. You fished us up with 2 great Pagoda 7 communicators, but in exactly the same way, the CEO fished up all the elites of the cultivators with 3 super heavy crystal cannons and a false Xianxia. You mentioned that 100 super experts had arrived in the 10th space ring? That was great news. It suggests that few experts were left in the central area of Heavenly Saint City and the first space ring, right? You were wrong about one thing. Very wrong. Time was not on your side but on ours. While we were rambling on, the CEO should have already annihilated the cultivators who entered the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group and Heavenly Phantom. Liao was rendered speechless. He cursed in the most profane language in his heart, and he felt that his face was hot with pain, as if Xianxia had slapped it so hard from thousands of kilometers away that even his teeth were knocked out. The Lotus King laughed confidently. After tonight, the entire Heavenly Saint City will belong to the immortal cultivators. The new era has arrived. Nobody is going to stop the rise of the Imperium of true human beings. Luo Xingzi was infuriated. He pressed the Lotus King's skull with his 5 fingers and bellowed, "Shut up. Tell us your whole plan, or I guarantee that you will regret being born into this world." There was nothing but contempt deep inside the Lotus King's eyes. He shook his hard, stubbornly under Luo Xingzi's hands until his neck was almost cracking. At this moment, do you still think that we are those cowardly false immortal cultivators? Fellow cultivators, the Lotus King shouted at the loudest of his voice with the last bit of his strength. The new era plan has been initiated. There is no need to hide ourselves anymore. Before the dawn of success comes, let the cultivators see what the real immortal cultivators are. Shwa, 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 shwa. The almost 20 immortal cultivators in the core formation stage around were definitely no match for the 5 cultivators in the nascent soul stage. But after they heard the declaration, they burnt their life and soul and brought their combat ability to the peak without any hesitation. Almost 20 torches seemed to be burning furiously in the dark night. Our mission has been completed. We've stalled the super experts of the cultivators. Right now, the central area of Heavenly Saints City must have been overturned already. The new era has come. Fellow cultivators, march on. Let the timid and hypocritical cultivators see the demeanor of the real immortal cultivators. Long live evolution. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the civilization of mankind. Long live the imperium of true human beings. Amid ear-splitting roars, the 20 or so immortal cultivators in the core formation stage launched a suicidal charge toward the 5 cultivators in the nascent soul stage. When one was relentless, 1,000 enemies might not stop him. Although they were absolutely no match for the nascent soul stage cultivators, the insane immortal cultivators burst out auras that even eclipsed their enemies and rushed toward their doom at a speed beyond their limits like shooting stars and moths that were darting into fire. The 4 experts were all sweating in shock. But Liao roared inside the communication channel and woke them up. Don't kill them. Keep them alive for interrogation. The next moment, tremendous pressure was released from the 5 of them and covered the immortal cultivators' heads like giant, invisible hands. The immortal cultivators, however, were determined to die. Although they were suppressed by the nascent soul stage cultivators, they burnt their life and soul even harder and struggled to move their hands and feet. Crack, crack. Because of the pressure from the nascent soul stage cultivators, their joints and bones fractured one after another, and even their crystal suits were twisted into wasted iron and copper. But none of the immortal cultivators gave up. Just like that, they dragged their broken bodies toward the nascent soul stage cultivators 1 millimeter after another. Long live the civilization of mankind. When they discovered that, blocked by the tide-like spiritual energy, it was impossible for them to reach the nascent soul stage cultivators. The few immortal cultivators in the lead suddenly roared. The pressure inside their bodies suddenly soared, and light and heat was released from their crystal reactors before they turned into a series of enormous fireballs. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The immortal cultivators detonated their cores and died for their belief. The self-detonation of those in the core formation stage was never to be underestimated. Even the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators had to defend themselves from the savaging blast. Their overwhelming spiritual energy somewhat retreated. The other immortal cultivators finally got rid of the shackles of the spiritual energy. They sprinted forward like more than 10 blood-stained leopards charging at 5 rhinos. Pa, pa, pa. Like the mantises holding their forelegs in front of cars, they were all asking for their own death. Within a breath, the immortal cultivators were either dissected or turned into a messy mix of steel and flesh together with their crystal suits. But they successfully left unignorable traces on the crystal suits of the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. 2. Half a minute later, only the last immortal cultivator was floating in midair. His crystal suit had been entirely shattered. His right thigh had been cut off from his waist, and the wound had been sealed with bright green foam. His left arm was bent backwards unnaturally. His helmet was gone, revealing a face that was quite attractive but twisted because of excitement. Ah Song! Liao Huagu, who was from the Furious Bears Union, exclaimed in shock. He recognized that immortal cultivator as Cheng Xuesong. The man was a member of the Furious Bears Union, and his master was Liao Huagu's junior brother. More importantly, Cheng Xuesong's father was the deputy president of the Furious Bears Union. Even the son of the deputy president of the Furious Bears Union had become an immortal cultivator. Liao Huagu was more than pitiful. He yelled, "Ah Song, surrender now. Stop being pig-headed. The sixth sex of Heavenly Saint City will give you a fair trial." Cheng Xuesong was both fanatic and indifferent. He glanced over the enemies around him and stared at the dead bodies of his companions in the smoke. In the end, he looked in the direction of the central area of Heavenly Saint City in his imagination. His final look was full of hope and vision. Cheng Xuesong smiled. He looked at his senior in the Furious Bears Union as if the man were a moron. "I am an immortal cultivator. I am a great warrior who fights for the civilization of mankind. Why do you think the sixth sex of Heavenly Saint City are qualified to try me? Stop wasting your time. Let history judge unbiasedly who is right and who is wrong. Long live the Imperium of true human beings." The last heavily wounded immortal cultivator charged at 5 cultivators, who were hundreds of times stronger than him, unstoppably. Maybe he had recognized that the enemy's strength far exceeded his own. To avoid being captured alive, Cheng Xuesong poured his spiritual energy into his core and activated the self-detonation rune array of his crystal suit the moment he charged out. The next second, both he and his crystal suit turned into flying red butterflies. For a moment, the eyes of the 6 cultivators were all dyed red by the blood of the immortal cultivator. When their vision returned, they could only see the scraps of the melted crystal suit blowing their spiritual shield like meteorites, raising flowers of flames that were blossoming in the garden of destruction. The last immortal cultivator had gone, but the aftereffects of his final moment did not disperse for a long time, like a black flag that was riddled with holes. The 6 cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment and did not know what to say for a long time. Shwa! The barriers that covered the complex star plaza were finally broken. Hundreds of cultivators lunged at the debris. Although they were hundreds of meters away, Liao could already feel their intimidating aura. Liao felt that he was sitting on a giant icy block with coldness spreading from his anus to his heart. He gasped and asked, "How many people did you send to the 10th space ring?" "Not very many for the sake of confidentiality. 400 people at most. Besides, most of them do not know the real mission." Cully sounded somewhat lost. "However, in order to make sure that Xianxia is captured and that he does not go on a rampage, the reinforcements are all super experts. Quite a few of them are battle-type cultivators in the nascent soul stage. As for those in the core formation stage, there are too many to count." Liao gnashed his teeth. "So, the central area of Heavenly Saint City is really empty right now?" Cully was silent for a moment. His body slightly shivered as he said softly, "Yes." Liao felt a headache coming. He suddenly realized 3 facts. Firstly, the Grand Illusionary Group controlled the most and the best Grand Illusionary soldiers of the Flying Star sector. Even though there were no backdoors in the Grand Illusionary Soldier project, those Grand Illusionary soldiers were still under the direct command of Xianxia. Secondly, the super experts and the best warriors of the cultivators had all been diverted to the 10th space ring, which was the furthest from the central area of Heavenly Saint City, because of Xianxia's trick. It was a long journey between the central area and the 10th space ring. Getting out was quite easy, but it would be quite a different matter if they wanted to return. Also, of the top 500 sects of the Flying Star sector, the leaders, elders, and important figures of more than 400 sects were now gathered in the hall of the meeting of next millennium, attending strategical meetings and discussing the military arrangements for the Battle of Spider Den. Leaders needed to manage all the complicated affairs of a sect. Naturally, most of them were admin-type cultivators. Few of them were battle-type. If Xianxia wiped out the leaders and elders of more than 400 sects, fuck! Liao squinted and cursed in a low voice. It was 20 hours 40 minutes and 33 seconds. 30 minutes earlier, at 21 hours 10 minutes and 33 seconds, a minor accident took place in the number 4 military spaceport between the central area of Heavenly Saint City and the first space ring. In order to spare vehicles to transport the reinforcements of Iron Plateau, which was not part of the original plan, dozens of crystal warships had temporarily changed their locations. A crystal warship of the Furious Bears Union, however, flew to the wrong sailing route and crashed into a carrier of the Starfighters Alliance. The crash led to a chain reaction. More than 10 crystal warships scratched each other. In the end, one of the crystal warships of the Silver Moon Clan, during the emergency, hit Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group. Heavenly Saint City was one of the biggest rally points for the final battle. Crystal warships several times more than its capacity had gathered in this place. The leadership of more than 400 sects had come to Heavenly Saint City for the meeting. Although they did not bring all of their sect's crystal warships, every sect had brought a few with them. Therefore, every military spaceport of Heavenly Saint City had been particularly busy over the past month. Such accidents had happened almost on a daily basis. It was not strange. However, half a minute after the accident, a maintenance starship of the Starfighters Alliance drew close to Heavenly Phantom and docked to it. A batch of refiners of the Starfighters Alliance and several high officials of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City boarded Heavenly Phantom. They claimed that the previous collision might have damaged Heavenly Phantom's space jump system, and a full examination was necessary. The Grand Illusionary Group was not an independent sect but an enterprise co-established by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. The original capital, workers, and managers all came from the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. Many high officials of the Grand Illusionary Group were from the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City too. Naturally, they had to receive the command of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. Since the visitors were high officials of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, and they carried the orders of the command center, there was no reason to stop them. The maintenance group entered Heavenly Phantom without any trouble, but they did not go to the central part of the starship where the space jump system was. Instead, they went directly to the bridge. It was said that they had to discuss the damage of the starship with the captain first. Emotionlessly, Ning Wushuang walked into the bridge of Heavenly Phantom together with the maintenance group. His heart was beating the fastest that he could remember since he had entered the nascent soul stage. Is Xianxia really an immortal cultivator? Is the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project really a trap? Ning Wushuang was a pure battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, but his highly developed brain cells still granted him a thinking and analyzing ability much higher than normal people. However, he had considered the 2 questions with his billions of brain cells for a long time and come up with no answers. Ning Wushuang was one of the few people who knew the truth in the maintenance group. The rest of the members were mostly gathered in a hurry 3 hours ago and informed that they were going to participate in an operation that was of paramount importance. Some of them did not even know that it was an operation at all. They thought that it was really a maintenance task. However, whether they knew the truth or not, every member had been vetted profoundly. They were absolutely loyal and reliable and did not have anything to do with the Grand Illusionary Group, the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood, Xianxia, or the Xiao family. Since Heavenly Phantom was docked at the port, it was running in the semi-automatic mode. The Star Brain, which boasted enormous computational ability, took care of most of the affairs. There were few people on the bridge. The captain of Heavenly Phantom was standing in the middle of the bridge with his hands behind his back, waiting for them patiently. Ning Wushuang felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that the enemy had not grown suspicious. The captain of Heavenly Phantom was an admin-type cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. He was definitely no match for Ning Wushuang and could be taken down easily. When the captain was down, Heavenly Phantom was occupied, and the Star Brain was taken over, Xianxia would not be able to cause any trouble even if he was an immortal cultivator. For thin metal patches on which several simple rune arrays were carved were pinned to Ning Wushuang's chest. Their sole use was to receive the signals of Luo Xingzi and the other experts. According to the deal, the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators would send a signal to him every other second. The metal patches would stay quiet when they received the signal. But if they failed to receive any signal for 3 seconds, they would shake feebly. It meant that the telepathic thoughts of 4 nascent soul stage cultivators were jammed at the same time. Normally speaking, it was impossible. 1 second passed after another. Although Ning Wushuang controlled his pores by force, Cold sweat was still popping up on his forehead. At this moment, the negotiation between Sikoli and Bai Xinghe had already begun. If everything was normal in another 10 minutes, it would be evident that Xianxia was not an immortal cultivator and that it was a false alarm. If so, they would retreat quietly after maintaining Heavenly Phantom. Xianxia would not know that he had gone through such a test at all. Maybe after Spider Den was suppressed and the Temple of Immortals was demolished, they would publicize everything. It would not matter at all by then. Most cultivators did not believe in deities because, to some extent, they were the deities in the eyes of the ordinary people in the past. But right now, Ning Wushuang, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, started praying in secret, hoping that the gods that were watching over mankind, if there were any, did not get sloppy at the crucial moment. However, halfway through his prayer, the metal patches on his chest started shivering. There was a moment when Ning Wushuang's heart almost froze. The metal patches seemed to have turned into hundreds of cold bugs gnawing his heart. The telepathic thoughts of 4 nascent soul stage cultivators have been jammed and cut off. Xianxia is really an immortal cultivator. Ning Wushuang wanted to curse loudly, but he held back his feeling in the next 0.01 seconds. He snapped his fingers and sent out a command through his crystal processor. Every member of the maintenance group was allocated a crystal processor in which hundreds of commands were preset before the operation. To avoid any suspicion when they checked their light beam at the same time, a tiny broadcast rune array had been planted to the ears of every team member. As Ning Wushuang sent out the command, the rune array stimulated their eardrums, and the voice that only they could hear came over. An emergency has occurred. Stay calm. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Xianxia has rebelled and is the leader of the immortal cultivators. It is very likely that the Grand Illusionary Soldier project is a trap. Right now, Xianxia is being hunted. Everything is under control. Our task is to control the bridge, take over the star brain, and occupy Heavenly Phantom. Ning Wushuang could clearly feel that many people behind him shook slightly and that their spiritual waves were somewhat chaotic. However, those cultivators were the most calm and resolute people. It was also one of the most important reasons why they were selected. 1 second later, everybody calmed down. Ning Wushuang was somewhat relieved, but his fluctuating chest could not calm down. Right now, Heavenly Saints City, or rather, the fate of the entire Flying Star sector, was in his hands. There could not be too many immortal cultivators, and they would definitely be no match for the cultivators in head-on clashes. The only thing that they could make use of was the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. However, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers had to be connected to the enormous database of the Starbrain to read the combat data of the cultivators who had fought in the Grand Illusionary Land before in order to maximize their combat ability. As long as the Starbrain was controlled, or destroyed if necessary, the rebellion of the immortal cultivators would be extinguished before it began. With a natural smile, Ning Wushuang walked to the captain of Heavenly Phantom in the most relaxed fashion. Right now, they were taking the initiative. The opponent would be unaware that their identity had been exposed. As he expected, there was no alert in the captain's eyes. He merely frowned with confusion when he saw the strangers coming. He seemed to be baffled why a minor collision would require such a fuss. There were the last 5 meters between the two of them. The bridge suddenly shook slightly, as if another collision had happened, or the starship was caught in a minor cosmic storm. However, everything went peaceful again in 5 seconds. Ning Wushuang was dazed. Of course, the central area of Heavenly Saints City never had cosmic storms. Also, in their plan, no crystal warships would hit Heavenly Phantom again. Then what was the shaking about? The captain of Heavenly Phantom seemed to be dumbfounded by the unexpected shaking. 2. He looked at Ning Wushuang in confusion and walked over to him, while he said, "Fellow cultivator Ning, what is going?" A tiny broadcast rune array had been planted inside Ning Wushuang's ears. 2. At this moment, somebody was yelling in the loudest voice, "Terrible!" An unprecedented explosion took place in the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group. The blast reached 1 kilometer away. 2 blocks were demolished. The headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group are now an ocean of flames. The Grand Illusionary Plaza has been entirely destroyed. Ning Wushuang felt that his head was dizzy, and he nearly tripped over. It was very likely that the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group was another base of the immortal cultivators. At the same time as he entered Heavenly Phantom, another team that was larger in scale, made up of more than 20 experts above the peak of the core formation stage, went into the Grand Illusionary Plaza to take over the Grand Illusionary Group. But right now, such a horrendous explosion had taken place in the Grand Illusionary Group that a crystal warship floating in the spaceport dozens of kilometers away was affected by the blast. How intense was the explosion? Was it possible that any of the cultivators who had gone into the Grand Illusionary Group survived? Ning Wushuang's head was almost shrieking in shock. It took him 0.1 seconds for him to realize that he must have been exposed, too. Better to attack first. Gritting his teeth, Ning Wushuang stepped forward. He launched an attack toward the captain of Heavenly Phantom while he summoned his crystal suit. However, the moment before he launched his attack, the captain of Heavenly Phantom, who was coming over slowly, suddenly accelerated into a streak of brightness and initiated an overwhelming attack. The attack was so powerful that it far exceeded the limits of the peak of the core formation stage, nor did it befit an admit-type cultivator. All signs suggested that the captain was a battle-type cultivator in the high level of the nascent soul stage. Shua! An elegantly shaped crystal suit gradually covered Ning Wushuang. But it could not be enclosed when it reached his chest, because a thick, strong arm had pierced into Ning Wushuang's chest and burnt his heart into ash. The furious spiritual energy savaged inside Ning Wushuang's body like a flood and cut off all his vitality before he triggered the capability of the nascent soul stage. Ning Wushuang did not even have the chance to be surprised before his facial muscles were gradually frozen, and his eyes lost all color. He had thought that his opponent would at least talk to him for a while. But his opponent had merely looked at him indifferently. His lips, as thin as the edge of a saber, were held tight and showed no sign of opening. Before he was consumed by darkness, Ning Wushuang saw that the opponent's face was twisting and changing. His eyes were long and narrow and extended to his temples. In the deepest part of his eyes, 2 bloody lotuses were blossoming. Pada! Ning Wushuang's body collapsed to the ground, cramping slightly. Shua! 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 The killing lasted only 1 second. Before the operation squad of the cultivators realized what was going on, the gate of the bridge had been closed, and the maintenance channels above were all opened, from which hundreds of Grand Illusionary soldiers jumped down. The Grand Illusionary soldiers were totally different from those in service of other sections. They were all more than 2.2 meters tall, with a layer of purple golden brilliance emanating from their shells. It was not dull lights that were blinking in the 6 crystal cameras on their head but bouncing flames, as if they boasted a real soul. Since there was no need to accommodate a human being, the Grand Illusionary soldiers could be loaded with more crystals and bigger crystal reactors. As a result, they could trigger an even more immense storm of spiritual energy. Boom! 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 Every Grand Illusionary soldier was riddled of dense holes. At this moment, flames of light spurted out of the holes and gradually consolidated into translucent muscles, veins, and nerves, making them even more high and mighty. The Marines who were busy doing their job previously inside the bridge all tore off their disguises, too, unveiling their real faces as battle-type immortal cultivators. The captain of Heavenly Phantom was a totally different person now, one mixed with calmness and frenzy, reality and illusions, and sordidness and brutality. Xianxia, an immortal cultivator. Xianxia's eyes did not stop on the operation squad of the cultivators at all. He stared at the wall of the bridge, as if his eyes could pierce through the thick plate into the sea of stars. He raised his right hand and pressed down slightly, before he commanded, "Kill them all!" 3 minutes later, the battle was over. A river of blood was flowing inside the bridge. Xianxia could have floated over in midair, but he still chose to stride forward with his head held high through the pools of blood and the mountains of corpses, leaving a line of bloody footprints, before he entered the control room of the star brain behind the bridge. Xiao Tianbao was still operating crazily below the star brain with a naive face. Xiao Yushan stepped forward. He stood at attention and raised his right arm. Everything is ready. The new era plan can be initiated at any moment. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "However, it's a bit too hasty now that we decided to start it in advance. Many fellow cultivators are not ready yet. It is not flawless." He had been brought up by Xiao Xuanzi and was almost like his grandson. Right now, he was Xiao Xuanzi's right-hand man. It was his most important task to voice all his concerns without keeping anything to himself. "There's no time." Xiao Xuanzi squinted, the lotuses inside his eyes shivering slightly. It was indeed a critical move that Bai Xinghe played. My fate would have been at his mercy no matter which of the two roads I chose. Besides, since Bai Xinghe could influence the Starfighters Alliance and the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City, he must be backed by an even more powerful organization. I guarantee that, even if I did not arrange the assassination and they did not get any proof about my crime, the organization behind Bai Xinghe would still have put forward a non-confidence motion during the morale-boosting rally and tried to postpone the final battle. Right now, our entire organization is exerting all our strength. We are on the verge of being exposed and cannot afford an investigation. Therefore, neither to assassinate him nor to stay and do nothing was the right choice. The two roads were both dead ends. The only sensible choice was to rebel in advance. Hehe. Bai Xinghe is truly the pirate potentate. The moves that he has been playing are neat, lethal, and almost flawless. It's a pity that I'm the crownless king of the Flying Star sector. You are just a bandit, and you think that you are qualified to play chess with me? You want to play chess, but I will knock over the board. Not just that, I will smash the chess pieces and the board into smithereens and build a new world on them. Xiao Xuanzi clenched his fists and smashed the table. The uniform of the captain was torn into pieces by his surging spiritual energy. With the help of Xiao Yushan, he put on a pure white, neat uniform with a beautiful emblem that was a furiously burning planet on the chest. The burning planet was the battle emblem of the Imperium of the true human beings. The incessant flames were a symbol that the immortal cultivators would burn everything as the fuel to push the civilization of mankind forward. Xiao Xuanzi and Xiao Yushan looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Then, together with another dozen immortal cultivators, they took out a blood-red ribbon and tied it on their left arms. On the ribbon, 6 big words were neatly painted. "Overturn the world with my blood." The uniform was white, and the ribbon was blood-red, fluttering even though there was no wind. Protected by the dozens of immortal cultivators, Xiao Xuanzi walked to the front of the star brain. More than 10 crystal cameras aimed at him from different angles. With the blinking, unpredictable star brain as the background, he started his speech toward all the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. Fellow cultivators, establishers of the Imperium of true human beings, and warriors who fight for our civilization. It's been 5,000 years since the apocalypse. Over the 5,000 years, the Flying Star sector has been governed by the cultivators and turned into a tray of loose sand. It is weak, feeble, and breathing its last breath in the darkness of the universe, struggling against the various natural disasters. The short-sighted cultivators placed the interests of their sects above the interests of the civilization of mankind. It is impossible for them, nor did they want to, rescue our civilization. They have never even thought to regain the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium and recover the magnificence of a great civilization and a great species. Unify the human beings, establish the new Imperium, and embrace the renaissance of a great civilization. This sacred and splendid mission can only be accomplished by the immortal cultivators. The civilization of mankind should not sink in the weakness, selfishness, and hypocrisy of the cultivators any longer. It is the immortal cultivators' turn to guard the civilization, to shape the civilization, and to rebuild the civilization. Now, the most crucial moment has come. The shameless cultivators have grown suspicious of us. We cannot wait until all of them are gathered in the spider den and must activate the new era plan, according to our backup plan. I hereby decree that all immortal cultivators in Heavenly Saint City, the Spider Den Space Zone, and the other space zones of the Flying Star Sector shall activate the new era plan according to the secondary plan when you hear the secret code. Here are our targets. Firstly, occupy the central area of Heavenly Saint City, break into the hall of the meeting of the next millennium, control the leadership of the top 500 sects of the Flying Star Sector, and kill them if necessary so that all the sects of the Flying Star Sector lose their commanders. Secondly, occupy the number 9 military spaceport of the first space ring. The number 9 military spaceport boasts the greatest arsenal for the battle to come. Countless powerful magical equipment and crystals are stored inside. It is even more valuable than the headquarters of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. If we occupy the number 9 military spaceport and take over the magical equipment and crystals, the cultivators in Heavenly Saints City will lose the ability to fight a protracted battle. Thirdly, the immortal cultivators on Spider Den should charge at the fleet of the cultivators near the space gate immediately, leading all the space pirates, the immortal army, and the assassins of Spider's Thorn. This time, the grand illusionary soldiers will be on your side. It is hoped that your collective attack will eliminate all the cultivators at the periphery of the Spider Den space zone with no survivors remaining. There's no need to worry about the casualties of the space pirates. Use excessive nebulized exhilarants if necessary to trigger their slaughtering will. Do not let them stop fighting until they are dead. Fourthly, all the immortal cultivators of the other space zones should act with the local grand illusionary soldiers to interfere with the guardians of your respective space zones and delay them from reinforcing Heavenly Saints City. Once we control the heads of the 500 sects, take over the most important arsenal, and seize Heavenly Saints City, victory will be ours. Without the leadership and commanders, the dozens of space zones will be in disorder. Under the collective attack of Heavenly Saints City and Spider Den, they will be taken down one after another. If they do not surrender, their only destiny will be death. My immortal cultivators and my comrades, the future of the civilization of mankind depends on the battle. Let's pave a way of survival in the dark forest for the civilization of mankind with blood, fire, iron, and strong will. Right now, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperium of True Human Beings, I now announce the secret code of our operation. The Flying Star Sector is peaceful tonight. Beep, 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 beep. Invisible spiritual waves spread out from Heavenly Phantom unstoppably and disseminated to other space zones through the secret spiritual towers that the Grand Illusionary Group had built throughout space in secret. Some of the space zones were not able to hear Xianxia's full speech because of the unstable signals or for the sake of confidentiality, but they all received the short secret code for the operation. The Flying Star Sector is peaceful tonight. Or rather, the secret code appeared in the contact points of major sects of dozens of space zones blatantly in plain text. It was scanned and received by every crystal warship. While Xianxia was making his blood-boiling speech, the star brain, the translucent supercrystal processor almost 100 meters in diameter, went through drastic changes too. Every brain cell was shivering, swirling, and crashing crazily, leading to brilliant sparks. The enormous data contained in every spark was enough to burst any cultivator's head. The star brain was sending commands to the millions of grand illusionary soldiers scattered in dozens of space zones. When the commands reached their destination, the grand illusionary soldiers would run under brand new permissions. Only the immortal cultivators registered in the database would be able to control them. It would take a certain amount of time for the signals of the spiritual nexus to jump to every space zone. For the space zones far away from Heavenly Saints City, it was possible for the cultivators there to cut off the signals of the spiritual nexus before all the grand illusionary soldiers went out of control. However, over the past 5 years, the entire world of cultivators had dedicated a lot of resources to the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers were the largest in number and the strongest magical equipment for many sects. Without the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, the combat ability of the sects would be lower than ever. Besides, once the space zones decided to cut off the signals of the spiritual nexus with Heavenly Saints City, they would completely lose contact with Heavenly Saints City. By the time they established new channels of communication with the spiritual towers that did not belong to the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, it was very possible that Heavenly Saints City would have fallen into the immortal cultivators' hands, and the heads of the 500 sects would be dead people. The Flying Star sector is peaceful tonight. The somewhat ironic secret code contaminated every corner of every space zone of the Flying Star sector at the speed of light like virus. At that moment, Heavenly Saints City was mired in chaos. Accusing the crownless king of the Flying Star sector of being an immortal cultivator had dire consequences after all. If it was not handled carefully, a civil war between the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the Star Fighters Alliance, and the Glorious Sunlight Group might break out instantly. With the final battle drawing near, naturally such a thing could not be allowed to happen. Therefore, although Xian expressed strong non-confidence in Xianxia to the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the Star Fighters Alliance on behalf of the Glorious Sunlight Group in Iron Plateau, not many people knew of the matter. Only dozens of the most crucial people knew the details of the issue, and hundreds more knew only a thing or two about the accusation. The moment before the shocking explosion took place in the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group, most of the cultivators still did not have any idea what was going on and were still under the impression that an easy victory was on the way. When the Grand Illusionary Plaza along with the hundreds of cultivators inside soared into the sky because of the explosion, the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group was drowned in an ocean of flames, and the blast knocked down many skyscrapers several kilometers away. A lot of cultivators had their mouths open in bewilderment, holding their humming ears, as if invisible people were stuffing eggs to their mouth. The headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group was the center of the Grand Illusionary Land and the spiritual nexus. Even the enormous data of the command center of the final battle needed to be transmitted through the supercrystal processors in the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group. The explosion not only killed countless super experts among the cultivators but also sabotaged their communication network. All the cultivators were running around like headless chickens, cursing loudly at the light beam of their crystal processor, which showed nothing but snowflakes. The immortal cultivators, on the other hand, had been prepared for this. They had moved all the core data and the supercrystal processors to Heavenly Phantom. Heavenly Phantom was the real center for them. The headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group was just an empty shell. The Flying Star sector is peaceful tonight. The secret code lingered on like an apparition in the Flying Star sector. The first space ring of Heavenly Saints City had already been caught in havoc because of the great explosion in the city. A luxury shuttle flew above the crowd in a hurry. Inside the shuttle was an elder of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. He had received the news of the great explosion of the Grand Illusionary Group and knew that dangerous changes had taken place. He was in a hurry to go to the spaceport, ready to leave for the central area. Right then, he heard a resolute voice from the wrist crystal processors of his chauffeur and his bodyguard. The Flying Star sector is peaceful tonight. Before the elder of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood realized what was going on, the chauffeur had driven the shuttle off the route to a dark valley. The bodyguard was wearing a pair of colorful, thorny gloves on his tough hands. He patted the elder's shoulder, and the eruptive spiritual energy immediately collapsed the admin-type cultivator's not-so-strong body. The bodyguard looked at him and said solemnly, "Elder Yi, a new era has come. Cooperate with us and work for the rise of the Imperium of the true human beings." Elder Yi immediately understood everything. His facial muscles regained their calmness after half a second of twitching. He took a long breath and collapsed in his seat helplessly. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I've been a cultivator for more than 120 years. I don't want to change now." "All right." The bodyguard took out a black dagger from his pocket and stabbed into his chest. "Then, please die for the civilization of mankind." Inside a camp of exos in the southeast part of the central area of Heavenly Saints City, the Bloody Axe Legion, the most excellent exo society of the Giant Axe Hall, one of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, was stationed. It was made of 500 exos who were all above the building foundation stage. With the strict and obedient fighting style of the Giant Axe Hall, they were a horrifying force. At this moment, the captain of the Bloody Axe Legion turned off the light beam that was displaying the Flying Star sector is peaceful tonight, silently. He stood on a high platform and stared at the 500 warriors who were gathered. They were temporarily gathered because of the great explosion of the Grand Illusionary Group's headquarters. Although they did not know what was going on, They were ready to deal with any changes. Warriors of the giant axe hall. The captain of the Bloody Axe Legion shouted, "Betrayed! A filthy betrayal has just taken place. The Starfighters Alliance and the 56 middle-sized sects have betrayed Heavenly Saints City and the world of cultivators. The so-called Temple of Immortals is just a plot of the Starfighters Alliance. They were planning to destroy all of us on Spider Den together with the space pirates. Xianxia, as leader of the Cultivators, has been suspicious of the Starfighters Alliance and investigating in secret. Finally, he has got something. The Starfighters Alliance realized it and initiated their plan in advance in their desperation. Just now, they blew up the headquarters of the Grand Illusionary Group. Now, Heavenly Saint City is in peril, the world of cultivators is in peril, and the Flying Star Sector is in peril. I have received the secret command from our leader. We have been asked to take action immediately and attack the Starfighters Plaza. In a moment, I'll send the command of our leader to you. Then you will cut off the connection of your crystal processor. Remember, the Starfighters Alliance has hacked into the spiritual nexus and will very likely send false messages to you. Do not be disturbed by them. Some of the Grand Illusionary soldiers have fallen into the Starfighters Alliance's hands and are attacking our fellow cultivators. Do not waste time on them. It is our mission to break into the Starfighters Plaza and annihilate all the traitors of the Starfighters Alliance. The fate of the Giant Axe Hall is in our hands. Warriors of the Bloody Axe Legion. Let's go! Led by their captain, the 500 cultivators who had been fooled roared and marched out of their camp, heading toward the Starfighters Plaza unstoppably. The Grand Illusionary Group had proposed the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project. Naturally, Heavenly Saint City was the biggest place of production and utilization of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. The third space ring outside of Flying Star University and Heavenly Saint Institute, after 5 years of construction, had essentially become a manufacturing base of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. In the enormous assembly lines, countless magical equipment components slid by every second and were put together by the flipping artificial arms. The crystals were filled, and the crystal processor was embedded in. Inside the warehouse, many products of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were folded and stored on the shelves. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers were not all the Grand Illusionary Group's property. A majority of them were ordered by other sects and refined by the Grand Illusionary Group. Considering that the Battle of Spider Den was about to begin, there was no need to ship the Grand Illusionary Soldiers back to their respective space zones. It seemed a better idea to jump to Spider Den from Heavenly Saint City together and return to their space zones when the war was over. That way, less money and resources would be wasted. Therefore, over the past month, the number of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers stored in this place had reached a new high. At this moment, the Flying Star Sector is peaceful tonight, was resounding in the third space ring through the broadcast rune arrays on the ceiling. Since it was the biggest base of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, the immortal cultivators had spent much time infiltrating the factory. Almost half of the guards were immortal cultivators. After a brief slaughter resulting in countless corpses, only the immortal cultivators' guards remained. The number 1 factory zone is now under our control. The number 2 factory zone is now under our control. The number 3 factory is being fought over. Estimated to be under our control in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The dozens of immortal cultivators operated on the light beams quickly while they announced the progress. Firstly, deploy the defense rune arrays in case the cultivators return to the refining center. Then, release the stock. Set all the assembly lines at the highest speed and do not worry about the cost. One more Grand Illusionary Soldier means one more hope for the Imperium. Z. Countless spiritual energy circuits were emitting a feeble brightness as they activated the Grand Illusionary Soldiers they were docked to. The crouching Grand Illusionary Soldiers were picked up by the artificial arms out of the warehouse and stretched out. Other artificial arms brought them chainswords, vibration sabers, heated axes, and small crystal cannons. Teams of Grand Illusionary Soldiers, after being fully equipped, flew toward the central area with flames of passion burning in their eyes. On Spider Den, one crystal warship after another soared into the sky. Every one of them was like a can because they were packed with space pirates. Spider Den was almost empty. Every starship that could move for a few hours in space was being activated. The air of every city in the mining pits was injected with excessive exhilarants. Incendiary, bullet, bloody thorn, last shot. All the awe-inspiring exhilarants would cause irrecoverable wounds to the human body when they ran their course. In the worst cases, the victims might be paralyzed or mentally deranged. But at least for now, the nerve endings of all the space pirates were on fire. The space pirates who had been frustrated for an entire year regained their previous cruelty, brutality, and arrogance. They roared like animals and batted the cabin walls of the crystal warships with their chainswords while they lunged at the space gate at the periphery of the space zone. Near the space gate, the daily battle of attrition was underway. However, the space pirates and the immortal cultivators were suddenly 10 times more aggressive than before, to the point that they seemed to have suddenly lost the fear of death. While the cultivators were baffled, the grand illusionary soldiers who were fighting side by side with them came to a standstill simultaneously. They were like silent, iron tombs floating in the deep, dark universe, except for the rhythmic brilliance that was shining deep inside their eyes. The flying star sector is peaceful tonight. In half-hour, the entire Heavenly Saints city, or rather, almost the entire flying star sector, was burning. However, in the debris in the northwest district of the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City, the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators who were well respected in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, the leader of the Starfighters Alliance and the second in command in the world of cultivators, and the young man who could command most of the resources of the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau knew absolutely nothing about it. Xianxia did not want them to send messages to the outside world. Therefore, he had imposed special barriers to block all the waves entering and exiting the complex star plaza. The sound waves, vibration waves, and spiritual waves were all blocked. In the meantime, Liao and the rest of the cultivators thought that they were hunting Xianxia and did not wish for Xianxia to contact his accomplices. Therefore, they had imposed an even larger barrier outside of Xianxia's. Blocked by the double barriers, all the waves and telepathic thoughts inside could not be sent out, but no information of the outside world could be transmitted in either. Therefore, while Xianxia initiated the new era plan flagrantly and commanded his subordinates to take action, Liao, Sikoli, and the other people who had the capability to influence the situation wasted almost half an hour for nothing. It was not until the barrier was removed and the communication was restored that they learned of everything that had happened in the central area from the thousands of new messages. After he learned the truth, even Liao wanted to slap his face hard. Xiao! Xian! Su! Liao burst into such a fury that he almost jumped into the air and plucked his hair to vent his anger. Ever since he had gotten the nickname Vulture, he had never been fooled so humiliatingly. However, Liao could not bear to waste a single second in outrage or frustration. He compressed his anger into a spark and buried it in his heart, while he began thinking calmly. Xianxia has won the first round, but the game is not over yet. Xianxia has played all his trump cards and is in an overwhelming advantage right now, but I have 3 trump cards that are yet to be revealed. Firstly, after Liao reached out to Professor Mo Xian half a month ago, he had spoken to Xiongwuji, chief of the Furious Bears tribe on Iron Plateau, through Mo Xian. With the help of Xiongwuji, he had mobilized the elites of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and formed an expedition army whose number was much larger than previously expected. The expedition army was in Heavenly Saints City right now. They had left their crystal warships and moved into Heavenly Saints City under the pretext that the carriers of the Glorious Sunlight Group were too seriously damaged in the cosmic storm. With everything in chaos right now, such a well-trained army would definitely be a pillar to stabilize the situation. More importantly, the Iron Plateau natives never liked magical equipment that was too precise, and they simply despised the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Therefore, there were no Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the army of the Chi Trainers at all. Secondly, Xianxia was not aware yet that Liao was not the recently reincarnated by Xinghe whose soul was unstable. The truth was that he was not scared of soul attacks at all. On the contrary, soul attacks were his favorite, and he could take however many there were. Right now, the only people who knew his real identity were the 5 spectral cultivators, Xiongwuji, Lei Dalu, and Bai Kaisen. None of them were likely to be immortal cultivators. Liao had planned to unveil his real identity after Xianxia was captured, but it seemed to him now that playing by Xinghe a while longer had many merits and no harms. Thirdly, and most importantly, he still had the brain concussion plan. The brain concussion plan, which had begun 5 years ago, had yielded fruits. The 5 star spirits, including Professor Emotian, had cracked the deeper structure of the star brain and programmed a few viruses that specially targeted the star brain. As soon as they hacked the star brain, they would be able to take control over part of the Grand Illusionary soldiers. Xianxia, Liao's face is not something that you can slap easily. Very soon, I'm going to make you pay an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a face for a face. Anxious discussions were echoing inside the communication channel. Many experts in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage were somehow confused by the situation right now and did not know what to do. Don't panic. We still have our chance. Liao bellowed. Veins bulged out of his temples as his computational ability surged out from the depths of his brain cells like a volcano eruption. He sorted through the progress of the battle so far. Our plan to lure the enemy did not completely fail. Instead, it has obviously disrupted Xianxia's plan. Xianxia's best plan must have been to annihilate the available warriors of the cultivators together with the space pirates after the Grand Illusionary soldiers and the elites jumped to the Spider Den space zone. Even though he had a backup plan, which was to rebel in Heavenly Saints City, I think it should not have been today, but tomorrow in the morale-boosting rally, because that would have been the only time when the leadership of almost 500 sects was all gathered. Everybody pondered for a moment and immediately thought the whole thing through after hearing Liao's words. If Xianxia were to activate the new era plan in Heavenly Saints City, the available warriors of the other space zones would no longer be his target. His target would be the heads of the 500 sections. It would be a large-scale decapitation operation. Only in the morale-boosting rally tomorrow would the heads of the 500 sects show up simultaneously. Today, although many of the heads were attending strategical meetings, they were scattered everywhere in the meeting hall. The leadership of many sects were in different space rings, rearranging the crystal warships or checking the inventory of the war assets. Even if Xianxia took control over the hall of the meeting of next millennium, it was impossible for him to control all the leaders and elders. Those outside the central area of Heavenly Saints City in the space rings could all be temporary commanders and summon the cultivators nearby to fight with them. Besides, after the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau's accusations against Xianxia, the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City had increased the defenses of the hall of the meeting of next millennium too. 2 exo-societies had been stationed inside the hall in advance. 3,000 Chi trainers from Iron Plateau, who had just arrived in Heavenly Saints City, were staying in a temporary camp near the number 3 spaceport in the central area. The number 3 spaceport was only several kilometers away from the hall of the meeting of the next millennium. Should there be anything wrong, the 3,000 Chi trainers who were all ready for action could reinforce them immediately. All the factors guaranteed that Xianxia's decapitation strategy would not work out so easily. The other 12,000 Chi trainers were stationed in the important locations of the central area, the first space ring, and the second ring. It was very easy for them to reinforce their allies, too. Right now, although we have been caught off guard, the situation is not within Xianxia's plan, either. Both sides have weaknesses. Victory and failure have not been decided yet. It all depends on which party stabs into the other party's weakness first. The sweat on Liao's forehead became bright red. Because of the high-intensity computations, the temperature of his brain had exceeded 80 degrees. His cerebral vessels were all exploding, resulting in serious internal bleeding. Liao's eyes were bloodshot. Trying to hold back the dizziness, he spoke with a higher and higher voice. The biggest manufacturing base of the Grand Illusionary soldiers of the Flying Star sector is in the third space ring. Xianxia is definitely not going to let go of it. After seizing all the Grand Illusionary soldiers in Heavenly Saints City, he will definitely command the Grand Illusionary soldiers to seize the crystal warships and those inside the third space ring to attack the hall of the meeting of the next millennium as well as the other important warehouses. When Xianxia's army breaks into the hall of the meeting of the next millennium and takes over the most important arsenals, the cultivators will be losing. Our only opportunity is to board on Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group, and control or destroy the Star Brain. When the Star Brain is gone, the Grand Illusionary soldiers will lose 90% of their combat ability. They will be no different than beast puppets. No harm will ever be done. Since confidentiality has been the immortal cultivators' top priority, and they did not expose themselves after lurking for decades, there cannot be too many of them. They are highly dependent on the Grand Illusionary soldiers. Without the Grand Illusionary soldiers, the scheme of the immortal cultivators will be finished. Besides, Xianxia must be protecting the Star Brain on Heavenly Phantom, too. If we take down Xianxia, the immortal cultivators will lose their leader. They will be in a mess, too. We have almost 10 experts in the nascent soul stage and dozens in the core formation stage here. Such an enormous force is as threatening as a fleet. We must not be stalled in the battlefield outside Heavenly Saints City. We have to penetrate into the central area of Heavenly Saints City, slay Xianxia, and destroy the Star Brain. If things had happened as Xianxia planned, we would have already jumped to the Spider Den space zone when he rebelled. In the vast space, Heaven Phantom would have been protected by the crystal warships that were under the control of the immortal cultivators. Besides, Heavenly Phantom could move around to avoid the infiltration of the cultivators. There would have been no way that anybody could get close to the Star Brain. But right now, since Xianxia took action in a hurry, Heavenly Phantom is still parked in the spaceport of the central area. There is only limited room between the central area and the first space ring. It is now packed with hundreds of crystal warships. During the fierce battle, many crystal warships will block the sailing route. Heavenly Phantom won't be able to get away even if it wants to. Because of the intense bombardment, it cannot perform a space jump either. It is now mired in a swamp, unable to move anywhere. In a head-on clash, the brave will be the winner. Breaking into Heavenly Phantom is our only chance. This is my opinion. Do you have any suggestions? All the cultivators were staring at Liao in silence. Even the sound of their breathing was gone in the communication channel. Everybody seemed to be bewildered by what Liao had just said. Liao frowned. What's wrong? Cully coughed and said, Nothing. I just felt that Boss Bai was quite a man of honor and integrity when you said that. Liao blinked. He was not certain whether or not there were Xianxia's spies among the hundreds of cultivators who reinforced them. Therefore, he simply said, Just consider it atonement for what I did in the past, all right? Besides, my parents haven't been avenged yet. I won't die a peaceful death unless I kill Xianxia. Anyways, don't mind the irrelevant stuff. Our time is limited. We must be fast. Otherwise, if Xianxia really breaks into the hall of the meeting of the next millennium and kills hundreds of leaders and elders, the Flying Star sector will suffer heavy losses, even if the insurrection of the immortal cultivators is pacified in the end. Cully and the other few nascent soul stage cultivators discussed for a moment and soon agreed on Liao's plan. They all boasted tremendous computational ability and were basically super crystal processors. It took them only a few seconds to realize that what Liao had proposed was their only choice. Xianxia was performing a decapitation operation on the hall of the meeting of the next millennium. Then, they would perform an even more shocking decapitation operation on Xianxia. Boom, 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 boom. Right then, the 10th space ring started shaking, sliding in ear-splitting explosions. The artificial dome thousands of meters above the ground was sparking, as if the night sky was on fire. The crystal warships deployed outside the 10th space ring have exploded. Many of the crystal warships carried a lot of Grand Illusionary soldiers. Some of them have already been taken over by the immortal cultivators. They are attacking all the spaceports in the 10th space ring and trying to block the sailing route. It appears that they are planning to blow up all the spaceports and seal the sailing route to stop us from going to the central area. The battle situation outside the 10th space ring was soon displayed on Luo Xingzi's crystal processor. Thousands of Grand Illusionary soldiers have breached the defense of the 10th space ring and are marching inside. Our defense on the 10th space ring is not very strong. To make matters worse, Many critical locations are guarded by the cultivators and the grand illusionary soldiers together. Therefore, many nodes of defense have been broken through instantly. We are the targets of the grand illusionary soldiers. Xianxia knows we are here. He won't let us go away so easily. All the cultivators were wearing grave faces. In terms of numbers, even counting the reinforcements that would arrive later, there were only hundreds of them, which was insignificant compared to the vastness of Heavenly Saint's city. However, in terms of the combat ability, they had almost 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, dozens in the core formation stage, and hundreds in the building foundation stage. They were unquestionably the most influential chess piece in the game. Whether or not the chess piece could be moved to the hostile king for checkmate would decide the outcome of this chess game, with the universe as the board and the stars as the chess pieces. Ask all the crystal warships of the Starfighters Alliance, the Furious Bears Union, the Silver Moon Clan, and the Heavenly Wolves Fortress in the 8th, 9th, and 10th space rings to reinforce the 10th space ring after they clear out all the grand illusionary soldiers. Cultivators and the few nascent soul stage cultivators quickly issued their commands. There was quite a long distance between the 10th space ring and the central area. They could fly over in their crystal suits at the cost of their own spiritual energy. But after a long journey in the storm of bullets and swirls of spiritual energy, where they might be engaged with countless immortal cultivators and grand illusionary soldiers, their crystal suits would have been seriously damaged, and their own spiritual energy would run dry, even if they did arrive at Heavenly Phantom in the end. How could they fight the best expert of the flying star sector under such circumstances? They would be committing suicide. Therefore, they had to ask one of the crystal warships to fly them to the central area of Heavenly Saint's city. However, Heavenly Saint's city was in chaos. The secret command that the Star Brain had sent out might not have been enough to control all the grand illusionary soldiers in the other dozens of space zones across the vast space. But at the very least, it was not a problem to control all the grand illusionary soldiers inside Heavenly Saint's city. Those grand illusionary soldiers had originally been stored in the crystal warships ready to be shipped to the Spider Den space zone. When there were enough of them, they would break into the bridge together with the lurking immortal cultivators and seize control over the crystal warship. If there were not enough of them to occupy the crystal warship, they would simply cause havoc inside the crystal warship. The latest model of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers developed by the Grand Illusionary Group was allegedly designed to destroy the crystal warships of the space pirates in the final battle. They were simple in structure and low in cost and essentially walking crystal bombs. Therefore, many sects had purchased them in bulk. But right now, they had turned into the most fatal daggers, stabbing countless holes in the crystal warships. Cultivators and the other cultivators did not receive any confirmation after they sent out their command. Liao frowned and secretly called Sparkle. After the brain concussion plan was activated 5 years ago, Professor Emotion and the other spectral cultivators had gathered critical data during a full-scale examination of the star brain while running pertinent cracking and research. They had found out methods to hack the crystal processor and paralyze it instantly. There was short-distance, point-to-point communication between Liao and Sparkle via a mechanism that was similar to that of the Great Pagoda 7. It was encrypted 7 times and barely monitorable. However, such a way of communication would trigger very immense spiritual waves, which could be noticed by other people easily. It was why Liao had not reached out to Sparkle in the past day. But right now, Heavenly Saint's city was in chaos. Countless spiritual waves were flooding in space disorderly. He did not need to worry that somebody might notice the anomaly anymore. Professor, what is your status? Unharmed from the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, I presume? When can you hack Heavenly Phantom and paralyze the Star Brain? There was intense anxiety in Professor Emotion's voice as he replied, "The fleet of the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Great Horn Exo Society are fighting hard against the Grand Illusionary Soldiers near the 4th space ring. But since the 3rd space ring is a base of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, the place has now been locked down. It will take us some time to break through the space ring. As for the Star Brain, we are working hard to crack the barrier of Heavenly Phantom now." Liao was greatly alarmed. Say what? Didn't you say a couple of days ago that the 13 barriers of Heavenly Phantom had been deciphered and you could hack the Star Brain in 5 minutes? Yes, that was the case a few days ago. Professor Mo Xian said helplessly. However, the moment the rebellion took place in Heavenly Saint City, a new, almost flawless barrier appeared on the surface of Heavenly Phantom. It is like a one-sided reflection membrane that has covered the entire crystal warship. The information and telepathic thoughts inside can be sent out without the slightest hindrance, but any signals from the outside world are reflected when they reach the shell. Liao was dazed. Reflected. I have no time to explain the specific mechanism to you right now. You can imagine that Xianxia decorated the shell of Heavenly Phantom with a mirror that simply reflects all the rays of light that we sent to it. Professor Mo Xian said bitterly. Xianxia truly deserves to be known as the best expert of the Flying Star sector. He had made thorough plans. I only realized just now that the 13 complicated barriers previously were just bait that he let out intentionally for other people to crack. The mirror-like, one-sided reflection membrane is his real defensive measure. How long do you expect you will need to break through the one-sided reflection membrane? Liao asked in a hurry. Hard to say, Professor Mo Xian replied. The barrier is completely different from all the defense approaches for crystal processors that we've met before. I have a feeling that it is in a different style from that of the barriers of both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. I've never seen such a weird barrier before. I'm doing my best to calculate and analyze it. However, in the best-case scenario, it will take 6 to 8 hours for us to figure out the structure of the one-sided reflection membrane, and another 6 to 8 hours for us to program our virus into a form that can penetrate through the mirror. That will be a whole night. Liao's face immediately turned, greener than a cucumber. He gnashed his teeth and said, Absolutely no way. The central area will be smashed into smithereens by the immortal cultivators in one night. We don't have so much time. We have to waste the star brain within 3 hours. The computational ability of the 5-star spirits, including me, is already higher than that of most supercrystal processors, Professor Mo Xian replied. But we cannot destroy the star brain in 3 hours even if we join our hands, unless we attack the star brain from the inside. The previously unseen one-side reflection membrane is so weird. Attack the star brain from inside? Liao was dazed for a moment. Then, his lips cured into a smile of determination. He said, Professor, please pilot Sparkle to the 10th space ring as quickly as possible. Try not to catch the grand illusionary soldier's attention by maintaining the appearance of a ragged carrier. Their primary targets will be the crystal warships with high firepower. In the meantime, warm up the rigs and prepare to trigger the real form of Sparkle, especially the drill of mystic rays that we've been modifying for 7 years. After a moment of silence, Professor Mo Xian raised his voice and said, Understood. Liao took a deep breath. He felt as if every inch of his skin was burning. His 2 fists were even scorching, as if he were holding 2 clusters of flames. Heavenly Phantom was the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group, the control center of all the Grand Illusionary soldiers, and the command starship of the coalition army of the Cultivators in the Battle of Spider Den to come. It was indubitably the strongest crystal warship of the Flying Star sector. Heavenly Phantom was also one of Xianxia's trump cards for his rebellion. One Heavenly Phantom was enough to suppress half of the central area. Even if dozens of regular crystal warships bombarded it at the same time, it would not bother to hide at all. What would happen when such a behemoth ran into Sparkle, which had been modified with the body materials of Skeleton Dragon and scraps of ancient magical equipment by the spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector? Liao was going to discuss the details with Professor Mo Xian when noises suddenly occurred in the communication channel. Liao was dazed for a moment. What happened? Professor Mo Xian sounded grave. The immortal cultivators and the grand illusionary soldiers just broke into Cloud, one of the crystal warships of the surpassing Sky sect. Master Sky Spirit, leader of the sect, happened to be on board. He led the remaining disciples into the engine compartment and detonated all the fuel, blowing up the starship and perishing together with the enemy. He has sacrificed himself for his belief. After a moment of silence, Liao asked softly, What's the situation inside the city? Give me the most important information. Professor Xian stopped talking and sent an enormous stream of information into Liao's crystal processor. Right now, Heavenly Saints City was like a groundless pavilion that was quickly being dissected in the swirl of steel and flames. Ever since the secret code, "The Flying Star Sector is Peaceful Tonight," was sent out, all the grand illusionary soldiers had become the sharpest blades of the immortal cultivators. Most of the grand illusionary soldiers had been packed into crystal warships ready to be shipped to the battlefield. Therefore, the crystal warships took the first blow and suffered the heaviest losses. Head-on clashes were taking place inside the dozens of enormous fleets. The seemingly tranquil starships were bursting out dazzling flames and fireballs, as if they were being attacked by an invisible army. The crystal warships that went out of control bombarded the allies next to them. Because of the limited room in the spaceport, the victims could not dodge, and almost every attack hit its target. Some of the starships were detonated by the cultivators or the immortal cultivators. The blast swept everything. Every spaceport was like a furiously burning iron graveyard. Outside the central area, the moment he issued the secret code, Xianxia had commanded Heavenly Phantom to open fire at the crystal warships nearby that had not been infiltrated by the immortal cultivators. Caught unprepared, many crystal warships lost their combat ability after flowers of destruction blossomed. However, the crystal warships were too large anyway. Although they were riddled with holes, their billions of tons of weight were not going anywhere. The debris of countless crystal warships blocked every sailing route and Heavenly Phantom's way. Besides, not all the crystal warships were affected by the grand illusionary soldiers. Many assault starships and attack starships were not large but boasted tremendous firepower. To increase their capacity for magical equipment and ammunition, there were not warehouses on them. So, they did not carry any grand illusionary soldiers. They came back to themselves from the riot quickly. Although they did not know what had happened, they counterattacked Intuition Ally when they were attacked by Heavenly Phantom. Because of the fierce bombardment, Heavenly Phantom could not perform a space jump to move to a more secret and secure location. Overall, the battle in space was in the immortal cultivators' favor. As they had planned, they messed up the cultivators' crystal warships and basically blocked the traffic between the third space ring and the fourth space ring so that the immortal cultivators and the grand illusionary soldiers within the third space ring could attack the hall of the meeting of the next millennium unhurriedly. However, the attack on the ground did not go as smoothly as planned. The biggest trouble came from the Glorious Sunlight Group. Liao and Professor Xian had speculated that there might be something wrong with the Grand Illusionary Soldier project 5 years ago. During those 5 years, although Professor Xian could not stop the Grand Illusionary Soldiers from being equipped on a large scale, he had secretly been developing magical equipment that could jam the spiritual nexus. With the enormous resources of the Glorious Sunlight Group, Professor Xian had manufactured a batch of special bombs in secret. They were the size of grenades and shared the same usage. When they were tossed away and detonated, they would jam the spiritual nexus dozens square meters nearby for several seconds. Several seconds were enough for a well-trained cultivator or chi trainer to do many things. Therefore, when the immortal cultivators attacked the hall of the meeting of the next millennium with a large back of grand illusionary soldiers, they discovered that the defense was better than they had expected because of the 2 exo-societies that appeared out of nowhere. Then, when they fought hard against the 2 exo-societies, 3,000 chi trainers marched close from the flank. Those barbaric warriors from Iron Plateau were not only carrying heavy sabers but also the jamming bombs that they had just been offered. Similar things happened in the first space ring. The 3 large warehouses of magical equipment and crystals were the arsenals for the last battle. In Xianxia's plan, they were also the most important locations that must be taken over. However, when the immortal cultivators and the grand illusionary soldiers attacked the arsenals, they encountered the chi trainers from Iron Plateau too. The commander of the chi trainers was Yan Qihua from the Burning Sun tribe. 5 years ago, Yan Qifeng, his brother, and Yan Shibei, his uncle, conspired to murder Yan Zhengdong, his father, who was also the chief of the Burning Sun tribe. A total war between Iron Plateau and the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City had nearly been caused. During the incident, Yan Qihua, who was uncalm and bad-tempered, had been the first to suspect Xiong Wuji, which almost led to a great disaster. When the truth was out, Guilt had grasped Xianxia. He had even tried killing himself once to wash away his disgrace. After Xiong Wuji learned of the matter, he had gone to Xianxia and talked to him overnight many times. Later, he had even recruited as Xianxia as his true disciple. During the 5 years that followed, under the tutelage of Xiong Wuji, the irascible young man's personality had greatly changed. He had also been training crazily and considered it an act of repentance for himself. At this moment, with the guidance of his master and the help of the drugs, resources, and training facilities provided by the glorious Sunlight Group, Xianxia had advanced into the 95th level of the refinement state and become one of the best experts on Iron Plateau. 5 years ago, it was the Temple of Immortals that stirred up trouble on Iron Plateau and nearly triggered a great war between Iron Plateau and the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. Xianxia has been proved to be the leader of the Temple of Immortals. He is every Iron Plateau native's mortal enemy. Chi trainers. Even the apocalypse failed to wipe us out. What can this scrap iron and copper do? Today, let our valor flourish in the heart of the Flying Star sector. One was most motivated when looking for revenge. Xianxia's father had died in the scheme of the Temple of Immortals, and the leader at the back of the Temple of Immortals was Xianxia. The 10,000 Chi trainers led by Xianxia were like torrents that were rushing everywhere inside the first space ring, raising sparks of iron and blood in their crashes. They guarded the most important warehouses stably and earned precious time for the cultivators to gather. In the second space ring, Wu Mayan was taking action too. The second space ring was the educational district of Heavenly Saints City. It was occupied by Flying Star University, Heavenly Saints Institute, and the various research centers, schools, and neighborhoods affiliated with the 2 supreme colleges. The students of Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute were all 1 in 10,000 elites. Even the first-year students boasted tremendous capabilities. The faculty, especially the professors of the combat department, the battlesuit department, and the firearms department, were mostly the top-tier experts in the world of cultivators. Liao had informed Wu Mayan through Xiong Wuji more than half a month ago and asked him to make preparations in case Xianxia suddenly rebelled. However, considering the gossip in the college, he did not tell Wu Mayan that he was back. During the 5 years, Wu Mayan had finished courses that would usually take more than 10 years for other people. He had earned diplomas from the combat department, the battlesuit department, and 3 other departments. He was currently working at a research center affiliated to the Flying Star sector on the subject of the reverberation of spiritual energy. The reverberation of spiritual energy could only be performed by Chi trainers in the past, which meant that only the spiritual energy in the gaseous form could resonate. Wu Mayan's goal was to extrapolate the technique to the building foundation stage and the core formation stage so that the spiritual energy in the liquid and solid forms could resonate too. Barely anybody had been matched for Wu Mayan 5 years ago. Now, after 5 years, he was unquestionably number 1 in the younger generation of the 2 colleges. In a private competition, he had even defeated the rest of the top 10 experts of the 2 supreme colleges all by himself. The glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau provided astronomical resources for him. The noble families of refining expressed their support for him because of Xianan, his junior sister, too. Therefore, Wu Mayan was quite influential in the 2 colleges. So, after Professor Mo Xian told Wu Mayan what had happened in the central area, it had only taken him half an hour to gather the most capable teachers and students of the 2 supreme colleges and inform them of everything. Xianxia is an immortal cultivator. The grand illusionary soldiers have rebelled. As an educational district, the second space ring did not have many military ports or grand illusionary soldiers. The few grand illusionary soldiers there were destroyed by the teachers and students quickly. Those grand illusionary soldiers that had apparently gone out of control further proved Wu Mayan's words. March to the first space ring. Protect Heavenly Saints City. Protect the Flying Star sector. The shuttles at the periphery of the second space ring had mostly been destroyed by the grand illusionary soldiers together with the spaceports. But it was not important. The second space ring and the first space ring were very close. Cultivators could fly over directly after they put on their crystal suits. Hiu, 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 hiu. Outside the second space ring, Countless colorful mystic rays soared into the sky and darted toward the first space ring like a brilliant meteor shower. While a heated battle was underway in the central area of Heavenly Saint City and the first space ring, Liao and his companions were involved in trouble in the 10th space ring, too. During the disaster of the extraterrestrial devils 5 years ago, it was the Grand Illusionary Soldiers who had banished all the enemies once and for all. Therefore, the residents of the 10th space ring particularly appreciated and trusted the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Also, since this place was the outermost part of Heavenly Saint City and habituated mostly by civilians, not many cultivators lived or were asked to be stationed there. Therefore, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were the best choice of guardians for the 10th space ring. 70% of the defensive work was carried out by them. Right now, the cultivators were swallowing the bitter fruit that they had grown themselves. All the Grand Illusionary Soldiers deployed in the 10th space ring crowded toward the northwest district. They surrounded the hundreds of cultivators like a cold tsunami. Although there were almost 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, they felt unease when they were faced with tens of thousands of Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Besides, a lot more Grand Illusionary Soldiers were reinforcing nonstop. Observed from afar, they looked like an ever-expanding cloud. There are too many Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Our spiritual energy is dropping fast. My crystal suit is already overloading. Luo Xingzi, cover me while I put on my second crystal suit. I only brought 3 crystal suits with me in total. All the space ports of the 10th space ring have been destroyed by the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Even if our crystal warships arrive in time, they will have no place to dock. There was nothing except bad news in Liao's communication channel. He gritted his teeth and waved his saber forward, extending the aura until it was dozens of meters long. In front of him, all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the shape of a sector were like bamboo crafts that had been stomped on. They exploded amid cracking noises, their components flying everywhere. One attack eliminated almost 30 Grand Illusionary Soldiers. However, more Grand Illusionary Soldiers quickly filled the vacancy like mercury. They marched onward fearlessly and emotionlessly, draining Liao's spiritual energy and crystal suit. This is not going to work. After almost 3,000 Grand Illusionary Soldiers had been destroyed, many cultivators were running out of spiritual energy. There were even casualties. Leader C, have the crystal warships of the Starfighters Alliance not arrived in the 10th space ring yet? A cultivator shouted in the communication channel. The main force crystal warships of the Starfighters Alliance and the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City are the important targets of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. They are all being harassed. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers have also occupied the artilleries of several space rings. They've blocked the sailing route with railguns. The crystal warships will suffer heavy losses after they pass each space ring. Sikuli's throat sounded like smoking. A starship of the Glorious Sunlight Group has broken through the 8th space ring. It is arriving in the 10th space ring soon. Liao roared, refreshed. All the cultivators were delighted first, but doubts surfaced very soon. The starship is going to carry us all through the 10 space rings. It will be blocked and hunted. Therefore, it must be tough enough. Sikuli said straightforwardly. I've never heard that the Glorious Sunlight Group has ever refined any powerful crystal warships. What is the level of this particular starship? Believe me, Liao declared confidently. It is definitely the best starship in the world. We should go to the number 17 spaceport right now to meet the starship. Sikuli and the rest of them considered for only 3 seconds before they accepted Liao's plan. They had no other options. March toward the number 17 spaceport. When the dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators went on a rampage, even all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the world were not enough to stop them. In that moment, flying swords were raging, magical equipment was roaring, and smoke was rising non-stop. An iron forest seemed to be burning, and molten steel was flowing everywhere like magma. Almost 100 experts broke out of the siege. But hundreds of cultivators in the building foundation stage were still mired in the swamp, unable to move. More Grand Illusionary Soldiers were marching close from the flanks unstoppably, like the fangs of a viper that were biting together. If the grand illusionary soldiers keep following us, there is no way that we can all board the crystal warship. Looking at the overwhelming grand illusionary soldiers, Liao Huagu, a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Furious Bears Union, suddenly said calmly, "The number doesn't matter in the assault of Heavenly Phantom, but the speed must be high. Fellow cultivators, leave now. I will cover your retreat." Fellow cultivator Liao. All the cultivators were yelling. They knew what Liao Huagu meant. Even though he was a nascent soul stage cultivator, nothing but doom awaited him if he was attacked by tens of thousands of grand illusionary soldiers simultaneously. "Leave now. Stop wasting your time here." Liao Huagu opened his arms. Flames of light leaked out of his crystal suit and formed a giant dozens of meters tall in midair. It could vaguely be seen that a light ball that looked like a baby was crouching in the center of the giant. The nascent soul stage cultivator had started burning his life and soul. He was releasing the spirit and will that he had accumulated over his entire life. Even the immortal cultivators can defend their beliefs at the cost of their life. Are the cultivators no match for them? No matter what, I will not let any grand illusionary soldier pass by me before you all board the crystal warship. Go now. Go assault Heavenly Phantom and execute Xianxia. Liao Huagu roared almost crazily. Above his real body, the giant, which was dozens of meters tall, was also thundering. The soaring flames of light were both like wings and a pair of hands that were going to rip apart the darkness of night. Let's go. There was no time to dawdle. More arduous fights were awaiting them. All the cultivators gritted their teeth and darted toward the number 17 spaceport. Liao Huagu smiled. Faced with the tens of thousands of grand illusionary soldiers, he closed his eyes and reminisced about his life, his eyes somewhat wet. Right then, he sensed unfathomable strength appearing behind him. He opened his eyes and immediately frowned. Another nascent soul stage cultivator, Xianxia from the Silver Moon clan, had left the team and returned to him. "What are you here for? You don't believe that I will stop them?" Liao Huagu burst into fury. "Exactly. I don't believe in your soft bones," Xianxia scoffed. "In all the time I've known you, have you ever won a single competition between us? During the share meeting of the Furious Bears tribe and the Silver Moon clan, you even wept after you failed. Haha. Covering the retreat is such an important task. How can I trust that you will handle it well? Bullshit. 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 That was more than 100 years ago. It doesn't count." Liao Huagu was more than angry. "You are shameless enough to talk about the fights when our spiritual roots had not even awakened yet more than 100 years ago. Why don't you talk about the competitions after we advanced into the nascent soul stage? Have you ever won any of them?" Xianxia smiled. "That's because I went easy on you. You are more or less a nascent soul stage cultivator and an elder of your sect. I was merely helping you preserve your face in front the juniors." Liao Huagu laughed so crazily that there were tears in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha. It's been 200 years. You have not changed at all. Shameless and rhodomantade. One look at you is enough to piss me off. Just get out of here and stop being a nuisance." "What will you do if I don't?" Xianxia asked calmly. Liao Huagu's laughter came to an abrupt end. He was silently briefly, before he took a breath and said, one word after another. "Then let's have one last competition and see who the better one is. All right. Then I'll show you the latest accomplishments of my training over the past few decades," Xianxia said. "However many grand illusionary soldiers you kill, I will kill one more." The two nascent soul stage cultivators stopped talking. A monolithic giant gradually formed above Xianxia's real body. 2. The two nascent soul stage cultivators were dozens of meters away from each other. But the two giants were very close to each other because of their enormous size. Shoulder to shoulder, and the furious flames interweaving together, they confronted the sweeping black clouds alongside one another. The number 17 spaceport had been bombarded into smithereens. All the airtight doors and the docking rune arrays had turned into the melted slag. The air inside the 10th space ring leaked out through the damage, raising minor swirls along with the debris on the ground. The grand illusionary soldiers were crowding toward the port from various directions like locusts. Xianxia seemed to have discovered the aim of the experts and wanted to drown them in an ocean of iron with all the forces available. At least, he wanted to drain their spiritual energy and damage their crystal suits. Where is the crystal warship of the glorious sunlight group right now? Sikuli asked, breathing heavily. He was not good at fighting. Persisting in the storm for so long had hit his limits. The crystal warship has broken through the 9th space ring smoothly and will be arriving soon. However, it cannot be docked here. We'll just fly out of the spaceport to board it. Liao and the cultivators fought and moved out of the spaceport. The situation in space was even more chaotic than the 10th space ring. The grand illusionary soldiers that looked like red-headed flies were everywhere. Crystal warships were colliding and exploding as far as one's eyes could reach. The ever-surging fireballs looked like fireworks and showed absolutely no sign of dwindling. We have suffered heavy casualties. There's no time to look for a second starship. Sikuli scanned the status of all the cultivators in the system. He said worriedly, "The crystal warship of the glorious sunlight group is our only hope. Is it capable enough of bring us through 9 space rings to somewhere near Heavenly Phantom? We must know that Heavenly Phantom is a super warship co-produced by the Starfighters Alliance and the Grand Illusionary Group. At that time, we did not know that Xianxia was an immortal cultivator. It was designed to be the flagship of the coalition army in the final battle. Therefore, it was refined with the most marvelous techniques. The main guns and the defense rune arrays have never even been used before in any main force warships of the Starfighters Alliance. If a regular starship shows up in front Heavenly Phantom, it might be blown into oblivion after one shot. Rest assured." Liao licked his lips and said, "This crystal warship is the glorious Sunlight Group's secret weapon. Its firepower might not be as impressive as that of Heavenly Phantom, but it is definitely the fastest, the most inconspicuous, and the most distinguished in interference and anti-interference starship of the Flying Star sector. It is here." All the cultivators were overjoyed. Thousands of crystal cameras scanned the surroundings far and wide. But as far as their eyes could reach, there were nothing but broken starships on the burning battlefield. There was not the slightest sign of a super starship. Right then, a ragged starship crawled out of an area of debris. It was a carrier no longer than 2 kilometers. It was round and looked like a fat buffalo. The anti-collision plates on the surface were mottled, dented, and rusted. On the shell of the starship, the heat resistance and defensive patches were a mess. It was like a 12th-hand antique that somebody had bought from a bankrupt ship factory and did not even bother to paint the anti-rust lacquer. All the cultivators were rendered speechless. Their skeptical eyes pierced through their crystal suits and toward Liao without any disguise. Sikuli was dumbfounded, too. He failed to come up with any comment and could only gasp. Thousands of grand illusionary soldiers condensed into dozens of tornadoes and swept toward them and the old-aged carrier. All the cultivators believed that the carrier was doomed, because they did not detect any cannons or even a glimmering spiritual shield on the surface of the carrier. When the grand illusionary soldiers invaded the carrier, its only outcome would be destruction. However, when hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers moved to 100 meters from the carrier, they came to a weird standstill in glittering sparks at first, before their limbs and spines were twisted into screws amid cracking noises. In a moment, the hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers were completely destroyed. This is the latest magnetic defense rune array that can deploy a very powerful, controllable magnetic field outside the starship. With sufficient spiritual energy, all the metal within range can be manipulated, Liao explained to the bewildered cultivators. Sikuli was the first to come back to himself. He flew toward Sparkle without any hesitation. "We don't have any choice now. Get on board." The 5 gates on the right side of Sparkle were opened. More than 100 cultivators boarded the starship at the same time. More grand illusionary soldiers followed them, only to be shredded into pieces by the special magnetic field when they entered Sparkle's defense's range. Sparkle turned around and marched toward the central area of Heavenly Saint City. "Welcome aboard, fellow cultivators." Professor Mo Xian greeted the 100 cultivators gracefully in an artificial body. Powerful medical and recovery magical equipment has been installed on Sparkle. Please make the best use of the facilities to recover your strength and restore spiritual energy for the fierce battle to come. The environment inside Sparkle was totally different from the shabby appearance on the outside. Overall, every place was built with silver liquid metal. There was not the slightest gap on a single cabin door, much less traces of forging or riveting. It seemed to be made of an intact silver block. It would not be exaggerating to say that it was flawless. Even the experienced nascent soul stage cultivators of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City were awed by the internal structure of Sparkle after they were aboard and did not know what to say for a long time. Cully, as an expert in starships, was glowing with interest. He scratched every corner of Sparkle and seemed to be willing to melt into it. Cully was the most skilled expert in the production of starships in the flying star sector. Although Professor Xian and the other spectral cultivators had turned into unique star spirits by accident, their main specialty was crystal suits. In regard to starships, they were not as knowledgeable as Cully. However, the life forms of Professor Xian and the other star spirits were the souls of human beings combined with the mustard seed-level liquid metal on the starship. One might say that they were part of Sparkle, and Sparkle was their body. The modifications that they did to their body naturally far exceeded Cully's expectations. I didn't know that the Glorious Sunlight Group had such a high expertise in the refining of starships. Even the Starfighters Alliance might not be able to produce such a strong starship. Cully complimented sincerely. Professor Xian smiled and waved his hands. The silver walls around immediately rippled as if they were water in a pond. Soon they became almost transparent. The whole of space was before them. In front, a few other light beams displayed Sparkle's form and the situation of dozens of battlefields captured from different perspectives. At this moment, Sparkle had left the 10th space ring for the central area of Heavenly Saint City, but their trouble had not ended yet. Many grand illusionary soldiers had captured the scene where the experts entered Sparkle. A great number of grand illusionary soldiers and starships that were controlled by the immortal cultivators marched toward Sparkle quickly, planning to block the starship on its way. Faced with the overwhelming enemies, Professor Xian did not intend to fight the hard way. Instead, he piloted Sparkle into a battlefield that was packed by the debris of more than 10 starships. Cully was dazed for a moment. He was an expert in starships and naturally knew a lot about the tactics of the starships. Entering a zone of debris could allow the starship to get away from the enemy's searching. However, it would also mean that the starship would be trapped in the zone forever and completely lose its mobility. Therefore, it was quite a passive tactic. However, what happened next made him feel stunned, even though he had been dealing with starships all his life. When Sparkle flew into the debris zone, it had been a fat carrier. However, after the ragged plate was shaken off inside the debris zone, it changed into a slender assault warship. After a quick look, Cully recognized that it was a Red Shark-level assault warship that the Starfighters Alliance devised more than 130 years ago. Since it was simple in structure and reliable in performance, it was very popular among the middle and small sects. Today, it was still many small sects' favorite. The Red Shark assault warship was also rusted and riddled with holes. Large clusters of fireballs were popping up everywhere, as if a large batch of grand illusionary soldiers were raging inside the starship and the cultivators on board would lose control at any moment. Cully blinked and realized that it was a very smart camouflage. The grand illusionary soldiers were looking for a ragged carrier instead of a Red Shark assault warship. Besides, judging from the appearance, the shaking and collapsing assault warship would not catch the grand illusionary soldiers' attention at all. With such a disguise, Sparkle passed through the 9th and the 8th space rings easily. Such light assault warships boasted plain firepower and were not threats to Heavenly Phantom. On the priority rank of the immortal cultivators, they were in a very low position. However, after analyzing the data in the battlefields carefully, Xianxia did cast his suspicious eyes to the weird assault warship in the end. At this moment, Professor Xian played the same move. Sparkle entered another packed battlefield and took off another shell, pretending to be a light, rapid starship that was much smaller in size. The surface of Sparkle is adorned with both mechanical structures and the camouflage of mystic rays. It can pretend to be 14 different models of crystal warships according to our demand in a battle. Moreover, it can also fake 6 forms, including slightly damaged, heavily damaged, loss of momentum, and total loss, in order to bait the enemy, Professor Mo Xian declared proudly. Later, they changed into 6 different disguises, from a rapid starship to a maintenance starship to a medical starship, and to debris that had completely lost all impetus. Finally, in the storm of bullets and cannon fire, it reached the central area of Heavenly Saints City without being damaged at all. However, in the central area, the disguises would not work anymore. The central area of Heavenly Saints City was the focus of the immortal cultivators. The majority of their crystal warships and grand illusionary soldiers had been gathered in this place. Most of the grand illusionary soldiers there were larger, faster, and protected by brighter spiritual shields. The flying swords and mystic rays that they triggered were more agile and destructive, too. Liao even saw dozens of grand illusionary soldiers shoot out almost 800 flying swords, which riddled a crystal warship with holes immediately and made it lose all its combat ability. They are all the masterpieces crafted by the grand illusionary group themselves without bothering about the cost. They are far better than the inhomogeneous products that other sects refined. The grand illusionary soldiers in the central area was not only better in quality but also larger in quantity. Instead of thin tornadoes, they formed wriggling black clouds that consumed the sky. Some of the smaller crystal warships were completely wreathed by the grand illusionary soldiers. When the grand illusionary soldiers dispersed, the glamorous-looking starships turned into broken, lackluster debris. The scene was both like a shoal of piranhas biting the prey that had fallen into the water crazily and an ant army marching on the ground, turning all the creatures in their way into bones. Protected by the millions of grand illusionary soldiers, Heavenly Phantom was like a majestic king in silver armor, awing the entire space zone. The main gun of Heavenly Phantom was developed by the Starfighters Alliance, the Grand Illusionary Group, and almost 20 other sects that are famous for their crystal cannons. Seekoli said in an almost desperate tone. It is known as Heavenly Might Artillery. The Heavenly Might Artillery has 99 ball-like turrets. However, the turrets are not fixed on the surface of Heavenly Phantom but floating around Heavenly Phantom, connected by the electromagnetic force. They can move along any trajectory, like 99 satellites that surround Heavenly Phantom. The 99 turrets can either be evenly distributed around Heavenly Phantom and attack individually or move to the same location and constitute a supercannon whose damage is unimaginable. One shot is enough to vaporize an entire crystal warship. The Heavenly Might Artillery is the strongest aggressive magical equipment in the Flying Star sector. No cannons are a match for it, Liao observed from afar and, thanks to his amazing eyesight, indeed found almost 100 light spots that were circling around the body of Heavenly Phantom. Every turret of the Heavenly Might Artillery was around 100 meters in diameter. They were round, translucent, and looked like glittering pearls from a distance. The glamorous brilliance they shot out, however, boasted unbelievable damage. It was as powerful as the main gun of regular crystal warships. Moreover, the cooldown of the turrets was extremely short. They were shooting almost consecutively without a break. Pulled by the electromagnetic force, the 99 floating turrets moved around Heavenly Phantom quickly. There was not a blind spot at all. No break, no blind spot, and extremely powerful. According to the defense of the target, 1, 2, or even more turrets could be gathered together in order to increase the intensity of the attack. This was the Heavenly Might Artillery, a super weapon that the refiners of the entire Flying Star sector had worked hard on for a long time. In the most crucial battlefield that was supervised by Xianxia in person, every crystal warship had been locked onto by the Grand Illusionary soldiers. Even if they had become empty shells and lost all momentum, they would not be let go of until they were completely ripped apart. Sparkle could not fake its way forward now. We can only break in by force now. Bloody flames were flowing crazily inside Liao's eyes. His lips curled in excitement as he said, "Leader C, Please give a command to the starships in the battlefield that are still under the control of cultivators. Ask them to stall the enemy no matter what the cost is. We are about to launch the final charge. Professor M.O., Leader C has sent the structural design of Heavenly Phantom to the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle. Now, let's march forward at full speed with the bridge of Heavenly Phantom as our target. See, Cully lost his cool. Bridge? The bridge is the heart of Heavenly Phantom. Besides, the star brain is right behind the bridge. When we devised Heavenly Phantom, the defense of the bridge was the highest priority. We are definitely going to suffer the most brutal attack from Heavenly Phantom if we choose that place as our destination. Professor M.O. Xian smiled. Then, please sit in the buffer rune arrays, everybody, because the remaining part of our journey might be a bit bumpy. Crack, crack, crack. The souls of Professor M.O. Xian and the other spirits completely melded into the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle. All the disguises outside Sparkle was taken off during the acceleration. The rusted and dented plate was gone, replaced by a splendid, translucent body that was immaculate. Hiss! When the cultivators saw Sparkle's real form through the light beam, they all gasped in shock. See, Cully was so thrilled that he found it hard to breathe. The starship in front of their eyes was less than 900 meters long. Faced with the super starships that could easily be more than 10 kilometers long, it seemed to be insignificant. However, the neat and delicate starship was like a brilliant diamond emitting dazzling brilliance that immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although they were merely observing the starship on the light beam, every cultivator could feel the untamable urges of Sparkle, as if it was not a crystal warship but a ferocious animal that had traveled from the primordial era to the present day. See, Cully could not help but compare Sparkle to Heavenly Phantom, which he refined in person. Although the sizes of the two starships were vastly different, one of which looked like an elephant and the other a mouse, the aura and brilliance of Sparkle were as daunting as Heavenly Phantom, if not more. It was like a firefly suddenly emitting endless flames and trying to burn the sun up. Please sit down, everybody. We will now distribute most of the spiritual energy and the computational ability to the power rune arrays and the defense rune arrays. We won't be able to ensure the stability of the starship. Professor M.O. Xian's voice, which was generated by the vibrating metal patches, sounded quite excited. Sparkle, move forward. Target. Heavenly Phantom. The flagship. Hew. In the next moment, all the cultivators seemed to be bashed hard right in their faces. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators fell into the buffer rune arrays all of a sudden and did not adapted themselves to the high speed for a staggeringly long time. The shining starship was immediately noticed by Xianxia. After analyzing the speed, agility, and the spiritual waves it released, the star brain determined Sparkle to be the most dangerous enemy. Block it! Xianxia bellowed. Within a breath, commanded by the star brain, whose computational ability was as vast as an ocean, countless grand illusionary soldiers and crystal warships under the control of the immortal cultivators crowded towards Sparkle. In the meantime, 41 out of the 99 turrets on Heavenly Phantom locked onto Sparkle. Z, 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 Z. Deep purple brilliance flashed on the 41 turrets at the same time. Then, 41 bolts of lightning flashed across space and split into a storm of lightning. Many cultivators and crystal warships that were standing in the way of the lightning were torn apart ruthlessly. Some of the grand illusionary soldiers were unfortunate enough to be captured by the lightning storm, too. They all turned into broken, empty shells after spluttering sparks. However, defense shields that looked like golden scales appeared around Sparkle, turning it into a dragon that had soared into the sky. It rushed forward in the dazzling lightning, completely undamaged. Even its speed was not affected at all. The starship turned into a streak of brightness and moved forward. Two crystal warships controlled by the immortal cultivators blocked Sparkle's way, one on the left and the other on the right. They planned to force Sparkle to change its direction, only to be crushed immediately like a dark cloud that was torn apart by sunlight. Sparkle leapt out of the cloud and split the darkness of the universe like a golden sword. There was no need to mention the grand illusionary soldiers. In front of Sparkle, which had accelerated to the highest speed, they were like thousands of ants trying to stop a sprinting crystal train. The only possible outcome for them was to be crushed into smithereens instantly. Standing on the bridge and looking at Sparkle, which was charging close, Xianxia was lost for a moment. The thousands of light beams on the bridge were displaying bad news on the ground incessantly. It had been 3 hours since the new era plan was initiated. However, the immortal cultivators had not taken over the hall of the meeting of the next millennium and the few important warehouses of magical equipment in the first space ring. The Chi trainers who jumped out of nowhere and the elites of Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute, who had organized themselves much faster than he had expected, had all caught him unprepared. But so far, those difficulties were all conquerable. Although the battle was stagnant right now, the cultivators would be tired and wounded, and they needed rest. After all, their bodies were made of flesh and blood. After 2 hours of high-intensity combat, the spiritual energy of most cultivators was already running dry. With the help of Heavenly Phantom, he had basically suppressed all the crystal warships above the central area of Heavenly Saints City. Most of the crystal warships had either been taken over by the immortal cultivators or utterly broken apart. In half an hour, the battle would be completely under his control. He would be able to spare his hands and suppress the central area with Heavenly Phantom. If it was necessary, he could aim the Heavenly Might artillery at the hall of the meeting of the next millennium and bombard it directly. He would be glad to find out how many strikes that defense rune array of the Great Hall could resist exactly. Despite all the unfavorable circumstances, Xianxia had thought that the balance of victory was slowly leaning toward him. However, at the most crucial moment, an unbelievably cutting-edge starship jumped out of nowhere. According to the calculation of the star brain, the starship did not hide its target at all. It was darting directly toward the heart and the head of Heavenly Phantom. Deploy 5 times more grand illusionary soldiers to defend the bridge. I want the bridge and the chamber where the star brain is placed filled with grand illusionary soldiers until nothing can pass through. Turn all the turrets to the left side of Heavenly Phantom and aim them at the target together. Shwa! Shwa shwa! The 99 turrets that were evenly distributed around Heavenly Phantom now all glided to the left side. 99 giant marbles that were perfectly round and smooth were piled up high. Starting from the foundation of the tower, every turret glittered suddenly and transmitted surging spiritual energy forward. When the spiritual energy of different marbles was concentrated to the front of the giant artillery, it seemed to be a bright purple solar prominence that contained endless power and could stab a hole in the universe. The spiritual energy is charged. The 99 turrets have been adjusted to the same frequency. The trajectory of the target has been locked. It does not change its course at all and simply comes straight at us. Prepare to open fire in 3 seconds. For all the cultivators and immortal cultivators inside Heavenly Saints City, those were perhaps the longest, most painful 3 seconds of their life. Everyone who was placed in the battlefield, be they cultivators or immortal cultivators, could not help but slow down their attack. They gazed at the streak of gold that was darting at Heavenly Phantom at a high speed with scorching eyes. Even the grand illusionary soldiers became somewhat inert because the star brain had shifted a huge amount of computational ability to control the Heavenly Might artillery and analyze Sparkle's path. It felt as if everything in the entire universe except for Heavenly Phantom and Sparkle halted for 3 seconds. The mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle sensed that the starship had been locked onto, but it had no intention of decelerating or dodging. The speed of the starship had been brought to the maximum. It was impossible to slow down or take down. Not only would a great amount of time and fuel be wasted, the starship would risk being harassed by the grand illusionary soldiers again. Although Sparkle could paralyze the grand illusionary soldiers with the electromagnetic defense system, it would have to consume a lot of spiritual energy. When it was drowned in an ocean of grand illusionary soldiers, there would be no way to accelerate again. Therefore, Sparkle could only take the chance. It moved faster and faster, leaving a magnificent blurred shadow trailing behind. "Open fire," Xianxia said coldly. "Activate," Liao shouted, with veins bulging on his face. There was no sound. In the universe of silence, A silver dragon mixed with purple electric arcs spurted out and exploded into billions of crazily dancing snakes, sweeping the more than 10 cubic kilometers on the left side of Heavenly Phantom. All the Exos, Grand Illusionary Soldiers, and crystal warships within range were torn apart and obliterated into scorching torrents of particles. Pushed by the billions of dazzling snakes, they congregated into a sea of destruction and lunged at Sparkle. However, Sparkle was still marching forward, like a lone warrior on the battlefield who was charging toward the barrage of 10,000 sharp arrows. Many cultivators who saw the scene closed their eyes sadly, unwilling to witness the doom. Inside Sparkle, quite a few cultivators who were wreathed in the buffer rune arrays exclaimed in shock. 2. However, the next second, Sparkle disappeared. The surging tsunami of spiritual energy and the heated torrents of particles only tore Sparkle's golden blurred shadow into pieces. Including Xianxia, no one realized what had happened. The Star Brain, on the other hand, calculated Sparkle's location at the earliest chance. It was now on the right side of Heavenly Phantom. Instant movement. Sparkle had performed an instant movement, or rather a super short-distance space jump, in the last second. Although space jump was a mature technique in the flying star sector, the super long-distance jumps across sectors and the super short-distance jumps were both problems that had baffled the scientists for a long time. Super short-distance space jumps were especially troublesome. Because the distance was too short, it had a high demand on the instant changes between the three-dimensional universe and the four-dimensional universe. It was like sewing on a cell and had been an impossible conundrum. Besides, for normal space jumps, the starships had to warm up for a few hours while remaining absolutely still before they performed one if they intended to arrive at a specific location. Otherwise, the outcome of the starships would be exactly like when Liao jumped together with Skeleton Dragon. They would not be able to set their destination, and there would absolutely be no telling where they would end up. But right now, Sparkle had performed an incredible high-precision instant movement, while it was at a rushing speed against the bombardment of immense spiritual energy. Such a technique had far exceeded the highest of the flying star sector. It's impossible. Xianxia's face had become twisted. He roared, "Stop it! Stop it now! It's impossible!" All the cultivators who saw the scene, on the other hand, were all overjoyed and exclaimed in disbelief. In their earnest eyes, Sparkle crawled out on the right side of Heavenly Phantom, as if it had just passed through an invisible wormhole. Its speed was not in the least affected. Moreover, crimson flames in the shape of a torch flooded out of the head of the starship and revolved rapidly into a giant drill that seemed to be able to blow up the sky. Right now, the tip of the drill was less than 10 kilometers from Heavenly Phantom. Given the velocity of starships, the distance was shorter than the width of hair. Nothing could stop the assault of Sparkle now. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 99 turrets quickly glided to the right side of Heavenly Sparkle. Intense brightness was beaming out while they were on their way, indicating that they had been recharged before they arrived at their destination. However, before they condensed into an enormous artillery again, Sparkle had already pierced through 5 layers of the spiritual shields of Heavenly Phantom, as easily as an awl stabbing through 5 pieces of paper. Before the surging spiritual energy in the turrets was triggered, Sparkle had already drilled the artillery apart. All the turrets were swinging in various directions crazily. The drill of mystic rays penetrated through the solid plate that was dozens of meters thick. Sparkle had stabbed into the head of Heavenly Phantom. Although there was no sound in space, all the cultivators who saw the scene seemed to hear ear-splitting noises. They felt that their heads aching, as if something had drilled a hole in their skull brutally. Heavenly Phantom, which was more than 30 kilometers long, and Sparkle, which was hundreds of meters long, were 2 extremities. They were like an elephant and a mouse. However, when the little mouse that was Sparkle crept into Heavenly Phantom's body and swept aside everything in its way with the help of the drill of mystic rays and the tremendous impetus of the engine, the elephant could do absolutely nothing to stop it from moving forward despite its outrage. Inside Heavenly Phantom, countless cabins were quickly filled up with quick-drying foam, which soon consolidated into stiff rocks. However, Sparkle had been designed to roam below the solid rock stratums of Boneyard, so Sparkle did not met any problem when it was pushing forward. It did not stop drilling until it was less than 100 meters from the bridge. Liao clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "One step forward, and we will drill through the star brain." "Can't do that. Sparkle has reached its limits. One more step forward, and it might crumble immediately. Besides, the souls of the 5 of us are already burning up, too." Professor Mo Xian's voice was feeble. The super short-distance space jump was a state-of-the-art technique even in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. Although we managed to perform it, the instant movement has caused great damage to both Sparkle and us. Our computational ability has been consumed a lot. Drilling through the solid defense rune arrays and shell of Heavenly Phantom was a major undertaking for the drill of Mystic Rays. Sparkle right now is an arrow that has run its course. It cannot take a step further. Liao thought for a moment and asked, "Then, right now the mirror outside Heavenly Phantom should have been broken, right? Can you hack the star brain and paralyze all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers?" "We can stay here while you paralyze the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Then, we will march out and take down Xianxia." "It's impossible," Professor Mo Xian said. "The star brain is too powerful and complicated. It will take at least 10 minutes for us to infiltrate and trigger the virus. The star brain is likely to detect us during the process. If so, an intense combat of computational ability will begin. This is the head and heart of Heavenly Phantom, guarded by countless Grand Illusionary Soldiers. If the star brain detects us, they will come over very quickly and rip Sparkle together with us into shreds before we manage to activate the virus. Therefore, you have to attack the bridge and try to slay Xianxia. That way, you will distract the Grand Illusionary Soldiers' attention and buy more time for us. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers in this place are basically Xianxia's personal guardians. They must be controlled by the star brain directly, which means that the star brain must spend a lot of computational ability on them. The more heated your fight is, the more computational ability the star brain will have to summon to deal with you. We will be able to take advantage of its weakness and perhaps activate the virus after fooling the star brain completely. Liao realized that distracting its attention was quite a good plan. Then what else was there to say? Time to fight. They were immediately divided into 2 groups. Part of the cultivators, including Cully, stayed to protect Sparkle, while the rest of the cultivators went to march toward the bridge led by Liao and Luo Xingzi. With everything coming this far, there was no need to preserve spiritual energy anymore. Liao ushered the 6 dragon heads on the back of his crystal suit to blow out extremely powerful dragon balls, which blew up the cabin walls along with the immortal cultivators and the Grand Illusionary Soldiers behind the walls. The road leading to the bridge was created. On their way, countless Grand Illusionary Soldiers came at them from the pathways on the left and right. Those Grand Illusionary Soldiers were slightly different from those that the cultivators had seen in space. Not only were they made of much better materials, more importantly, they were also much more agile, and their choice of tactics was much more mysterious and unpredictable, as if living souls were hiding behind the thick armor. There was no feeling of machinery in them at all. Liao knew that the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were directly manipulated by the star brain. Their computational ability could be 10 times higher than those out in space. Faced with the Grand Illusionary Soldiers that were marching close like tides, countless cultivators in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage volunteered to stay and resist them, earning precious time for Liao and the rest of the high-level cultivators. After 3 minutes of high-intensity fighting, they finally broke into the bridge. Liao, however, gasped when he saw what was inside the bridge. He swallowed difficultly and felt the hair on the back of his head standing up one by one. As a super starship more than 30 kilometers long, Heavenly Phantom boasted an extremely spacious bridge. The tallest section was almost 100 meters. It was essentially a splendid palace. On the cabin walls were dense crystal processors that were emitting lackluster brilliance. Like weird eyes, they stared at the intruders without blinking. The crystal processors were surrounded by defense rune arrays that looked like membranes. They were shivering and shining like bubbles below sunlight. In the rear of the bridge where the star brain was located, more than 10 defense rune arrays had been established, drowning the star brain in a mysterious, flowing mist. At this moment, on the bridge, thousands of grand illusionary soldiers were piled up from the ground into the air neatly in the shape of a cube. The grand illusionary soldiers were tall, slender, and elegantly designed. Their bodies seemed to be made of white jade, and there was not the slightest incongruity, except for the battle emblem of a burning golden planet that was embedded on the chest. Liao had never seen such delicate, glamorous grand illusionary soldiers before. They were essentially lifeless combinations of machinery and crystals, and yet they were releasing spiritual energy to the surroundings blatantly as if they were intelligent creatures. The spiritual energy of so many grand illusionary soldiers interweaved into an indestructible cage. The cage was slowly pushing close to the cultivators. Liao could not find a trace of Xianxia. Did I make a mistake? Has Xianxia entered the central area to attack the hall of the meeting of the next millennium instead of staying on Heavenly Phantom to command the battle? Liao was somewhat confused. Logically, it was simply impossible. The star brain was of paramount importance for the immortal cultivators. It was unlikely that Xianxia would give up its protection and move somewhere else. Or did Xianxia think that the unprecedentedly strong grand illusionary soldiers were enough to block all the cultivators? Give it up. Right then, a cold voice came from the broadcasting rune arrays below the skull of a grand illusionary soldier. You have come a long way from the 10th space ring. You are running out of strength. You are doomed to be drowned by the ocean of grand illusionary soldiers. You do not stand a chance. Give up the futile resistance and the meaningless sacrifice. We are all the strongest warriors in the lead of the path of evolution. We are the hopes of the civilization of mankind. There is no reason we should attack each other. If you surrender now, I will not care about your doings in the past. Even Bai Xinghe can be pardoned. We will work together to build the imperium of true human beings and realize the renaissance of the civilization of mankind. We will fight against the horrifying foreign species in the dark forest side by side. Liao was suddenly alarmed. He vaguely guessed the tactic that Xianxia had chosen. Before he opened his mouth, Luo Xingzi, Xianxia's junior brother, had already roared in the utmost fury, "Shut up! Xianxia, you are talking about the civilization of mankind all the time. Greatness, glory, and renaissance. They are indeed high-sounding and righteous. But look at what you've been doing when you were talking about the rise of the civilization of mankind. 7 years ago, in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, you blew up tens of thousands of people through the Temple of Immortals. On Iron Plateau, your scheme nearly put Iron Plateau and Heavenly Saints City at loggerheads against each other. Should the Civil War have begun, countless innocent people would have lost their family and buried themselves in space. 5 years ago, in the 10th Space Ring, the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils, directed by you, resulted in the deaths of more than 100,000 people. Even more suffered severe life-changing injuries. During the past 5 years, the crimes that the immortal cultivators have committed in the Flying Star sector are simply too many to count. How many innocent victims have been killed by you, the sordid immortal cultivators? They were all living souls made of flesh and blood. They were somebody's father, mother, son, daughter, husband, or wife. You filthy bastards used living human beings as chess pieces, as your tools, and as the fuel that kept your ambitions burning. Even your own son was killed without any hesitation when the situation demanded it. And you are shameless enough to talk about the civilization of mankind? Damn you! The grand illusionary soldier fell silent. However, not far away, another grand illusionary soldier raised its head, with crimson colors beaming out of its eyes. It commented calmly, "In mankind's millions of years of glory, what is the difference between the so-called sun and a hair? Will you hesitate when you pluck out one of your hairs?" After saying that, the grand illusionary soldier fell silent, too. Far away from the two grand illusionary soldiers, a third grand illusionary soldier at another corner of the cube opened its mouth. In the boundless sea of stars, in the dark forest where the strong prey upon the weak and only the fittest survive, and in the everlasting war that has been on for billions of years, individuals are absolutely meaningless. Only the civilization of mankind as a whole is invaluable. A fourth grand illusionary soldier at the center of the cube continued, its voice piercing through the distance of dozens of meters like a sharp sword, as tough as iron. Every human being is a cell. When all the cells are gathered, the great civilization of mankind is formed. A fifth grand illusionary soldier next to the fourth one went on. For a living creature, its metabolism, the death and birth of its cells, is the least unusual thing in the world. The weak cells may wither, but they will give place to the cells that are even stronger. Only after countless cycles of metabolism can the creature become stronger. A sixth grand illusionary soldier, which was right before the cultivators, said, "This is the path of evolution. This is the path of immortality. For the immortality of the civilization of mankind, what's the big deal about sacrificing some tiny cells? Not just millions of people, even if billions of people must be sacrificed, we immortal cultivators will be justified and unwavering." All the cultivators failed to come up with a response. Liao was so worried that he was having a headache. It was not because of Xianxia's bewildering propaganda, but because he had finally found out the tactic that Xianxia had adopted. Xianxia was truly sordid enough. He was on Heavenly Phantom, but he was wearing a crystal suit that looked exactly like the grand illusionary soldiers and hiding himself among the thousands of counterfeits. The thousands of grand illusionary soldiers had become the best camouflage for him. Since the cultivators were not able to tell which of them was a grand illusionary soldier and which was the real Xianxia, the cultivators had to focus all their attention and go at full strength prudently when they were faced with every grand illusionary soldier. Even for the nascent soul stage cultivators, their spiritual energy was still limited. It would be used up very quickly in high-intensity combat. Before, when they were faced with the grand illusionary soldiers, which were basically expendable, the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators could suppress their strength and fight the battles in a frugal manner. However, right now, they knew that one of the grand illusionary soldiers was the best expert of the flying star sector. Who dared to preserve their strength anymore? The cost of one moment of carelessness would probably be their own life. Liao cursed within his heart. Are you kidding me? As the best expert of the flying star sector, he could have crushed the enemy with his muscles. And yet, he is now fighting with his brain. He is really not giving other people any chance at all. For the last time, the thousands of grand illusionary soldiers each raised one finger at the same time. Is there anybody willing to pledge their loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings? And to me, Xianxia? All the cultivators bit their lips hard, as if their tongues had all be cut off. Luo Xingzi burst into laughter. Xianxia, save your time. Our beliefs are different. In the eyes of the cultivators, human beings are just human beings. They are not monkeys or ants, much less cells. As long as there is a single breath in the last cultivator, they will fight your Imperium of true human beings until the end. Xianxia sniffed. The giant cube made of the grand illusionary soldiers moved again slowly and drew close to the cultivators. Liao, we've broken through the first defense line. The virus will be planted very shortly. Not only will it be able to paralyze the star brain, a large batch of grand illusionary soldiers will also fall into our control. Do something and buy us more time, Professor Mo Xian shouted in the secret communication channel. Liao shuddered. He suddenly raised his hands high in the posture of surrender and said, "Wait, Xianxia. After hearing what you've said, on second thought, I suddenly feel as if you are very reasonable, and I can barely find any rebuttals. It's quite right that every weak human being is just a cell. The death of millions of people is just the loss of a hair or a fingernail for the civilization of mankind. Honestly, we rub off some of our dead skin when we are taking a shower every day, right? Therefore, fellow cultivator Xiao, I wonder, can you give a little more introduction about your Imperium of true human beings? For example, what kind of benefits are there if we join the Imperium? What will the constitution of the Imperium be when the regime is in place? And what are the ranks of nobility of the Imperium? For the men of justice who abandon the darkness for the brightness in the front line such as myself, can you knight me? Why don't you tell me about that?" All the cultivators looked at Liao, dumbfounded. Liao felt as if he heard a feeble curse in the communication channel. 2. All the grand illusionary soldiers, on the other hand, chuckled in amusement. All right. The grand illusionary soldier in the front extended 3 fingers and said, I'll give you 3 seconds. Attack any cultivator with your strongest move sparing no effort, and I will believe your sincerity and introduce to you the future of the Imperium of the true human beings in great detail. Ha! Liao was stunned. Beep. Time is up. The window is closed. All the grand illusionary soldiers unsheathed their sabers, their spiritual energy all bursting out. The bird that takes the lead is often shot first. Hundreds of intimidating auras locked onto Liao at the same time. Damn you! It's only been 1 second. Liao felt like crying. Every time he meant to stall his enemy was always smarter than he thought. Hiu! Hiu! The thousands of grand illusionary soldiers shrieked ear-splittingly. The sound waves pierced into the cultivators' crystal suits without any hindrance and blew into their ears. Everybody's head was aching, as if somebody was twisting their brain with sharp knives. The cube suddenly crumbled. The thousands of grand illusionary soldiers, mixed with Xianxia, the best expert of the flying star sector, lunged at the dozens of cultivators from various angles. Swoosh! 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 Liao threw out countless crystal bombs that could jam the spiritual nexus. However, this place was the center of the star brain, and the intensity of the signals of the spiritual nexus was unbelievably high. Other than making the eyes of the grand illusionary soldiers blink for a moment, the crystal bombs had absolutely no effect. Every grand illusionary soldier was like a ball of lightning that had expanded to the limits. Hundreds of bluish electric arcs were released from them, dancing, interweaving, connecting the thousands of grand illusionary soldiers together into a prison full of thorns of lightning. Those grand illusionary soldiers were state-of-the-art puppets that the grand illusionary group had crafted at a cost of tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although they were no match for the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators, they were not shrimps that could be tackled easily either. Also, when every grand illusionary soldier was on the brink of destruction, they would detonate themselves under the control of the star brain, which was a major headache for the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators. Inside the cage, dozens of streaks of brightness dashed here and there in the thorny bushes like pieces of silk, leaving glamorous blurred shadows behind them. Wherever they went, the grand illusionary soldiers exploded one after another. However, the pieces that remained after the grand illusionary soldiers exploded were still restricting the zone of activity for the cultivators like the whips of lightnings. Compression, harassment, exhaustion, those were exactly the purposes that the grand illusionary soldiers had been designed for. The computational ability of those grand illusionary soldiers controlled directly by the star brain is too high. Liao frowned deeply. In terms of spiritual energy capacity, speed, or strength, the grand illusionary soldiers were absolutely no match for the cultivators in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. However, they always seemed able to predict the movement of the cultivators and act accordingly. Sometimes, they simply detonated themselves, giving birth to shields of flames and lightning to block the cultivators. The physical strength and spiritual energy of the cultivators were running out quickly, and their crystal suits rapidly were being worn down, too. It's been 1,000 years since the Grand Illusionary Group provided the Grand Illusionary Land Service to the world of cultivators. Over the 1,000 years, all the cultivators, including those in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage, have become used to conducting virtual training and combat via the Grand Illusionary Land. Therefore, the enormous database of the Grand Illusionary Group has stored a lot of combat data of the nascent soul stage cultivators, including the features of their tactics, their fighting habits, their maximum speed, their favorite moves, and so on. Everything is stored deep inside the star brain, which means that the star brain has seen through every tactic, move, and technique of the nascent soul stage cultivators here. With the immense computational ability of the star brain, it must have simulated today's battle in the Grand Illusionary Land thousands of times before it drafted the perfect strategies to cope with us. That's why the Grand Illusionary soldiers are so difficult to get rid of. Right then, a desperate scream echoed inside the communication channel. While multiple Grand Illusionary soldiers were detonating themselves, one of the grand illusionary soldiers suddenly moved 10 times faster. 3 blade auras that were more than 10 meters long were extended from the vibration saber and hit 3 cultivators precisely at the same time like vipers and dragons. The 3 cultivators were all in the core formation stage, but the 3 auras blew up their spiritual shields, smashed their breastplates, and broke several of their ribs. The unstoppable spiritual energy even pierced hundreds of holes the size of needle tips in their hearts. It was Xianxia. Liao's eyes bulged as he tried to lock onto Xianxia, but his crystal suit was identical to the grand illusionary soldiers in appearance. When he was mixed among thousands of grand illusionary soldiers, with the dazzling explosions, mystic rays, and blurred shadows, it was impossible to locate him. Are you kidding me? I always think that I am already shameless enough in a battle, but the best expert of the flying star sector is even more shameless than I am. Liao was so angry that he felt his head was smoking. He bellowed in the communication channel, "All the nascent soul stage cultivators. Leave the grand illusionary soldiers alone. Let's go over and attack the star brain." The 6 dragon heads on the back of the crystal suit opened their bloody mouths. 6 dragon balls were dancing rapidly around his body like satellites and formed 6 dazzling rings of various colors. The rings quickly expanded and instantly cut the 10 or so grand illusionary soldiers around him in half. Orange brilliance burst out from the fracture, and the grand illusionary soldiers all exploded before they halted for a moment. Liao took the opportunity to dash toward the star brain. The control room of the star brain was right behind the wall of the bridge, which was translucent and seemed to be made of jade. Through the defense rune arrays and the jade wall, the star brain could be clearly seen. Hiding yourself? Huh? Let's see where you are going to hide yourself when I blow up the wall. Liao opened his arms. Thousands of streams of spiritual energy flowed out of his limbs and went upwards along his arms into his palms helically, where they formed 2 dazzling light balls. He put his hands together. The 2 light balls were like 2 black holes that were both attracting and rejecting each other, and they flew crazily in the shape of the number 8. Liao roared and pushed forward with all his strength. The 2 light balls rushed out and expanded into an enormous pillar of light 3 meters in diameter, which had a rapidly revolving, black and white drill in front. The drill shrieked like a raging dragon. All the grand illusionary soldiers that were standing in the way of the pillar of light were obliterated. The drill hit the defense rune array in front of the jade wall brutally. For a moment, the whole bridge shook. The illumination rune arrays on the ceiling became brighter and brighter until they were dazzling because of the excessive input of spiritual energy. They all exploded after a cracking noise in the end, casting the bridge into a moment of darkness. Then the emergency illumination rune arrays came on. However, the lights were blinking and unstable. A moment in the light was followed by a moment of darkness. In front of Liao, the defense rune array collapsed deeply like a giant swirl and did not return to normal until almost 20 seconds later. However, chaotic electric arcs were still popping up in the seemingly peaceful air, indicating that the defense rune array was still active. Liao breathed heavily, his face pale. In terms of the intensity of spiritual energy, the previous strike had basically reached his limit. He had thought that he would have been able to blow up the defense rune array. Save yourself the trouble! Hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers sneered simultaneously. It is the main crystal reactor of Heavenly Phantom that provides spiritual energy for the defense rune array. The diameter of this particular crystal reactor is 500 meters. How much spiritual energy do you think it can generate? Even the full-strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator would be nothing but a scratch for the defense rune array. Liao chuckled. As a refiner, he knew full well that Xianxia was merely bluffing. Although the crystal reactor of a crystal warship was huge, it was mainly used to provide impetus to push the vehicle forward instead of boosting the performance in combat. Therefore, the combustion mode of crystals was slow and stable. It could not be compared to the crystal reactor of a crystal suit or the internal organs and the brain of a cultivator, where their spiritual energy was stored. Besides, since it was the main crystal reactor, naturally it was responsible for most of the spiritual energy output of Heavenly Phantom. It would be a miracle if 10% of the spiritual energy that the crystal reactor generated was allocated to the defense rune array. Now that Xianxia was wasting his precious computational ability talking to him in the fierce battle, it was evident that he was attacking the man's critical weakness. The other experts in the nascent soul stage were all smart and possessed a high computational ability, too. They quickly realized what was going on and changed their tactics. Instead of annihilating the Grand Illusionary soldiers, they all flew to the Star Brain and attacked the defense rune array between the control room of the Star Brain and the Brain, even at the risk of being hit by the Grand Illusionary soldiers. For a moment, saber and sword auras dominated the place. The fireballs were flying everywhere, and the storms of spiritual energy did not die down for a long time. Strong as the Grand Illusionary soldiers might have been, they were not enough to stop the nascent soul stage cultivators who were getting serious. Under the full-strength strikes of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, the defense rune array turned into billions of stars and spluttered out after rippling for a while, vanishing into thin air. The defense rune array has been broken. Now, the only thing that stood between the cultivators and the Star Brain was a jade wall. Although Xianxia showed up again and killed 6 cultivators in the core formation stage, the cultivators were on a rampage, too. All the cultivators in the core formation stage surrounded the nascent soul stage cultivators so that the latter could barrage the defense rune array of the Star Brain without worries, while they stalled Xianxia and his Grand Illusionary soldiers at the cost of their own lives. Even though Xianxia was the best expert of the Flying Star sector, he was not able to kill every core formation stage cultivator instantly, especially when the core formation stage cultivators were determined to die. Boom! Boom 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 boom! Led by Luo Xingzi, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators all launched their most powerful attacks. Mystic rays, flying swords, sabers, and ball of lightning hit the jade wall consecutively. The jade wall broke. Cracks resembling the spider web quickly covered the entire jade wall, making the Star Brain behind the wall look even more twisted and hideous. Seeing that the next bombardment of the nascent soul stage cultivators would completely blow up the jade wall, Xianxia finally lost his cool. A plain-looking Grand Illusionary soldier appeared in between the jade wall and the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators at such a high speed that it was almost an instant movement. Boom! The camouflage that made him look like a Grand Illusionary soldier broke apart suddenly, revealing a golden, blinking crystal suit. The most eye-catching part of the crystal suit was the highly risen helmet. It made Xianxia's head disproportionately long, as if he were wearing a majestic crown. For different faces were carved on the 4 facets of the crow. Indifferent, infuriated, ecstatic, and sorrowful. The breastplate of the crystal suit was painted with a large face, half of which was hideous and malicious while the other half was friendly and benevolent. It seemed to be a combination of the deities in the heavens and the devils in the deepest level of hell. It was Xianxia's own crystal suit. Heavenly Lord. When the Heavenly Lord battlesuit showed up, the half-kind, half-hideous face on the breastplate started twisting. Everybody heard laughter and cries at the same time. Including Li Yao, all the cultivators were grasped by part fear and part reverence. Mental attack. Xianxia's crystal suit boasts very strong mental attack techniques. 2. It is hundreds of times more advanced than Feng Yuzhong's 100 Faces battlesuit. Li Yao was greatly alarmed, knowing that the best expert of the Flying Star sector was finally showing his real strength. Xianxia did not roar, but the spiritual energy that surged out roared earth-shakingly like a giant beast in space. Bright golden balls appeared in the air, spinning and emitting deafening sounds. They were the bombs of spiritual energy that Xianxia had formed with his own spiritual energy. 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, and by Xinghe, who is barely 1, 6.5 altogether. You think that's enough to defeat me? Too naive. When all the bombs of spiritual energy rushed toward the cultivators, Xianxia turned into 7 streaks of golden brightness and fought the 7 nascent soul stage cultivators simultaneously. The best expert of the Flying Star sector was truly shameless when he chose to be, but when he decided to fight the hard way, he could not have been more domineering.